Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with our social media pages. All the latest news, events, product launches, and much, much more. Search Sewing Street.
Good morning, my lovely friends. Welcome to Sunday Sewing Street. The birthday continues. It is my birthday weekend. It's actually my birthday tomorrow, but we are celebrating in style here at Sewing Street with a very, very special lineup of guests, an amazing line of products, and a shop to win. Now, the way it works is this. Every single item that you purchase today will go into a prize draw to win £250 worth of sewing goodies, including a lamp and fabric and other fabulous things. Now, if you shopped yesterday, you were in yesterday's shop to win. That doesn't get you entry today. If you want entry into the shop to win today, everything you buy today. Now, it could be on the show. It could be from the website. It doesn't matter. Every single item. So if you buy 3 things, that's 3 tickets into the draw, 3 chances to win. I think that's pretty fabulous. And somebody is the lucky winner of yesterday's £250 worth of goodies. We will announce that tomorrow. Now, we're going to dive straight in, as we always do, with our early bird. Such a good one. This is a bit of me, this is. It is a 1 metre pre-cut of solid black fabric. Now, you know I absolutely love black solid for making colours pop. It is such a useful fabric. Now, at £6.98, you're already saving £1. So this is your metre piece. Now, if you multi-buy, this is going to come in separate metre pieces. But this is your metre piece. So it's a really good size. Where's he gone? Where's he gone? Where are you? Oh, there I am. There's your metre piece. But they will come pre-cut if you multi-buy. Now, already got £1 off, but we're doing it as our early bird. So we're going to do this. We're going to do this. We are taking an extra £1 off, £5.98. Now that makes half a metre £2.99. Absolutely fantastic value. Well worth multi-buying. If you are multi-buying, remember, this will come as separate 1 metre pre-cut pieces. Oh, Seth Apter fabric. Heart Eyes, that's Ginny and Essex. It's coming up, it's coming up. I'm going to get to it in a moment or two. Absolutely fab early bird today. 1 metre pre-cut of plain black fabric. You're saving £2 on the regular price. Should be £7.98. You're paying £5.98 for a metre piece of plain black cotton fabric from Rose and Hubble. Now, half the stock's already gone. If you want to get, lots of you multi-buying, if you want to get this, grab it quick. Right, let's do the menu. We've got a lot to get through today, my goodness me. Here's our menu. Right, so this first half hour, we are looking at a brand new fabric collection from Seth Apter. It is with Free Spirit. It is totally gorgeous. We've seen it in some quilt kits. We've never had it by the half metre. I've also got an amazing mega bundle. And now at 8:30, we start a 1-hour show that crosses the hour with Lynn Goldsworthy. It's called Dresden Daisies. Oh my goodness, this quilt is incredible. Absolutely incredible. There it is. There it is. That is amazing. Love those denim blues, those gorgeous vibrant oranges. What a showstopper. Absolutely beautiful. That's 8:30 till 9:30. Now, at 9:30, my old mate Becky Cole is here with the most incredible Brother launch. I've been excited about this for weeks. It's the Brother Innovis MV2750 Disney sewing, quilting, and embroidery machine. It is a combi machine of your dreams. It comes with everything, and I mean everything. At 11 o'clock, Lynn Goldsworthy is back with the most beautiful, subtle, gentle, gorgeous quilt called Crossroads. It is William Morris. It is dreamy. And then at 12 o'clock, I am doing an hour of Stylecraft knitting and needles. Now, these are already flying out. I'm going to show you really quickly. This one that I'm wearing is called Rainbow. Okay, this is Rainbow. These kits are $11.99. You get all the yarn. You get all the yarn and you get your pattern. So this is Rainbow, okay? We've also got Prism. Look at that. So black with jewel bright colours. I don't know all the names. I'm going to try. This one's Spectral. Purples, green. That's amazing. That's like potion. Look, absolutely gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous. I'm just showing you now because these may well have sold out by the time we get to 12 o'clock, and I want to give you the best chance to get hold of your yarn. We'll still go through it, of course we will. We've stocked as many as we can, but I wanted to show them to you now so you had a chance. All right, that is coming up at 12 o'clock. Right, let's launch into it. We're going to jump straight in with the Seth Apter Mega Bundle. So let me show you the fabrics. These are absolutely beautiful. Now, you may well have seen one or two of these in some recent quilt kits. We didn't think we'd be able to have these by the half metre, but we have. And we've also got, oh my goodness, this incredible mega bundle. Now, 125.86 or 2 split pays of 62.93. You're getting half a metre of this amazing fabric for free. I haven't seen anything like it before. Our director, Joe, has just audibly gasped in my ear. This fabric is amazing, isn't it? Absolutely superb. Now, we've done as many bundles as we possibly can, but I've got fewer than 20 bundles left. So if you want to get this brand new bundle, and we have not seen this before, the only way we've had these Seth Apter fabrics is in a couple of quilt kits, and we have all absolutely loved the quilt kits. Absolutely loved them. Already got Seth? Claire, well done. You can sit back and relax now. Happy birthday. Claire, thank you so much. That's really kind of you. Thank you. I've been overwhelmed by all the lovely messages, by the way. Thank you so much. Claire couldn't have put it better. You can sit back and relax once you've checked out your basket. You know it's yours. It's winging its way to you. You can take split pay on this, $62.93 to get it home. You're actually getting here 15 half meters. Now, what I would do is I would grab, it could be our early bird. Black would be dramatic. That has sold out, but if you got your early bird, amazing. You could use cream. You could actually use calico, quilter's calico with this, or seeded natural cotton. You could use solids, you could use your stash. Now, just need to remind you, if this is in your basket, doesn't mean it's yours. I've only got 8 chances left now. You do need to check out your baskets, please, otherwise you will miss out. I don't want you to think that it being in your... I know on some websites, if it's in your basket, it's there for 2 hours or something. With us, 1,000 people could put the last 2 in their baskets, and whoever checks out their basket first gets the item. So it really is about fastest finger. Now remember, there's one P&P all day, £4.95 all day. It doesn't matter how many times you check out, but I tell you what does matter. Every single item that you buy today gets you an entry into a draw to win £250 worth of birthday goodies, and I think that's worth celebrating. It might not be your birthday. It actually isn't mine either. Not till tomorrow. But this is my fake birthday. More in baskets than I've got. More in baskets than I've got. These are incredible, aren't they? And I love the sentiments. Be brave, be together, be beautiful. Write your own story. Live out loud. These are just absolutely beautiful, beautiful fabrics. I don't know if my screen's refreshing. Okay, let's go by the half metre. I'm going to cherry pick a few of my favourites first. Dream big. This is ending 7-3. That is out of this world. Now, a shirt, a blouse. What about a bag? A case, a laptop case. It's gorgeous, isn't it? It's got gorgeous summer vibes. It's vibrant. Thanks, Dan. Yeah, got a bit of a stained glass look to it as well, hasn't it? It's £8.99 a half metre. There's half a metre for you. Check, I mean, that is stunning, isn't it? Absolutely stunning piece of fabric. Really beautiful. Seth Apter, by the way, if you've not come across him before, is a mixed media and paper craft artist. Amazing stuff. Works a lot with Tim Holtz. And it's got that Tim Holtz vibe to it, but it's different. It's also very different. Next one ending 9-1. I love fabrics with words on. First things first, without a doubt. Fast, past, present, future. One day at a time, outside the lines. Love that. I think that's terrific. Now, Charlie's just bought me a tablet for my birthday, and I need to make a tablet case. This would be gorgeous. This and this together would make a gorgeous tablet case, half a metre of each. I've got 2 metres of this left, and then it's gone. That's it. That's it. Right, let's write our own story. This ends 4-0. Now, we've seen this one in a couple of quilt kits. This has got the most gorgeous, vibrant kind of turquoise. It's almost like a patina, isn't it? You know, like when copper has an aged patina on it and it has that kind of bluish, greenish look. It's called Seafoam, this colourway. Absolutely gorgeous. This would be really lovely as a quilt backing as well, wouldn't it? Or a border. It's got that large scale to it. Very, very nice. Now, this next one, I think, again, very, very popular. This one ends 1-9. Again, we've seen this in quilt kits too. I think this would be amazing for dressmaking. I could imagine a shirt made in that. I could imagine a bag. It's really smart, isn't it? Yeah, buildings, landscapes, stacked books. It would make a great book bag. Really fun, isn't it? Beautiful. And I love also the black background is soft. It's a soft black. It's called Colour Chips in colourway Night. Love it. Love it. Now that same fabric, but with a tan background ending 2-3. All the colours. All the colours. Oh yeah, that's a bit of me. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful? Yeah, now this reminds me of doorways. You know in Monsters, Inc. where they have the doors coming back? Yeah, it kind of reminds me of that. But also it reminds me of a paint palette with all the different palettes. So beautiful. Now, another one that we've seen in kits. Thanks, Dan. Can I just ask a quick question, by the way? Is anyone having problems checking out their baskets? Is it all going well? Lots of you are coming in. We're just not seeing many checkouts. And I'm wondering if there's an issue, please let us know. Gillian says, morning, Stuart, happy Sunday and birthday weekend. Looking forward to today's shows and your company. Pre-ordered your shawl, finally. So excited, well done. Chantel says, happy birthday, you gorgeous human being. Chantel, thank you. Fiona, Sophie says hi. Fiona says, good morning, you gorgeous man, as well as being the best presenter ever. Not sea swimming until 4 p.m, so can spend another birthday day with you. Thank you. I think the sea will have warmed up by then. I'm sure it will. Sue says, good morning, Stuart. Lovely to see you on again today. Is the web not working well? Not sure. Not sure. Is it working for you? We think it's working better now. That is like a piece of art on fabric. You could even get like an artist's frame and just stretch that over and staple it on and just have it on the wall as a piece of art. Love it. Next one. Gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous. Now this is like a wide stripe almost. This ends 08. Yeah. I'm going to hold it up first of all so you can see. Look. So you've got a vertical stripe. So if you were doing a border on a quilt, you've got 6 different stripes. And because it's on the running with the selvage, if you order, say, 1.5 meters, you get 1.5 meters in length of borders. And look at these. It's just amazing. You could cut it here and have this stripe. You could cut it here. You could cut narrower borders and get different looks. Or you could cut it this way into triangles, say, and piece. There's so many different things you could do. For me, it's giving almost like a kind of abstract skyline or a cityscape or, I don't know. It's very urban. It's very urban. Next one, let's go with this. Again, like a piece of art, ending 2-6. This, again, would make the most beautiful scarf. So think about making something like an infinity scarf. You know, kind of, let me just, can you see that kind of, I think that could look absolutely gorgeous, couldn't it? If you are having any problems on the website, by the way, please ring our customer care line, 0800 001 4433. It's running a bit slow, we think. Website is not loading for me, says Ellie. The Seth Apter fabric is fabulous. Kate says website is very slow, but I got there in the end. Sue says I can't see things in my basket to check out. Website keeps crashing. If you need to, go to our customer care line. They will sort you out. That's the quickest way. That is absolutely beautiful. I love it. Look within. Look within. Amazing. Amazing. Right, next one. Again, we've seen this in kits, ending 3-8. Don't forget, if you want 0.5 meter of all of these fabrics, go for our bundle. You're saving the price of 0.5 meter. Now, again, stripe-like, okay? So you could definitely fussy cut. I like the idea of fussy cutting this with the circles, or this. You could get loads of different great effects using this fabric. Really stunning. Anne says, morning, Stuart. Have a lovely birthday tomorrow. Thank you. Sandra says, morning, soon to be birthday boy from me and the sickly kitten. Oh, dear. Give my love to the sickly kitten. Little hug. Gentle hug. That is stunning. Right, next one. Now, not seen this one before. This ends 7-2. This ends 7-2. And this is almost like a sort of abstract tweed. It's a bit like a tweed, isn't it? It's called interlace. But I just think that is gorgeous. Now, again, I think for a shirt, for a skirt, actually, that would be yummy. Absolutely yummy. And I love the colourway, those warm, rich caramel tones. Honey, caramelly, really gorgeous. Right, next up, Gremlins today, I think, just for now, ending 3-5. We'll sort them out, don't you worry. We have seen this one in kits. This is absolutely gorgeous. Sunset, warm. I've actually got, look, a yarn to go with it. That's like the perfect match, isn't it? This is in 12 o'clock, remember. Shop ahead if you can. And if you're having any issues, call our call centre. They're gorgeous people and they will be with you in a jiffy. Free phone number, remember. That's absolutely gorgeous. Now that would go absolutely beautifully with that. That would be such a gorgeous combination, those two together. So let's do this one next. Just the most beautiful texture. Lynn Goldsworth has just walked into the building. What do you think of that? Come and have a look, Lynn. Are you mic'd up? How yummy is that?
I have it in my pocket, but I don't know whether it's turned on.
Pass it here and I'll turn it on for
thank
you.
you.
That is lush, isn't it?
Gorgeous. These are all gorgeous.
Thank you.
saw
I know.
them before when I love that.
Pop that back in your pocket.
Oh,
I know, yeah, I know. They're
Love
absolutely
that.
fab. Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely fab. I think this one's sold out.
Oh, okay.
But this, absolutely yummy.
Gorgeous colour.
That's about to sell out. I've got 2.5 metres left. 2.5 metres left. You can't just take any of these, by the way. Sorry.
Who would know, though?
Ending
Nobody
7-1.
would know.
A nation,
It's
Lynn.
okay.
A nation. Again, we've seen this one in kits. Absolutely beautiful. Think about mixing it maybe with something like this. Something like this.
Oh, I just wanna play with
Or
these
if
all
you
day.
want to add in something like this for a bit of contrast.
Yeah, or this.
That would be gorgeous.
Yeah.
See, very easy to just make a little mixture of 3 or 4. Here's the one we've got right now. Only got 2.5 metres left of this one.
Oh, wow, that's flying
Now,
out.
don't forget, you can get a bundle of all 15 fabrics if you want, and you save half a metre. It's on split pay too. Next one, absolutely luscious. $8.99 for that. Whirl. In a whirl. It's a bit gemstony, isn't it?
It's a bit tie-dye, isn't it? The
Bit
colours in the
tie-dye.
background.
Yeah, it is. And then this one is giving me Macintosh 1-3. You know the...
When you say Charles Ready Macintosh,
Yes.
do you mean the
The
little
rose.
stylised rose? I see what you're saying, yeah. Yeah, it is, isn't it?
Just
Nice.
a little.
Nice little reference there, cultural reference
The
from
whole
you.
range for me is quite urban, quite New York.
It's very cool.
But it's also giving me a bit sort of Charles Rennie Mackintosh as
Well,
well.
that one I agree. I look at these. I love these. They're like
Yeah.
some kind of sketch pad. They're
Yeah.
amazing.
They're just an amazing range.
They're lovely.
Mates with Tim Holtz,
Oh,
but quite
okay.
different.
Okay, yes, very different.
Quite
These are more
different.
sort of industrial, aren't they?
Yeah,
These are
very
more
much.
sort of artistic,
Yeah.
maybe.
2.5 metres left. Right, mega bundle. So this is half a metre of 15 different fabrics. Can you just fold them now, please?
Oh, of course. I love folding fabrics.
Honestly, Lynn Goldsworthy.
I need to think for my supper, don't I? Are you folding them like that?
Yeah. You're
go.
someone now for
There you
me, a
go.
bit like Janet Clare, that I can't just call Lynn.
Oh, do you call me Lynn Goldsworthy?
Lynn Goldsworthy.
Oh, that's like when you have like a friend at school and it's like...
Cher.
But say that again?
Like Cher.
Oh, like, no, I was saying like, you know, your friends at school, you don't call them, you don't say James. It's always like James Stevens or...
Yes.
You know, who were you in love with at school? I was in love with Neil Williams. See, all these years later, I got in trouble for bunking off school.
Did you?
I did. I went to London with him for the day and my mum told me off.
Say, Neil Williams, if you're watching.
Yep.
Now's your chance. Now's your chat. Those are stunning. Absolutely beautiful. 125.86. Anne says, Stuart, have I missed the demo of that lovely quilt behind you? I did demo it yesterday, my darling, but we've got the pattern. I'll show it you in just a second, and you can watch yesterday on repeat, don't forget. You can watch yesterday on repeat. Those are beautiful. And I did mention, actually, that I do think that these, mixed with some solids, would make a very, very stunning version of Sierra Nevada.
Oh, they would. They'd be amazing. The colours are perfect for it.
Mix some solids in for definition.
I think so, because where you've got the sort of navy and the cream, those are the two that hold it together, don't they? But then other than that, yeah, you could throw these across the quilt. That would be really cool.
Yeah, it'd be nice.
Yeah, I'd love that.
Right, we are going to go to a break now. Don't forget, we've also got the brand new Tilda that launched yesterday on the show. So if you want to have a look on the website during the break, do it. I'll see you after with this one.
Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with our social media pages. All the latest news, events, product launches, and much, much more. Search Sewing Street.
Wondering what wadding is? In sewing, wadding is the soft padded material used in the middle layer of quilts, cushions and other projects. It adds warmth, texture and structure to your creations. Wadding comes in different materials like cotton, polyester or wool and various thicknesses, so you can choose the perfect one for your project. Whether you're quilting, making a cosy blanket or adding softness to a bag, wadding is what brings that snug and cushioned feel.
Slip stitch is a hand sewing technique that is brilliant for closing turning gaps if you're leaving them in the bottom of a bag, but also sewing one piece of fabric to another, and I'm going to show you how to do that. So I've got a piece of fabric here that I've sewn together and then I've left a gap for the turning gap. So that you can close this by machine, but I think if you do it by hand you get a neater finish. So to do this, thread a sharps needle with some sewing thread and bring your needle out just a little bit along the seam. It makes it a bit secure. Leave an end on the right side and you can just hold that down with your thumb. That stops it coming undone. And then work 2 or 3 small stitches on top of each other just to secure the thread. You can cut that off later. Now thread your needle under the fold of the fabric and out the other side. Then on this side, if you hold the 2 pieces of fabric together so the folded edges are level, push your needle just under the fold so you can see it's not coming into the front or back, just have the fold, and then into the fabric on the other side. Now take a vertical stitch going from one piece of fabric to the other and bring it out, and then back under the fold of the fabric so that all you're getting on the right side are these little vertical stitches. So this is why slip stitch is also known as ladder stitch, because you've got the long stitches that go under the fold that are the uprights of the ladder, and then you've got these vertical stitches that go from one to the other that are the rungs of the ladder. So all you need to do is continue working in this way all the way along. If you then pull that thread, that closes the gap, and to finish, again, just work a few small stitches, 2 or 3 on top of each other, just to secure the end of the thread. And that's how to work slip stitch.
A facing is a good way to finish off the edges of your garment, particularly necklines and armholes. It's a neater way than just using hems around those curved edges. So on this dress, around the neckline, the facing has been placed on right sides together. Once sewn, it flips to the inside of your neckline, creating a really nice neat edge. Now it just needs to be top stitched.
Hey, Great to have your company. We are working hard to sort those glitches. Remember, the easiest and best way to shop right now is to call our call centre 0800 001 4433. Now, I am joined by the fabulous and hugely talented Lynn Goldsworthy.
Hello, and happy birthday for tomorrow.
Thank you. I'm having the whole of February, so...
Oh, I don't blame you. Make the most of it. Every day's a birthday in February.
I think so.
Yeah, totally.
I think so. Lynn, you never, ever disappoint.
Oh,
this is
thank
just
you,
stunning.
Stuart.
Let's have a look at your amazing quilt. It's called...
Dresden Daisies. So it's all Dresdens.
Yeah.
But what I love doing with Dresdens is having quite a small Dresden and then a big circle. So it sort of was one of those ones I started making and then I just kind of made it up as I went along. So, you know, add more circles here, add another one here. What about an extra one here? Okay, so you can really make it. You could do it like this, or you could make it however you want it. It's just kind of...
is almost dahlia-like.
It is.
You know, there's dahlia quilt.
It is,
this
you're
giving me a flavour. But the spontaneity, the almost avant-garde border is just joyful and full of springtime hope, isn't it?
Yeah, and these fabrics I love. These are fig tree fabrics, and I always love fig tree fabrics.
Yeah.
They always do great lines, and I just love these colours, like this sort of... I think it's called denim. I think it's called Denim and Daisy, this line, and they're just gorgeous colours. And then I added in a couple of these linen textures, and what that means is that you know you've got plenty of fabrics to go around, so you can experiment and play around a bit with what fabrics you're using where, without a huge fear of running out, because if you run out of this one, then you can always use a bit more of the linen texture in the middle of that daisy, for example.
Yeah, it is. It gives a lot of opportunity. It's
a fun one to play with, exactly.
Yeah, absolutely delicious, joyful, and a bit different as well. Even though there are some blocks in there, but the lines are blurred, aren't they?
Yes, I mean, it is made of 9 blocks.
Yeah.
But you're not really... It's supposed to look as though you've just kind of chucked them all on any old house, so that it's a bit random and a bit make it up as you go along.
I think it's absolutely beautiful. And those half square triangle corners, again, just add another element, change the look. Absolutely delicious. And I love that this is easy, fusible applique, gorgeous blanket stitch.
It is. There's no hand stitching. There's quite a bit of blanket stitching. And even the Dresdens. I mean, you can hand sew those down, but I haven't. And I don't think you need to. And I don't think you can ever tell that you haven't.
No, I agree with you. It's just lovely. Now, let's talk about the kits. I've got 2 options. I'm going to show you the first. Now, this option right here is to reproduce the quilt that you can see hanging behind Lynn, with a couple of changes, actually. There's some solids in here, all right? This is the right one, am I right? No, sorry, I've got the wrong kit. Beg your pardon. Right, let's try that again. Right, so here we go. We've got these gorgeous... We'll edit all that out. We've got these gorgeous Denim and Daisy. This is pre-record, right? Lynn... These fabrics are amazing.
Aren't they lovely? They are so lovely.
They are sublime.
Yeah.
They are soft and gorgeous. Look at those. I mean, absolutely amazing. You're getting 10 fat quarters. This is all from the Denim and Daisy. You're also getting linen texture from Makawa in this gorgeous tangerine, in the navy, and in the denim blue. You're also getting your background fabric. Now, this is a cream solid. Absolutely yummy. And then check this out. Now, this is your binding fabric.
So I used it in the binding, and I also used it just in this daisy here. So you've got a sort of a patchwork effect going around there, which is done for you because you've got those
clever.
lovely... So whether you had that one or the other one, so the other kit has a different colourway in that, but either way it works really well.
It really does.
Sort of got patchwork done for you.
Look at that.
Yeah, it's gorgeous.
So you get this piece of what we call a cheetah cloth, so like a faux patchwork for your binding and also for that one daisy.
Yeah, so I cut the binding across... I cut it on the diagonal, and you can cut it at about 2 inches, so it's quite a narrow binding, but then you get this lovely kind of patchwork effect on the binding, which is all sort of done for you, which is
really
so
cool.
nice. It looks like you've pieced this binding with lots of little squares.
It does.
And you haven't at all.
It does.
I love
or,
a cheetah
Lynn,
print.
if I wanted to, would I have bits and bobs left that I could sew together to make a binding?
You would have enough if you wanted to, yes.
I'm just thinking you could make yourself a couple of coordinating cushions.
I agree. I mean, to a certain extent, that print is so good, I would almost want to feature it somewhere else. But when I thought of it for the binding, I just thought,
do love that.
What a great binding is that? It's just so cute.
Yeah,
it's like it's
it
done
is.
for you.
Because the whole quilt has a real, like, traditional feel to it. It also feels very contemporary, but I think because of the fabrics, and it does have a lovely kind of cute country.
Yeah, a little bit sort of vintage.
Yes.
And I love a fabric line that's just got two colours, like the way this has got the orange and the denim. I love the simplicity of a quilt that ends up with just kind of a limited palette like that.
It's lovely. Easy to live with as well, aren't they, quilts like that? You know, there's not too much going on. Now, of course, you also get the brand new pattern from Lynn Goldsworthy as well. Your quilt is 63 inches square, infinitely doable on a domestic sewing machine.
It totally is, because it's not huge at all. I just did mine on my machine and I just did a meander across it.
Yeah, absolutely. Gorgeous free motion quilting. You could, of course, also mark a grid. You could mark diagonal lines.
Yeah.
You've got your half square triangles to piece. On paper, if you want to, you do a gorgeous, quick and easy method. You've got your Dresdens, your leaves, your circle templates. Really useful. Really useful. Just to reiterate right now, the best way to shop is on the phone. These issues only ever happen at the weekend, Lynn.
Oh, gosh, it's so frustrating, but you're a professional and you're just pushing through.
We've got to just push through.
Just got to push through. Remember the time when we had no lights?
I do remember.
We carried on in the dark.
It's you, isn't it, Lynn?
Oh, my gosh, I'm the common denominator.
It's Lynn. It's Lynn.
Last time I'm going to be on.
She's the gremlin. Loads of you there for this. Listen, the best way, please call our call centre. They're lovely people. They're here in the building with us. It's a free phone number and they will get to you. They're wonderful. It's the easiest and most hassle-free way to shop. Don't forget also, if you're buying this kit, if you're buying anything at all today, you're going to get entered into a prize draw to win £250 worth of sewing goodies.
Oh, wow.
Happy birthday to you. Right, that's my first kit. Now I've got a second kit available, and there's subtle differences between the two. The overall look's going to be very similar.
Yes, it is.
So you're still getting those beautiful 10 fat quarters as before. You get those same 10 fat quarters as before. So this is going to create a very similar look. Okay, here they are. All right, gorgeous. Now, you're getting solids for your denim blue, your tangerine, and your navy, rather than the linen texture. Your background this time, rather than being a solid, is your linen texture, okay, which adds a gorgeous warmth.
It does. It's a lovely colour.
And then your cheetah cloth. Now, just grab the other cheetah cloth to show you. In the other kit, it's a light background. On this one, it is all blue. No sort of cheddar or orange in this one. It's all blue chambray. That is beautiful.
It's lovely, and if you use that one as your binding, then you would then have a sort of blue binding going
Stronger
round.
binding.
A stronger binding, yes, exactly. So you've got that, it's a slight difference.
Look at the selvage, how pretty.
Yes, I know, lovely. I love a nice selvage.
Now, there is a little bit of a price difference. It's £119.99, and that's because you've got that cream Macawa linen texture rather than a solid. You've got that designer texture. It's going to give a similar look, but it's that designer texture. So it's just a little bit more for that kit, but not a lot more. Really, really gorgeous. And of course, you get the instructions for Dresden Daisies brand new quilt pattern, 63 inches square, a combination of Dresden patchwork, a plique, easy plique, easy half square triangle corners, and a size that you can completely make on your domestic sewing machine. Thanks for all the lovely messages, by the way, on Facebook. Now, if you want to get the pattern on its own, physical pattern, okay, paper pattern, let's do that. Let's get physical. £9.99.
Sing it, Stuart, sing it.
£9.99 physical pattern from Lynn. Now, if you prefer to go all modern...
High tech.
Well, it's not that high tech. Even I can do it.
Oh.
You can get this as a digital download. Now, it's an instant download. It's an instant purchase, which means you could be cutting your Dresdens and piecing while Lynn is still in the building.
Yes.
Yeah. So we'll show you those details next. At the moment, the details are on screen are for the physical pattern. And it's a different set of details. Here we go. YU4L42. So that code, when you go through to the website, it actually says instant purchase. And you click on that button, you pay for it straight away, and it will download immediately. You can then print off the templates, instructions, either print them off or keep them on screen, and away you go. Are you a digital or a physical then?
Well, I mean, I obviously use a lot of paper templates, so I print a lot of templates out and I use those physically. But I like to have something on the computer because then you can print easily. Although, you know, if you've got a printer photocopier, you can photocopy these templates. So either or.
Awesome, yeah. Right, we're going to go to demo.
Yeah.
While we're demoing, while Lynn's demoing, we're going to be working hard to get those IT issues sorted out. Please stay with us. We'll get through this. We can do it together. We can do it together. Right, Lynn.
Yes.
Do you want me to leave you alone and keep you out your way, or do you want me to come over and iron for you?
No, come over and iron for me if you don't mind doing that. It's very helpful to have you here, and it's nice to have the company as well. So here's what we're going to do is go through step by step the sort of startings. Let's get this the right way up of making
startings, I love it.
Is the startings a word? I just made it up. Of making a little Dresden. So when you do the big quilt, you actually start with the biggest and work your way down and down and down, because you'll see that the template is a kind of a stacking template. So you'll cut out the ones that you need first, and then you can then cut down to the smaller template, cut down to the smaller template. But
okay.
Do you see what I mean?
Yeah,
so you start here, then you go here, and then you come to these ones. And it'll tell you the order you do them in and how many you do of each.
But you wouldn't cut up your pattern, would you?
If that was me, I would photocopy that. Yeah. And then you could photocopy it, one for each template, or you could cut it down as you go. Yeah. Either works. So I thought we'd make the smallest one, because small is cute, isn't it? Small is always cute. And look how cute these Dresdens are. They're just tiny little... Oh, they're so sweet. Yeah, tiny little things. So you have a few of those scattered around. You've got 1, 2, 3, 4. You've got 8 of those scattered around, of those smallest ones. And they are just very cute, actually.
They're gorgeous.
Right, so we're going to start with... Actually, let me get the template that I've here, because...
You get all your templates in the back as well, don't you?
Yes, exactly. We'll start with the one I've printed out.
Thank you for your patience, everyone, by the way. We really appreciate it.
So you can cut your template out. I'm actually going to use paper scissors.
How are you?
I am going to use paper scissors because nobody should use fabric scissors on paper, really, should they? Is that a basic law of sewing? Do you use fabric scissors on paper?
Only because I do.
That's breaking the law of quilting.
I know, but only because I read that modern paper has nothing in it now that would blunt your scissors any faster than cutting fabric.
What?
So where in the past paper was rougher and would have taken it out of your scissors.
No way, this is a game changer.
Well, I don't know. If you're in that habit, I don't know.
Well, no, I'm going to break it now. I'm going to take your advice. I'm just going to use any scissors for anything.
Revolt! Revolt!
Use your fabric scissors for everything.
Oh, there'll be complaints, Lynn. There'll be complaints. As I always say, you do you.
You do you.
I must admit, I do use my rotary cutter and my scissors on both.
I do with my rotary cutter, just because I can't be bothered to change the blade out.
Fair enough.
So I'm going to go to a top tip.
Great.
Which is, when you are working with templates like this, if you just lay them down to cut them, then what you can do, and I don't know if you've done this before, is each time you cut, you make the template a little bit smaller. And you don't want that. So what we do is we draw 1/4 inch lines down the side of the template, and then rather than cutting to the edge of the paper, we'll cut with our 1/4 inch line to those lines, and then the template won't keep shrinking the longer you use it.
Okay.
Do you see what I'm
That's
saying?
a really good tip.
Yeah, that's a top tip. You can write that one down in your top tips from Lynn. You can write that down in your top tip book. So,
can I?
Yes, you can if you want to. You ask nicely.
I'm going to do that.
So each template is, they're different sizes. So what you need to do is just measure the width of the depth of your template. So this is 1.5 inches. And then you can cut, and it says in the pattern what you need to cut, so you don't need to memorise any of this. And then you cut a couple of strips from your fat quarter. So width of fabric going from selvage to the centre cut, that's 1.5 inches, and that's enough to make your 16 little wedges. So each of these flowers, each of these Dresdens, has 16 leaves. And what I'm
to repress that for you.
Would you?
I'm just going to get rid of that little fold.
And on this one as well. If you could press it so that it's just like this.
Just a single or a double.
Just like that. Oh golly. Don't zoom in
using
on that.
the wrong hand.
First time using an iron. Were you ironing left-handed?
I was.
Were you?
I don't know why.
Ambidextrous.
No, definitely not.
So what I would do with these is I would stack up, maybe, here I've got 2 layers to cut through, but I'm going to stack up so I've got 4 layers to cut through. If you're a confident cutter, you could have 8 layers to cut through. So that's just up to you. But all you do is you just lay your template on there, start with an original cut at the edge of the template. Rubbish. Let's get Stuart to deal with my rubbish.
Oh, for
and
sure.
Then, if you don't mind. And then, as I said before, line up your 1/4 inch line with the little, on the ruler, with the little line you've drawn. And then as you
It's
keep...
a clever tip, that.
It just means you don't shrink your template every time you cut, because it's quite hard sometimes to see the edge of the, you know, underneath the edge of the ruler to see the edge of the template. And for each of these Dresdens, you need 16. So if you've got it folded over like this, like I have, then you just need 4 cuts.
4 cuts.
So it does tell you that you need 2 strips for every Dresden, but what you'll find is you'll have bits and pieces left over. So you could, for example, get 2 Dresdens out of 3 strips, if you know what I mean. So you can play around with that as you go. But, you know, if it doesn't work like that, you've got plenty of fabric, so don't worry too much.
Are the fabric quantities generous?
Well, the
They're
thing is,
plenty.
because we put the 3 solids or linen textures in there, it gives you all that freedom to play with extra pieces. So I had plenty left over, and I had leftovers of the solids as well. So you don't feel as if you're kind of panicking that you're not going to have enough. So you've got, what you can do is at each step of the way, you can choose different prints for different flowers, different ones for these circles, different ones for the centres, different ones for the leaves. So you can really play about with it. And if you run out of one, it doesn't matter. You've got plenty of others to play with.
Yeah.
So then we're going to make some Dresdens. And what we start with doing, and I'll give Stuart half the pile to work on for me, is you fold them in half vertically, right sides together, and just give them a little kind of a finger press. And then we can run them through the machine on a 1/4 inch seam, just sewing along the top, and I will be chain piecing these. And if you're not a chain piecer, I would definitely recommend for something like this, where you'll have lots of little pieces to sew seam after seam after seam, it makes it so much easier, don't you think, to
I
chain
agree.
piece them?
Yeah. I do one block at a time. I would do...
Well, I think I would always set... What did you just do?
I was just folding... You want them folded all the way down, don't you?
Yes.
Yep.
I'll just refold this one. What? What is that? I would do the first 1 or 2 or 3 blocks, and then you could go into what I think of as like factory setting, where... I don't know if you can see...
Factory setting?
Factory setting is where you put yourself in factory setting.
Okay.
And you basically operate the factory line. So let's say you've then cut all the wedges for all of the... Let's say you've made 4.
When it's break time, can you say, everybody out? I would.
You can say everybody out. You absolutely can. But then you could then piece, you know, as many as you want all the way along.
Good.
Oh, I don't have a...
I want a tea trolley. Can we have an old-fashioned tea trolley? Can it be like it's in the East End?
Yes, when I
Good.
first went to work, we had a tea trolley.
Did you? Yeah.
We did. Lovely
Yeah.
lady came round with cups of tea. It was amazing.
Exactly.
I want to
The
live
good
in
old
that.
days.
Now, Stuart, I'm really sorry to do this to you, but could you put it in the 1/4 inch
Yeah,
position?
of course I will.
Thank you. Oh, brilliant. Okay, great. So all we do is we sew, I like quite a short stitch, so we've got it set, the machine set on 1.8, but I might shorten it to 1.5, just because these seams are so tiny that if you put it on 1.8, you're only going to get like three stitches. Exactly. 3 stitches sounds like a punchline.
It does.
How many did she get?
3 stitches.
Do, 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 do. Cue the credit. Does this have the pivot thing? I don't think it does. That's okay.
Pivot thing.
You know, on some machines, it'll automatically lift the
lift
foot
the
when you
needle.
get to...
No.
Yes. So, yeah, you just run these through, all 16 of them. And this is what I'm saying about factory setting, where you just get to the point where you're just feeding them into your machine, and then you can have an audio book or the TV on, or, you know, listen to your kids talking to you, if you have to.
Right.
Because you can switch your brain off a little bit. Your brain can rest a little bit because you're just doing piece after...
monastic silence when I'm sewing.
No, you don't.
I do, Lynn. It's often surprises people.
Oh my gosh, so you don't have any... I always have to have sound. I have to have either music or something going on Netflix, or I'm currently working my way through every single season that there has been or ever was of Married at First Sight.
I can't watch it.
Why not?
Because Charlie got me to watch some episodes of Married at First Sight Australia.
Yeah.
And I got so into it, right, that we were on a break and I said, I'm just going to go and quickly make a cup of tea. And I ran into the kitchen and I kicked the Welsh dresser and I broke my toe.
Oh my gosh,
And I was
Stuart,
in agony.
what a calamity.
And so now I can't even hear Married at First Sight without feeling pain all down my leg.
That's so dramatic of you.
I
Did
know.
Charlie have much sympathy for you, or did he laugh?
He couldn't even look at my foot.
Oh, is he squeamish?
He's really squeamish.
Oh,
To say he was brought
Charlie.
up on a farm, he's actually
That
got
seems
a really
unexpected,
gentle...
because yes, you would think that they're used to, you know, a little bit of everything if you're brought
bit
up
of
on a
gore,
farm. Unless it's an
yes.
arable farm, I suppose.
Yeah,
But yours isn't an arable farm, is it?
No.
It's livestock.
Yeah. Well, it's a mixture. It's a
Okay.
mixture.
You've got fields of corn.
Last few years it's been oilseed rape.
Oh my gosh, that's amazing. I did not know that. Okay, so we've sewn all of these now, and then I'll get a pair of smaller scissors because...
I'm going to nip back
Yep, I don't have
because
smaller
we
scissors.
think
Yep, we might be back
the
on...
website's working.
Oh, fantastic.
So I'm just
Okay.
going to go and recap the kits.
No problem.
If anyone's just joining us, we've had a few web issues. I think somebody dropped some birthday cake on the server. I don't even know what I just said. But refresh your page, refresh your website, refresh yourself. I don't know what that means. I think I need a refresh. But this is the first kit. So this is £109.99. You get the pattern, brand new pattern from Lynn Goldsworthy, Dresden Daisies. It's 63 inches square, and it's a combination of Dresden patchwork, easy fusible applique, and half square triangles to make this gorgeous 63-inch quilt. So you get your instructions. You get 3.5 meters of cream solid, gorgeous. You get 10 beautiful Modafat quarters from Fig Tree and Company, called Denim and Daisies. And you also get 3.5 meters of this beautiful linen texture in like a denim blue, a navy, and a tangerine. You also get this absolutely beautiful cheetah panel, which you can use for your binding, you can use it for some of your daisies, but personally, I would make a couple of, probably 3 gorgeous coordinating cushions, and I would make a scrappy binding, because even if you use this, you're going to get the look of a scrappy binding. If you can be bothered to do a bit of extra piecing for your binding, you could get some extra cushions out of your kit. Why not? Why not? So that's your one kit. Now, lots and lots in baskets. If you've tried to check out earlier, please try again. Don't be a quitter. Don't be a quitter. I know it can be a bit frustrating with websites. I don't have a lot of patience with technology myself, but don't miss out on the good stuff. Don't miss out on the good stuff. Right. The other kit that I've got, £119.99 for this one. I'll explain why. So you still get your pattern from Lynn, all right, £9.99. You get your 10 fat quarters as before. Now this time you've got solids in your chambray blue, your denim blue, your tangerine and your navy. And your background is 3.5 meters of Macawa linen texture. So you've got a designer texture there. This is your slight price increase because you've got this. And then your cheetah cloth is all blue. This is my favourite. I absolutely love that. Now I definitely make some cushions out of that. Quilt them, back them with some wadding, quilt them, make up your cushions. Delicious. Absolutely gorgeous. This one's in the lead, actually, in terms of checkouts. This one's in the lead. Refresh your page, please. Refresh the website. You can call the free phone customer care line if you prefer. The guys are working hard. I do love talking to a human being, don't you?
Yes, I do, actually.
Yeah.
It is nice. Have a little chat.
They're lovely people.
Then you
as
know
well.
what you're doing, you know what you're getting.
Physical pattern on its own, if you'd like. This would be an amazing scrap quilt. We talked about doing it in 2 colours, but this would be an amazing scrap quilt. Absolutely gorgeous.
It really would, and you can really just throw prints at it and just play with it as you go along. You
could even do, like, all of these could be 1 colour, but
Yes.
16 different scraps.
Yes, totally.
Yesterday's Tilda, Sunday brunch, which we did on Saturday.
Yesterday's Tilda. Oh, I see. Gosh, that sentence took me a while to work out what you were talking about. I love
confused
Sunday
everyone.
brunch. It's those lovely ladies eating in the park, isn't it?
Well, I don't think they're eating.
Are they not
I think
eating?
They're mostly drinking.
They're drinking cocktails.
I think they
Gosh, that's naughty, isn't it?
think
It's gorgeous fabric, though. Oh,
That's how we roll.
it's
Digital pattern if you prefer. This is what you're buying. Okay, that's an instant purchase, instant download. You could be making this quilt this afternoon, this morning. Only check out once, though, because every time you click that button, you'll check out again. So just instant purchase once, and it's in your basket. It's checked out, and it's done. All right, great. Thank you. I'll come back over.
okay.
Ah, Jane says, happy birthday to you, Stuart. Have a special day. Loving the show. And Terry says, I'm shocked. What revolution have you started? Paper and fabric with the same scissors?
I have to say, I'm with her on that. I'm kind of a little bit shaken by that.
Fair enough. You don't have to.
No, I want to, but it's just like the planet's shifted beneath my feet.
Yeah,
That's
I know.
what that is. So, are you good to do a little pressing demo
course
here?
I am.
So I'll start with what we do with each of these. Okay. So here we go. I can show you now. Let me get my hands in the centre. So you've got one of these folded in half, right sides together and sewn along the top. And then you just turn it inside out with your fingers. Then something like a pencil, pop that end out. And then you want to flatten it down, and you'll see that the seam will go one way or the other. Just let it go whichever way it wants. And if you can see your fold line from where you finger pressed these in half before, then you can line up the centre seam with the fold line, and then you'll get your Dresden leaf kind of as square as possible. But don't overstress about that. Don't worry too much about trying to get absolute perfection, because what you'll find with these is they'll always be a little bit off or a little bit wonky. But when you sew them together, as long as you match the part of each one where it reaches the top, then that evens itself all out. And the other thing about this making Dresdens is if your seam allowances aren't 100% perfect, doesn't matter with the Dresden at all. It'll mean these come out slightly bigger, slightly smaller, but it all works really well. It's never a problem. So a bit of sloppy sewing, if that's the mood you're in, is no problem on a day when you're making Dresdens.
I love it. Sloppy Sunday.
Sloppy Dresden Sunday. It just gives you a little bit of leeway, because I know some people do get more concerned about their seam allowances being absolutely bang on, but in this
Can I ask
quilt...
a very personal question?
No! No, absolutely not. Okay, ask me a personal quilting question. That's where you're going, isn't it?
I wondered whether you ever sew in your pyjamas. Sometimes,
never,
don't you?
never.
I often, if I've got my machine at home, I will literally be like, I just get out of bed and I just start sewing.
No, I'm like the Queen. I need to be up. I need to have my cup of tea, makeup, heels,
Do you?
fully dressed.
Really?
And then I casually stroll into the sewing
Do we
room.
believe any of this?
It's true. It's
Honestly, wow.
Even through COVID.
That's interesting.
I would dress as if I was going to see the Queen that
Fair
day.
enough.
I can't do daytime pyjamas, or even even evening pyjamas I can't do. I don't know why
Really?
that is.
It's a ball gown or nothing.
It's a ball gown or nothing, absolutely. Princess
Love it. You're not kidding. You're not kidding. Princess Lynn. Gosh.
Doing a beautiful job pressing these, so I'm going to start sewing these together.
Okay.
And you just line them up so that your sort of top folded bit
And do you
lines up.
start at the applique or the raw? When you sew them, where do you start?
Explain your question, because I literally have no idea what you're talking
Either
about right
from
now.
the applique edge or the raw edge. Do you sew down or do you sew up when you sew the two together?
Oh, I'd probably sew from the folded bit down to the raw edge.
Okay.
But I don't think it matters.
Okay,
That's
fair
probably just the way I do it instinctively.
Yeah.
So what you're going to do is, because there are 16 of these, you don't really have to concentrate about sewing them together, because you sew them into pairs, and then those pairs into pairs, and then those pairs into pairs until you get the whole circle. So there's, again, you can put your mind in factory setting, put on a podcast or, you know, Married at First Sight on the telly, whatever, and just do this without thinking. And sometimes you might feel like doing most of the Dresdens all at once. So you could have kind of a whole day of really letting your brain relax totally. Ooh.
I want to know now how
this
many
doesn't
of
want
our
to go through.
viewers like to sew in their PJs and how many can only sew in high heels
Yes.
and full makeup.
What about slippers? What about socks?
See, now-
Some people can only use their sewing machine without shoes on.
I was
bit
just
like-
going to say, I always have somebody in a workshop that says
Yep.
to me, I don't want to offend anybody, but do you mind if I take my shoes
I
off?
know. I think some people feel they have better control of the foot pedal
Yeah.
when they do it kind of maybe with their
Barefoot.
toes. I don't know.
I love it.
don't
Stuart,
know.
I'm the same as you. Philippa, I doubt it. She says, I sew in silence in my pyjamas.
Oh my gosh! I don't know if I could sew in silence.
Twins.
I think you and Philippa are twinning, absolutely.
Separated at birth, sewing in silence in pyjamas. That is the title of my autobiography.
Yes, that's a fantastic title of your autobiography.
Susan from Cardiff says, I spent all day sewing on my PJs yesterday. Happy birthday, Stuart. I feel
These
so
people
vindicated.
are wild. They have no rules.
Who's the odd one now, Lynn Goldsworthy? Huh? Huh?
I guess it's me.
Is there anybody else
Who
other than
gets
Princess Lynn?
who gets up and does the full, like the hair, the makeup, a
Susan,
cup of
by the way.
tea.
No, but I agree. Like, if I'm not, I do still. I mean, I don't stay in my pajamas all day. I don't mean like that. But sometimes I'm so excited to get started. I leap out of bed and I just do some sewing, and then I.
No. I feel that lacks discipline.
Sue from Norfolk says I'm fully dressed, but barefoot on the pedal.
Oh, you're barefoot on the pedal, yes.
Oh,
We've
Sue
got
in
all
Norfolk.
combinations here. Now, I just need to pause for a little tip here. So when you're cutting these apart, what you want to do is you want to cut, when you've chain pieced them all together, you cut the thread away at the folded bit. Do you see what I'm... So I'm pulling the scissors right against that folded bit. And the reason you do that is that when you've got the Dresden and you lay it down, like on this one, onto here, those threads have been cut right to the shortest bit. So you're not constantly tucking threads. So that's just a little top tip for cutting these apart. Normally it doesn't matter if you're chain piecing. It doesn't make any difference where you cut
Because it would go in a seam.
Exactly. But because these will appear on top of your quilt, it just means you've got less to do later on. You have less sort of tucking in to do.
Great idea. And I would remind you as well of Lynn's top tip about reducing your stitch length to 1.5.
Yes.
Because, again, those short stitches, that's not going to unravel.
Exactly. These seams for the smallest Dresden are absolutely tiny, and it means that this will hold.
Super cute.
And
though.
another thing to know about Dresdens, which we may get to when I finish this one, is a bit like the Mariner's Compass. Now, there was somebody, I think it might have been Anne on Facebook, who said that her Mariner's Compass was not lying as flat as she would like it. Well, honestly, I don't think I've ever made a Lone Star or a Mariner's Compass or Dresdens that lie as flat as you want them.
No, I would agree.
You press them into submission and then you quilt them into submission. So if anyone's making, if you make Dresdens and you think, oh, it's not lying flat, they never do. It doesn't matter.
No,
they
I
will,
would
they
say
will.
with Dresdens, if I make a little tuck here and there
Yes.
to make it lie complete, because actually what you're playing with here are 360 degrees of error, potential error.
That's the thing. You've
So
got
don't beat yourself up.
16 seams here. So it's your
Yeah.
cutting and your seam allowance and the angle of everything. There's no way you're going to get that perfect. It's just not possible.
I just want
Exactly.
to read Ruth's message out.
Yes.
Ruth messaged in to say, I remember what she said more or less, I can never stay in my pyjamas no matter what I'm doing. That's Ruth in Bath. All right then.
Thank you, Ruth. That is absolutely right. I
Oh,
imagine-
another one.
Oh.
I'm with Lynn on the pyjama thing. I
Yeah.
always have to be dressed properly in the morning
Yes.
and in the evening.
Yes.
Love a Dresden. That's Chris in Shropshire.
Excellent. Well, we are twinning there because exactly the same. I just don't want to be in nighttime clothes around the house. I don't know why that is.
well,
It's a weirdness of mine.
Julie feels differently, I'm afraid. She
Oh,
says
really?
until recently I sewed on the floor, using my knee on the pedal. Really?
Oh, my
goodness.
gosh.
Wow.
That's a
PJs
whole new-
always. PJs
On the
always.
floor, knee on the pedal, PJs.
PJs always.
It's like one of those.
Smiley face.
It's like one of those grids, you know. Jonathan sews in the kitchen with his pajamas on.
On
His
his
brother
knees.
is Susan. Or do you know what I mean? One of those like logic puzzles. We've got every single option here.
We really do.
Yeah.
We really do.
So I'm just snipping these. I've now got these into sets of 4. I mean, how
Fab.
cute are those? They're just so little and
Gorgeous.
adorable.
Website's
Yeah.
working, by the way. Huzzah. Tracy says, happy birthday, Stuart. Love from the 2 whippets, a fluffy lurcher, 2 cats, and Oreo, our house rabbit. We're all on the sofa watching you. But, Tracy, are you in your pyjamas?
Yes.
That's what we really need to know.
And
Steph is, she says, morning, Stuart and Lynn. Sorry I'm late. I fell asleep. You two are so good together. I'm in my pyjamas, bit poorly. My nose fell off my gonk. Oh, bless you.
Oh, but also if you're poorly, you are allowed pyjamas. That's a different set of rules. Well, I mean, everybody obviously is allowed pyjamas. I'm not going to bring in a new pyjama law.
Says Lynn. Moya from North Yorkshire says, I'm with you, Lynn. Washing up, breakfast done, feed the cat, a quick tidy up, then off to the sewing room.
That's
no
it.
PJs.
Absolutely. I do all the morning jobs first, and then I've got the reward of going in the sewing room. So, yeah, litter tray, dishwasher. Amy will be shouting from the other room now that dishwasher is her job, and I never do it, and that's probably actually true. I'm good at delegating, as you can imagine.
Just litter tray.
Cat litter tray.
Oh, you've got a cat, sorry.
Yes.
Just wanted to clarify.
What did you think I was talking about?
If you're loving this quilt, go check out. There are still some kits available. The website is working perfectly now. And remember, when you make any purchase, so for example, if you buy the kit and you buy the backing bundle, that's 2 entries into our shop to win. £250 worth of prizes could be yours. Lynn says, I sew in the afternoons upstairs. I never wear anything
What?
on my feet.
Oh,
when I go upstairs, so I'm
Stuart.
always barefoot.
Gosh, I thought
Elaine
the show was
says-
going to end up X-rated then.
Elaine, sorry, I just couldn't read what it was said. Elaine says, I sew barefoot with the radio or TV on. Ellen says, hi, Stuart and Lynn. I'm in PJs, but will be dressed shortly.
Okay, so that's a relaxed approach to the
I prefer
morning.
to be dressed longly.
Right, I'm now going to delegate the task of pressing this to Stuart, and you will
Oh,
probably...
I'm sorry, I need to go and do... Oh, go
Great,
on.
I'm going to have to do this myself.
Do you want all the
then.
seams open?
Oh, gosh, no, just all in one direction. Don't...
Okay.
Yes, don't worry about it.
Swirl them.
Just
That's
swirl
a thing
'em.
of beauty. That's like one
I
of
mean,
those
it's
candle
just
mats.
so sweet, isn't it?
It's
I
lovely.
had to make the smallest one on here because they're just so adorable. And then Stuart may be able to demonstrate once he's sewn them in a swirly motion. He's doing a very good job. He may also demonstrate that it probably won't lie flat and that he'll just give it a little press into submission. I think Stuart's...
It actually is lying completely flat, Lynn.
Oh my gosh, it's proving me
Show
wrong.
off.
Oh my gosh, can you believe that? That's probably your fabulous pressing. But if it doesn't, just lay it out on the ironing board or on where your pressing mat or whatever and just kind of press it vertically. And you may get slight folds along some of the seams. Doesn't matter, you'll never see that in the finished quilt. It'll all come out perfectly. That's the great thing about
That
Dresdens.
is gorgeous.
So step 2, we're going to pin that to a part of the background. Now, I've just got a small square here, but when you do it, you'll be pinning it to 21.5-inch squares. But you'll see in the pattern, it'll show you which bits you pin to which, or you can do your own thing. You know, you can put things where you want to. So let me find my pins. Here they are. So I just tend to pin it pretty much north, south, east and west. Don't worry which bit points up, which bit points down. It doesn't matter, and it's quite nice across your quilt to have each Dresden going in kind of different directions.
So be a bit casual.
I think be a bit casual with this because it's not a structured quilt, really. There's structure in the corners, but other than that, the idea was that each little section looks a bit sort of, a bit
Spontaneous.
a bit spontaneous. I mean, this is me, so obviously layout is the same as that, is the same as that. So I'm not very good really at spontaneous, but this is my best attempt. But you guys might actually do a much better attempt at being spontaneous than me.
I think that's a lovely message, though, because a lot of people struggle with random.
Yeah.
And you can still produce something that has a look of spontaneity,
Yeah.
but still in quite a controlled way.
Exactly. You could follow the layout of the pattern, but just play with the fabrics as you want, and that gives it its kind of spontaneous look, I think.
No, I think that's
So
cool.
I'm pinning this to the background, and then we'll go on to the next stage, which is we are going to make a stem. So what we do is we cut from a couple of the linen textures or solids you've got, 1-inch strips, and then we're going to make those into great big long stem strips, which we'll cut up bit by bit to make all the different stems. And what I'll tell you in the pattern is that actually the stems, the circles in the centre, and the leaves, I would leave those until after all your Dresdens have been appliqued onto the background, because then you can play around with colour placement and layout and so on, and you can really play with the different patterns you've got and choose different circles for different flowers and different centres for different flowers and different leaves for different flowers, and kind of scatter it across the quilt. So I'm doing this at this stage, but actually I would probably leave this until the end.
That's how you get the balance, isn't it?
Yes, exactly. So
Sue from Merseyside's message, she says, love that daisy, Lynn. You've made it look so easy.
oh,
Gorgeous, isn't it? Deborah's message, she says, morning, John and Lynn, enjoying the show. Deborah?
who's John?
Yeah, quite. Say that again.
It's John.
Who's John?
We've got Dan. We've got Stuart.
John Scott.
Oh, well, I wondered if it was John Scott, who I've yet
Morning,
to
my
meet.
love. June says, I'm in a long nightie and dressing gown. I hate PJs, slippers, cup of tea, and Sewing Street in the background. That sounds like a gorgeous morning to me.
Except, so Sewing Street perhaps should be in the foreground.
In the foreground.
We'd
Yes.
prefer, wouldn't we?
Yes.
Yes.
Lynn from Worcestershire says, happy birthday, Stuart. Thank you, darling. It's my birthday Wednesday. Well, happy birthday to you too, my darling. And I plan a day of sewing, dressed, but in silence. Lynn from English. I love it.
I love
it.
these different
This
combinations.
solidarity.
There's a lot more solidarity with you than with me, I have to say. But that's probably because it's your birthday weekend and everyone's being kind to you.
I think so.
Normal service
I
will
think
resume
so.
next time. So are we with you or are we with me? And am I going to press a bit of bias tape?
Yeah, go for a bit of...
Okay.
Yeah, let's talk best press. Let's talk
Okay.
bias.
So I've cut a 1-inch strip, and you'll cut a few of these from your solids or linen textures, and then we're going to press these into bias strips. I'm using best press because you want something that means that these strips are going to hold their shape. If you just press them and leave them hanging around, they'll slowly kind of uncurl themselves, whereas if you starch them or use best press, then I think best press is a type of nice starch, isn't it?
It's lovely,
Yes,
yeah.
yes.
And that one's scent-free as
Completely
well.
scent-free, because the one I use at home, which is a supermarket one, it's got quite a strong smell, quite
Yeah.
a sort of chemical smell.
Yeah.
But I might just put this in my back pocket, take it home, because this is lovely.
They are
So
lovely.
Give it a bit of spray with that, and that'll help it to hold its shape once you've pressed it. And then you're starting, you just fold the two sides inwards, so wrong sides together. Get your iron down on that. Give the other end of the strip a little pull, and then as you go, you can just fold your sides in and make your tape. Now, if you have a 1/2-inch bias tape maker, you could use that, but I don't have one. I only have a 3/8 one. But it's actually dead easy, and because you don't need an enormous amount of it for this quilt, it'll only take you a few minutes to do it. And then what I do is I hang my bias strips over the radiator because it keeps them nice and flat. And just
Oh, what a great idea.
yeah, it's just a place to keep them, because if you crumple them up in a box,
Yeah.
then they lose their, lovely flat shape.
Crispness.
Yes,
Yeah, they do. That's a very good tip for doing them without a tape maker. Lynn's asked, can you tell me how wide the Rose and Hubble fabric backing bundles are, please? Indeed, I can. So they're regular width, Lynn, so they're 42 to 44 inches wide. So you will cut them in two and piece them together. Let's go through those backing bundles, actually. I've got 3 different options: navy, I've got a creamy one, and I've got a light blue. Let's start with the cream one. So this is a bundle of 4 meters. Yeah, gorgeous, great price as well. 4 meters, You're saving £2, so you're going to cut this piece of fabric in half into 2 pieces that are 2 metres long by 44 inches wide. Sew them together with the seam, and there's your backing fabric. Okay? Press your seam open and cut your selve edges off, would be my tip.
I agree, except I never do cut the selvages off, but I know you should. But that's just me being lazy.
Yeah. Navy next. I'm not going to comment. I'm not judging. Navy next. Navy blue. $29.92. I would say also, if you bought Sierra Nevada yesterday and you want a backing bundle, this or the cream, this would be big enough. And then the third option is this lovely, soft chambray blue, which is really rather lovely. $29.92, £2 saving. Any of these 3 would work with any of the bundles. Really lovely. Now, we're just going to quickly run through the bundle that's hanging behind Lynn. Well, sort of. None of our bundles are exactly the same as Lynn's. This is the most similar. You've got your cream solid backing fabric. You've got your light faux patchwork. You've got your 0.5 meters of linen texture. And you've got your 10 fat quarters of fig tree fabrics. If anybody struggled earlier to check out, the website is up and running perfectly now. Easy peasy. You're also getting your pattern as well. So the only difference between this bundle and the quilt that's hanging behind Lynn is the background. Our background in this bundle is a cream solid, and Lynn's bundle has got a texture. Half the stock of that has gone. Well done if you got yours. Easy to check out now. Go back to your basket and you'll be able to check out, no problem. Lynn?
Yes. Am I carrying on?
Please.
Sure, okay. So we had made this strip of, it's not actually bias tape, it's straight tape, but I always think of tape as bias tape, but it's just straight tape. And then what we do is we just, if you've already appliqued this flower on, which you may have done, what I suggest in the pattern is you just leave a little space there so the bias tape can tuck in, or you can leave everything pinned and sew your bias tape down first and then your Dresden. So for each of your flowers, you'll get a piece of tape, trim it, so tuck it under the flower, then trim it to the raw edge, and you're then ready to sew it down. And you could either sew it down by hand if you wanted to, or you could machine it down. I machined them, but if you like hand sewing, if you want something to do sitting watching telly in the evening, it would look lovely hand sewn, but I think if you machine sew it, you're not losing anything by that. So we've got the stem and we've got the Dresden bit, and that we're then going to have a look at putting. And you'll see on the main one, you'll have a sort of a ring first and then a circle in the centre that gives it a sort of that double layer. So we will come to cutting those rings and circles. So what we've got, and you've got this in the pattern, is this circles template.
That's a super resource in itself, Lynn.
It's useful to have. I mean, I use
pattern.
circles all the time. It's one of those things that they're just great in most quilts, aren't they, to have circles handy. So this one, what you'll do is you'll print or photocopy a spare one and then tape the two together so that you've got full circles to trace onto your Bonder web. If you do happen to have a compass at home, and I give you the measurements of the circles and the rings, you could just draw them onto the Bonder web using a compass. But if you prefer just to trace, that's easy too. So as with all my patterns, if they don't fit on a sheet of A4, I make them so that they tape together at what would on your one be the red line, but on my one is a yellow line because my printer...
Your printer doesn't do red, does it?
My printer doesn't do red, and I'm sure if I gave it a good clean, it would do red, but no. That
wants an easy solution, Lynn.
Exactly. So, that's just like too much work. Although, I think we did say last time you might pop round and do it for me, didn't we? I think it was on one of your list of, the...
Was it?
The helpful Stuart who was going to do this, was going to do that.
You don't want to believe a word he says, Lynn.
OK, not that helpful. No, OK. So what we want for this smallest one, by recollection, is a 4-inch circle. So it's kind of also worth remeasuring it on your on the Dresden you make, because you may find that yours come out a little bit bigger or a little bit smaller. So if you want to, you could 1, 2, 3, 4 inches. You could slightly adjust the size of those circles. And what I'm saying is, don't worry if they don't come out exactly the right size, because it really couldn't matter less. And we then trace the circles we need onto Bondaweb. So I'm just going to get my pencil. And we're going to do a 4-inch circle. So we start, I'll just get my ruler and check. So that's a 2-inch, 3-inch, 4-inch. So we want to draw this circle here. So we'll trace that onto the Bondaweb. And what you can do, and I'm going to say this now, is when you get to making lots of circles, I'm just making an individual Dresden at the moment, but when you get to making lots of circles, and you can see that on the one that's behind me, that some of these have got, let's say, 2 of these rings, this centre one's got 2 of the rings, but every flower has got a ring. What you can do is you can trace the whole of this template onto Bondaweb, so all of the lines, and fuse it onto the back of some fabric, and then from one big circle you'll get, let's say, 4 rings and a centre circle. So you can use this that way, and that's how I did that. So you'll see I've got lots of repeating circles there, and it's because I did one set that was in all different sizes. And if you want them to stand out, then those solids or linen textures are really good to give that sort of
Pop.
To give a pop. There are some darker prints that work really well, but I think some of, for example, that you'd lose it if you used that.
Yeah.
So anyway, we go to trace this out. If you've got a rotating cutting mat, that can help with tracing and with cutting these, but it's not necessary. You can just trace them with a pencil and not worry about having a rotating mat. Then you cut that out roughly, and you're going to fuse it to the back of, which, I've got to do 2 circles, I've just remembered, because it's a ring, not just a single circle. So let me do the second one. So I'll do a second one in there. And what I'm going to do is it explains this to you in the pattern, but basically each ring is 1 inch wide, and the rings are 1/2 inch apart, so your rings will skip a line in the middle. You'll see in the pattern, it'll make more sense there. Then I'm going to fuse this to the back of the fabric, which I'd like to be the ring for this one, which is this lovely bright blue fabric. So bring that over to here. And when you fuse fusible web like Bondaweb to fabric, what you need to do is you need to hold it for a good sort of 8 to 10 seconds to melt the glue. And if you ever find that when you come to peeling off the paper, it doesn't peel off very easily, that's because you haven't melted the glue enough. So go back, melt it some more, let it cool, and then the paper, it almost sort of snaps off, doesn't it? You know what I mean? When you've got it when you've melted the glue enough. But if it's not peeling enough, it's because you haven't melted the glue enough.
And as you said, wait for it to cool, because
Wait
sometimes
for it to cool, because
you try and
we
peel
never
it off
do.
when it's still warm.
Exactly, and then it's still soft and gluey. So what I would do, or what I did with these, is just make a big pile of these circles of all different sizes. Some you'll need, some you won't need. And then when you get to the stage of putting the circles and the rings onto the Dresdens, you can just play around with prints and colours and scatter things randomly across the quilt. So I'll just roughly cut this out, and then we'll cut out these 2 circles. You could do this with scissors, you could do this, there is paper on there, but according to Stuart, you could do this with your fabric scissors, Stuart.
Well, I was going to say,
New
what
suggestion.
would you do? Because you're cutting through paper and fabric in one go. So
Normally I would use my paper scissors.
Would you?
I would, but I would also, what I also quite like to do is to put the rotary cutter in there and just kind of turn it and go round like that. Because you get a nice smooth line and it goes quite quickly, and probably I'm not cutting the most perfect circle I've ever cut. But it doesn't show when you get it on the final quilt. You know, you'd have to have eagle eyes to not see that wasn't a perfect circle. And that's, apart from my rotary cutter having a little blip there. So I'd cut out a couple of those, and this is going to be, and I'll cut out the centre again. But again, you can do this with scissors just as easily. But I quite like cutting these out. I find it quicker, actually, to do it this way.
Fair enough.
And when you're doing it this way, it means, it's not the case here because I haven't done a whole circle of rings, but if you've done a big circle of rings, then you just pop them all apart and you've got a full set.
Yes.
Ready to go. So that would be my ring, and then my Dresden is carefully hidden somewhere on this table. Oh, there it is.
There it is.
There it is. So here we go, that's it. So I will take up the paper, and hopefully it should just snap off quite easily, which it has. And what I would have done by now, I would be doing this at the stage where I'd already sewn that Dresden daisy down. So I would place that on there, fuse it in place, which I can do, I can take away the pins, and then I would sew around it. And I tend to use a blanket stitch, but you could use a zigzag stitch, you could use any decorative stitch you've got on your machine. You could even use a straight stitch if you're not too worried about the raw edges fraying, you know, if it's not a quilt, let's say, for a baby or whatever. So you put that on there. Give that a little fuse in place. You don't need to do a huge amount of fusing for this sort of thing because you're actually going to sew it down in place. And then we would blanket stitch around the outside. Do you want me to blanket stitch
Love
or how
it.
are we on time?
No, I think we're all right for that.
We're okay for blanket
so
stitch?
much.
Okay, how do I find blanket stitch? Okay, maybe it's number 38. Let me try that. 38. I'm not sure.
Do you want to come and have a look?
Yeah, would you mind?
Yeah, that is a blanket stitch. Yeah, I think I would do 38.
Okay, and maybe
Yeah, I
up to
think-
3 in distance and width?
3.
Yeah, I think so.
Yep, there we go.
Yeah. And what I tend to do is I tend to do a little practice of the blanket stitch on something I've got handy.
Yep.
Just because you want to see what size is the perfect size for you. I like to go as big as I can get away with, really, because that makes it quicker to do. But you might prefer a smaller one. And you could go in and contrasting thread if you wanted to make it stand out. So we just run that around the outside. Oh, yeah, perfect.
Yeah, we like that.
You see how quick and easy is that? That's like the most easy applique you can do.
Yeah.
You could needle turn these if you wanted to. You could use the big printed circle as needle turn templates and do it that way. But you're going to get it done much more quickly this way.
Oh, Lynn, I think the blanket stitch really adds to the sort of folk art
Oh,
look.
I love it. I agree. And on
Yeah.
one of them, I can't remember where it was. So on this one, I used the cream background fabric as the circle. And because it vanished, I added a sort of heavy stitch around the outside. So you can
Gorgeous.
use that to kind of make it look even maybe more kind of folk arty.
Yeah, it's
So that
really
one,
lovely.
you can't massively see that stitch. So if you wanted a kind of disappearing look, then that would be fine. But you could have used, you know, like a dark blue or
Yeah.
something like that so that it really stands out.
Fab. It looks great, Lynn. Thank you so much. And thank you for all your top tips as well. We're all loving Dresden Daisies. Now, I've still got a few kits left. Here's the kit that Lynn's been working on. There's more in baskets than we've got, okay? Check out your baskets now. The website's working perfectly. There are no issues anymore. Thank you for bearing with us on that. We've got all that fixed. So you get 3.5 or 4 metres of background.
Let me check.
Check. 3.5 metres. 3.5 metres of background. You get your cheetah cloth for your binding. You get 10 fat quarters of beautiful Moda fig tree fabric, and you also get your 3.5 metres of Macawa linen texture, plus your pattern for an absolutely stunning 63-inch square quilt. £109.99 for that. Now remember, there is another kit available if you'd like. Here's the other bundle. Couple of key differences. You still get all 10 fat quarters. Your orange, your denim and your navy this time are solids. Your background is a linen texture, 3.5 metres of that. And then your binding fabric has got more of the deeper, darker denim blues on it. Absolutely gorgeous. Plus, of course, you get your pattern for £119.99. If you want the pattern on its own, physical pattern first, £9.99 plus your P&P. Remember, if you've bought anything else, you've already paid your P&P. Full instructions there for Lynn's brand new quilts. If you prefer a digital download, it's an instant download. And if it's the only thing you're buying today, no P&P, but you will still get an entry into our £250 prize draw. £9.99 for the digital download. Remember, that's an instant purchase and an instant download. Absolutely brilliant. Lynn, thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'm seeing you in an hour and a half.
At 11, yes.
11 o'clock. But
Yes.
stick around because my good friend Becky Cole is coming up with me after the break with the most incredible Brother combi machine. It sews, it quilts, it's an embroidery machine, and it's got everything you could possibly want. It's the machine of your dreams after the break.
Ever heard of a design roll? It's a bundle of pre-cut fabric strips, each typically 2.5 inches wide and the full width of the fabric. Design rolls are made up of coordinating prints and colours, making them perfect for quilts, patchwork or other strip sewing projects. No cutting or matching needed, just unroll and start creating. Design roll, a simple way to bring your project to life. Looking for some creative inspiration? Head over to the Sewing Street website and click on the SS Hub. It's packed with ideas, tips and projects to spark your creativity. Plus you'll find the latest news and information on sewing machines and overlockers. Get inspired with Sewing Street.
Nesting seams is a really good way of getting perfectly matching seams. We use them a lot in patchwork, but they're also really good for dressmaking as well. So I've sewn these two separate pieces of fabric together and I want to join them. So what you do for nesting seams is press the seam allowances over to one side. So with this one, I'm going to press them over to the left. So you could do that from the wrong side. I also like to give it a little press from the right side, just gives it a neat finish. Now, with the other seam, I'm going to press this one over to the other side. So the seams are pressed over to that way, and then I'll give it a little press from the right side. Then you take the two seams, and because I want them to sit exactly one on top of the other, if you take the top fabric and pull it very gently, it stops. It stops just there, and that's the nesting of the seam. Because the seam allowance is higher this side on this one, and higher on this side, it makes the seam nest. So all you have to do now is pin, then sew them together.
Pressing your seams in dressmaking is not like ironing your clothes normally. You have to properly press it. It's not rubbing it over really quickly, but it will make your sewing look 100% better, so don't forget to do it. Sometimes you have to press your seams open. Make sure your iron's nice and hot. I tend to press on the inside and on the outside, so your ironing looks really crisp.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Oh, what an exciting show I've got for you now, and a fabulous guest. It's Becky Cole, everybody.
Hello.
Hi, Becky. It's great to have you.
Thank you for having me.
Wonderful to see you again.
Yes.
We've known each other for years.
We have.
And done a lot of sewing.
We have done
a lot of
sewing.
talking about sewing as well
Yes.
over the years. We're both very passionate about Brother.
Yes.
You're an ambassador for them.
Not an official one. I am an unofficial ambassador. I'm here because I blooming love them.
I think that's even better. Now, Becky is an absolute expert on brother sewing machines, embroidery machines. She's going to take us through the most incredible brand new machine. This is a combi machine. Now, this is a machine that will do everything. This is a sewing machine, this is a quilting machine, this is an embroidery machine, and it's got everything in the box that you could ever possibly want. Now, I want to show you our price first of all. Okay, now our price is £2,599. This is where we would normally be. £2,599. Now, I just want to show you a direct comparison with Brothers' website. £2,999. £2,999. Okay, back to our price. So we are £400 under Brothers' own website. But this is our launch, and we're going to do this. We're taking an extra £100 off. So we are now a full £500 under Brothers' price. That's fabulous. That's fabulous. Now, remember, this is a sewing, quilting and embroidery combination machine. It's got built-in Disney designs. It has got a 3-year warranty. It is Wi-Fi connected so that you can download hundreds, thousands of free or paid-for designs. And, I mean, the choice is almost limitless for what you can get. The hoop sizes are amazing, going to allow you to do some really big embroideries. I'm just going to give you a little look. Have a guess who you think this might be. I'll give you a clue. It's from Disney, but I'm just going to give that a little... Who do you think that's going to be? I'll give you a clue. It's not Pinocchio. just a little clue there. Absolutely incredible machine. Now, as a sewing machine, you've also got your walking foot included, your darning foot, your non-stick foot. I mean, everything. Look, I'm not going to read all that. But look, you've got all the feet you'd expect with your sewing machine, with your Brothers sewing machine. Yeah, your zipper foot, your button foot, your buttonhole. You're also getting, did you check? Look, your side cutter foot. Now, I was showing you the side cutter foot yesterday. This is effectively turning your sewing machine now into an overlocker, as well as a sewing machine, an embroidery machine, and a quilting machine. It's now doing the job of an overlocker as well. And remember, we're £500 under Brothers' price.
Amazing.
It is amazing. It's absolutely brilliant. You've got 55 built-in Disney designs. You've got hundreds of copyright-free, use them how you like, other embroidery designs on your machine. You've also got the option of downloading loads more Disney designs from the Artspira app. Those are paid for, but you can download loads more Disney. Look at that. It's Wi-Fi enabled. You've also got a USB port, right?
Yes.
So if you've got designs or a mate's got designs that are compatible with Brother on a stick, you can pop that in and you can stitch out those designs. I've got a combi machine, actually. I've got a Brother combi machine. And I'm going to be really honest, Becky. I didn't want a combi machine. I was more than happy with my sewing machine. I wanted an embroidery machine. But when I saw the combi... plus Guy from Brother. Oh, yes. It's very persuasive.
He's very persuasive.
And he said to me, no, have a combi machine. All right. Well, now it's become my #1 sewing machine because the sewing capabilities are out of this world. Out of this world. Remember, you're saving £500 on your regular price from Brother. Now, if you want to go the split pay option, and I think this is an ideal opportunity, this is what split pay was made for. You can make one split pay today of £499.80, and you'll get your machine home. The cost is spread over 5 months. 0% interest, no credit checks, no forms to fill in either. Okay, just an option you pick when you check out your basket. Cost you any more to do it, and you pay £499.80 today to get it home. Has anybody guessed who the character is? Should we put them out of their misery, Becky? Who is it?
Yeah, Tarzan, no. No, well, it's obviously Cinderella.
It is
Yeah.
Cinderella. But look at the size of the embroidery.
Yeah.
What size are our hoops, Becky?
So this one is 26 by 16 centimetres, which is 10 by 13 inches, I think.
Wow, that's big.
Which is effectively almost A4 size. When you think of it in that sense, that's a huge, huge size. We've also got the smaller one, which is 18. Hang on, I've written
love
all
that
the
that's the
numbers
smaller
down.
hoop.
Yeah. This one is 10 by 13. So this one's 10 by 13. The other one is 26 by 16 in centimetres. So that's your 2 hoops. I have to write down all the numbers because I can't store them in my brain. There are so many numbers.
The other thing as well, if you do a lot of small embroideries, you can buy a 4x4 hoop.
You can get the smaller hoops, yes.
You can if you want, you know, and sometimes it's useful having a small. But the fact that you can do those small embroideries and those really large embroideries is just outside.
Absolutely. And actually, something, one of my favourite features about this machine is if you are doing lots of little small ones, it's actually better use of fabric and your stabilisers, all that kind of thing, to have a big frame and do lots of little embroideries
like that.
in one frame.
And then cut it up.
And then cut it up. However, especially if you're doing patches, things like that, motifs you can stitch onto wash away stabiliser, all that kind of thing, you can do it on the same thing. Now, on this machine, I'll show you it later, I'll just tell you about it for the minute. This is brand new, I've not seen this on a Brother machine before, is when you create your own design, so you add loads of bits in and you create a design, there is a button that you can press that collates all the colour changes.
Oh, wow.
So you're not, normally you'd stitch one, stitch another design, stitch another. If they've all got white in them, or if it's the same design repeated, you're stitching, it's going to take you forever. This collates the colour changes. So it will streamline them.
Amazing.
So it'll try and do all the white in one, and all the pink in one, and all the... Absolutely.
So really efficient.
Really efficient. I love that feature.
I love that too. Brother are always at the forefront of innovation. Remember, you get amazing customer support from Brother as well. Amazing web support, amazing customer service as well, and also a ton of videos and app help. We've got a message from Susan that I'd like to read at this point. And a quick question. Susan, West Sussex, says, oh my goodness, lovely machine, what great value. Amazing value. If you quilt using the embroidery, what would you use in the bobbin, please? Great question, Sue.
So you want to use bobbin fill, something called bobbin fill. I think we've got some on the show today, but you also get an entire roll of it. So normally you get...
Which lasts almost forever.
It really does. I mean, this is 1,100 metres of bobbin fill. And bobbin fill is slightly different to a normal thread. Because you're changing colours all the time with embroidery, you don't want to necessarily be having to then change your bobbin to match like you would if you're sewing normally. Your bobbin tends to match your top. I seem to have swallowed some frogs today.
Oh, do you want some?
No, I'm fine. It's just a crack, just a crickle in my throat. You don't want to be doing that because, I mean, I've already changed the colour 5 times and we've been chatting for, what, 12 minutes?
So easy to do.
What you use bobbin fill, it tends to come in white or black, and it's a slightly finer thread than you would normally use. And the reason why is with the tension on the machine uses it to pull the colour behind. So you don't end up with seeing your bobbin thread on the top. The bobbin thread pulls everything behind, and you don't have to change the colour.
Exactly. Great. And also, even when you're quilting a quilt, you know, I use things like Invisifil or Deco Bob as well. You can use those in the bobbin. So actually, they come in lots and lots of different colours. So if you're quilting a quilt, you could, you could use your bobbin fill, or you can use, as I say, something like Deco Bob. And I generally just have a couple of neutrals and a couple of dark, and they're almost invisible on the back of the quilt. And there are some quilting motifs. There are lots of quilting motifs you can buy as well for embroidery. So there, Becky, you can put quilts in the hoop as well,
You can, because you've got such a big hoop space. You know, you can easily manoeuvre this around on your quilt.
So wadding, backing, everything, hoop it, quilt an area, and then move the hoop.
Yes, because this is really, the hoop can really open. Obviously, the thicker the fabric you're using, the more you've got to open your hoop to get it in the first place. And these have these incredible screws that actually tip up, so they're easy to grip. And they're just really, really, the design of them is very clever. It makes them very easy to use and user-friendly. That was in the same sentence, in the same word.
Easy for you to say.
Yeah.
Not at all.
So, you know, it makes it, because they sort of stick up, it means when it's on the table,
Yep.
you can still grip them. You're not trying to struggle. You
Yeah.
can pull it up. So, yeah, and they open really, really wide, so you can get those really wide fabrics in there as well.
It's fab. Now, what I had to discover when I got my machine was I had all these thoughts about, oh my goodness, I'm going to have to learn a whole new threading path, a whole new bobbin system, a whole new everything. Becky, that's not true.
Not true at all. Because this is, I mean, to be fair, one of the things I love about Brother is how, I'll show you how we've been threading it up.
Did you see how quick and easy the threading was?
I will show you in detail all of that in a minute. Don't worry. Because, what was the question again?
Just about things like winding a bobbin,
Yes,
putting a bobbin
yeah.
in, threading your machine.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the things I love about Brother is their intuitive consistency. So my first ever Brother machine I bought in 2001 to go to university with, okay?
Ooh.
That machine saw me through a degree, it saw me through my career, my dressmaking business, etc. It made my wedding dress, it made hundreds of wedding dresses,
Fabulous.
and it lasted me nearly 20 years. And it was an incredible machine. Now, the machines I use now, so I have this machine, I've got a couple of other Brother machines, the iconography, how it threads up, how you wind the bobbin, how you navigate the screen, same with your scan and cuts, all of that, the iconography is the same. The feet I had on that 20-plus-year-old Brother work on this machine.
Yeah.
There's this continuity, so if you are familiar with the brand of Brother, you're going to be able to pick up this machine and use it. However, they're so intuitive to use, that you can work it out pretty easily without, there's a huge manual, you get all of that with it, and the support line and everything else, but you can pretty much work it out as you go.
Can. Well, I did when I got my Brother out of the box, and actually I didn't even read the manual. I was doing an embroidery within 10 minutes.
Yes.
I just, you know, it was obvious what to do.
Yeah.
Super, super easy. Now, the threading and the bobbin, everything, it's exactly the same as a sewing machine. There is nothing new to learn whatsoever.
No, because it's a sewing machine as well.
It is.
But even the standalone embroidery machines, they still thread up and wind the bobbin the same. But because this is a combined machine, you want it to work the same in both ways. Now, I'm going to thread, I can't find my black thread, so we're going for brown.
No problem.
Well, it's her choker should be black, you see.
Okay.
It's
fair
fine.
enough.
We'll go with it. We'll wing it. It's not a problem. So I'll show you how we thread this up because it's all written on the machine. Okay. So basically, with Brother, we follow the dotted line for the bobbin. So you can see we come around here. The dotted line heads off this way to the tension wheel and then round to the bobbin to wind the bobbin over here. Okay, and there's another diagram here. If you want to thread the top thread, we're following the solid line. So instead of going to the right, we're going round to the left. Okay, so we come around number 1. It's all numbered. The arrow comes up. Number 2 sends us around this way. Down, back down again. Number 3 sends us back up. It's that familiar backwards N. If you've ever threaded a sewing machine, it's the same.
Exactly
Not
the
showing you anything new here. If you've never sewn a sewing machine, you want to remember the letter N, backwards N. Number 6 is a little hook at the top of the needle, which we just hook the thread behind. Now, you're not going to be able to see it from that angle, but just where my finger is, there's a little lip that says number 7, and the thread slides in there, okay? And then I'm going to come up to the side, and number 8 is a blade. So that there is number 8. That's the blade. That's cut my thread off. No, that's fine. Sorry. Ignore me. I thought I'd done something wrong, and I hadn't. I've got to trust myself. Number 9 is this here. So there's a little arrow with a number 9. It's this lever. Now, this is what I'm going to press. If you can have a look at the needle, I don't know whether...
Yep, we got it.
You see it? Yep. Watch how quick and easy this is. Done. It's not done.
That's it. Oh, it's not done.
It didn't do it. But it will do it. There you go. It's just
perfect.
I said I'd done something wrong, didn't I?
You
That was
did.
very much human error. Then we lower the presser foot, we press go, and it's off it goes.
So so no jump threads to worry about.
Nope, this cuts the threads as it goes, doesn't travel at all.
Cuts the thread as you go. It's so easy to use, and also stops automatically when it finishes a thread. Lets you know.
Yeah.
You know when to change your thread. You change the thread and then press the go button and...
Exactly. And there is bobbin and upper thread alarm. So if your top thread snaps or gets stuck or whatever, it will stop the machine and alert you, check your top thread. And as your bobbin thread's about to run out, best invention ever, you get a little alarm that says your bobbin's about to run out.
Brilliant.
Just stop. And if you're in the middle of an embroidery, all you need to do, you pause the embroidery, you cut the threads, take the hoop out, wind the bobbin, put it back in, and it will start again.
Great.
From where you let off.
And if you need to go back a few stitches, easy enough to do.
Absolutely, absolutely. Because if things do happen, you know, if your thread does snap, or you know, sometimes when your stitch doesn't catch, and you know, we all have these issues. If you want to go back a few stitches, I'll show you how you do that. So let me start this going.
Lovely message across the bottom. Messaging in. Oh, it's jammed. Oh. Here it comes. Hi, Becky. It's lovely to see you on Sewing Street.
Aww.
I have 3 Brother sewing machines, including 2 embroidery combo machines. They are incredibly easy to use. Love mine. That's from Susan in Bridgend. Thanks, Susan.
Aw, thank you. Right, so I've just paused it and I'm going to cut the thread. Let's pretend something's gone a bit wrong and we need to go back a little bit, okay? So what we do is on the screen, there is a little button down the bottom where my finger is.
There we go. Perfect.
There's a little button there that says plus or minus, and there's a picture of a needle next to it. So it's really obvious what is going on. We press that. Now we can go forwards and back 1 stitch, 10 stitches, 100 stitches, or we can even jump colour steps. Okay. So if I wanted to say, maybe we've not gone too far, so I'm just going to go press that, but you know, we've gone back 30 steps, 30 stitches, press OK, over the presser foot, off it goes, it starts again. And it will just go over, you know, the bit that you've skipped.
Yeah.
So it means that your embroidery is always going to look perfect.
That is brilliant. And that sort of locks off those last few stitches as well, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
See, it's so easy. If you ever thought that embroidery machines wwere complicated, it is a different world these days.
Oh,
Everything's
definitely.
Intuitive, easy and thought through. You can just enjoy the process.
What I love about modern machines and embroidery machines and sewing machines, when I learnt to sew, I'm sure you're the same, it was almost like learning a whole new language. The jargon was ridiculous, and you really had to learn, you know, what a flywheel was, how to make sure the needle was up at the right, you know, all these different things, how to lift your thread up from the bobbin up to the top before you can start sewing, all these different things. You could not use a sewing machine if you didn't have this knowledge.
Right.
And it was like learning a whole new language. You couldn't just sit in front of a sewing machine and go, oh, well, I'll give this a go, because you'd fall at the first hurdle.
Yeah.
And machines nowadays, they're so intuitive, especially the Brother ones. I mean, you don't even have to pull the thread up from the bottom on this one. You can just put the bobbin in and it's good to go.
And away you go.
It's good to go. And the same with embroidery. And it's taken away the guesswork. It's about enjoying the craft rather than feeling like you've got to learn this whole thing. I mean, you obviously can learn loads as you go, but from a starting point of view, you can
dive
pick
straight
it up
in.
and jump straight in, especially with
straight in.
all the online videos, everything else.
Yeah, it's fab. I just want to show you some of the Disney designs that we've got, and that comes with these ready loaded. Look, these are some really iconic designs. Mickey and Minnie, of course. Some really good size designs as well. And every design comes with the list of colours that you're going to need. And it also, when you're stitching it, tells you the amount of time each colour is going to take. So you can sort of plan out your project. We've got Disney princesses, of course.
Now, with the timings, what you need to bear in mind is that is stitching time. It does not count in, including rethreading time, setting up time. Also, oh, my bobbin's run out, I've got to wind up another bobbin. So you want to add just a little bit extra. That
is amazing.
If you look in that little pile over there, I do believe one of the red ones is that design.
It's here, look.
That is one of my absolute favourites in this machine.
Look. Is that Mufasa?
That is, no, Simba.
Simba.
Simba, that is about 35 minutes, I believe.
Oh.
36 minutes, that design.
That is divine.
And it's all one colour as well, so you can literally put it going and just, well, I say walk away and make a cup of tea. You'll sit and watch it.
It's got a real sort of quilty look. It's like somebody quilted Simba,
Yeah.
isn't it? Or Sashko
I feel like
Simba.
it's one of those tattoos. that you,
Yeah, it
like,
is.
up your arm.
It's wild. I want it as a sleeve. Happy birthday, Stuart. Thanks, Sandra. She says, I have a Disney embroidery machine. It's so easy to use. My 10-year-old granddaughter loves to do the designs on calico. Perfect.
Aww.
And so accessible as well. Remember, you can make and gift with the Disney, and everybody loves a bit of Disney. So many cool designs. You get 55 included designs, all official Disney. But remember, if you want more Disney, if you go to the Artspira app, you can purchase loads more Disney designs and download them either onto a memory stick or directly Wi-Fi enabled onto your machine. Now, don't forget, you're also getting an absolute ton of other designs, including alphabets, fonts, which, of course, are such a key part of embroidery, aren't they?
Absolutely, absolutely. You get
Borders.
two monogramming fonts in this. You get, let me check my numbers again, 313 embroidery designs, 55 Disney, 13 quilt borders, 13 embroidery fonts.
Quilt borders.
Quilt borders.
Lush.
These are buttonholes, so you've got the different size buttonholes, and then if you pop the page over, you have these additional designs that you can...
Oh, my
In fact, again, there's an example of that over there, which you can then decorate your buttonhole with. These are fabulous as well. So these are a new thing that I've not seen on a Brother embroidery machine before. And what they've done is they've sectioned off the colours.
Yep.
So, for example, take the zebras. Normally, you'd have to just kind of stitch the whole thing. If you just wanted to stitch the zebras, the colour steps are all next to each other. So it tells you which steps are for which bits. So you can kind of select a part of that design.
Amazing. I love that. Oh, I love the lavender designs. These are beautiful. We've got llamas. Oh, look at those animal print textures. Look at the quilting. Look at the quilting. Oh, my goodness me.
This one here, while you've got it on, is on the denim jacket behind you.
Can we... Oh, my goodness. You can do that. You see, because you do that section, that section, and that section. That's incredible. That could be on a wedding dress.
Yeah. Absolutely.
That could be on a bodice.
That's my actual, if you check the pockets, there's dog poo bags in there. Like, that's my actual jacket.
You do you.
I do own a dog.
Glad to hear it.
But
this
I mean,
is amazing.
I wear that all the time and I get so many comments.
Oh, I've stitched these. This was the very first thing I stitched out. I did a C for Charles in this sort of Celtic alphabet.
It's gorgeous,
it's so
isn't
easy.
it?
Now, I just want to let you know as well, think about it like this. Do you want to put up the... Because we had a question, but I was going to do this earlier. Collector in Bedfordshire says, good morning, please. Can you explain the advantages of buying this machine rather than the separate machines, as there's a big price difference? Thanks. Well, the thing is, you can easily pay £2,500 for a gorgeous sewing machine of this standard.
Yeah.
That has this many stitches and a walking foot and a darning foot or you can certainly pay easily the best part of £1,400–1,500 for a sewing machine. So let's say about £1,500 for the sewing machine.
Yeah.
You might then well have to spend an extra £150 to get things like a walking foot, darning foot, quarter-inch patchwork foot, Teflon non-stick foot, you know, things like that that you get included
Plus
in
your
this
side
machine.
cutter and not needing an overlock.
£40 for a side... Well, let's talk... so now you've got a side cutter foot included as well. That means now that, especially if you do, like, occasional dressmaking, you don't really need to buy an overlocker because you've got your side cutter that's going to cut and neaten the edges of your fabric all in one go, including stretch, lycra,
Bridges
jersey.
that gap, basically.
It
That's
bridges
what
the
I
gap.
call it.
So, £1,500 for a great sewing machine. Probably, let's be really conservative and say you bought the cheapest overlocker you could find, about £300 for an overlocker. Then you've got your embroidery machine, 55 Disney designs. Now let's think, even if we were really conservative and we said that one Disney design cost £2.50, okay? 10 designs, £25. 20 designs, £50. We're already at over £120 for the Disney designs. £137 in fact. Then you've got, how many regular?
313.
Oh my goodness, 313 more embroidery designs. Plus your embroidery machine. Now again, if we're really conservative, the most basic embroidery machine is going to be about £400, £500. But this is not a basic embroidery machine with a hoop that's almost A4 size.
No.
That can produce things like this, okay?
Now, I know people that
There's your value.
buy things from charity shops and upcycle like this and then pop them online and sell them on and make a fortune. Great for the environment, great for your creativity and great for your pocket.
Great for your
everybody's pocket. But also, on top of the price of it, the other things, I always say there's pros and cons of having separate machines and a combined machine. There's no one size fits all. There's no right or wrong here, but it's what works for you. And the pros of having a combined machine, storage.
Yeah.
You're only storing one machine.
One machine.
For when it comes to your servicing, you're servicing one machine. When it comes to things like
maintenance, one machine.
Yeah, absolutely.
I must admit, even though I'm lucky enough I've got a sewing studio, the space that I have for my sewing machine is as limited as anybody else's. I really value having one machine that I can take the embroidery unit off, pop on the side, do my sewing, slide the embroidery, and I'm not having to move machines or lug things around. There's also that benefit.
And the other thing is, you know, so with combined machines, so prime example, we're turning our garage into a studio flat for my father-in-law to move into, right? We're building this kitchen and we're like, oh, should we put a washer dryer in there? And I said, absolutely not. Washer dryers, they don't quite wash properly, they don't quite dry properly. They're sort of half a machine of both. You pay extra for the convenience of that thing of storing one machine to service, etc. But neither works overly brilliantly. So you would worry potentially with a combined machine, well, maybe I'm compromising on one or the other. Now, remember, with this machine, this part here is where the brain is. This is the intelligence, and this is the same brain for the sewing machine and the embroidery unit. And it is an incredible brain. This is an incredible sewing machine and an incredible embroidery machine.
Well, at the end of the day, it's all sewing, whereas a washer dryer are doing two different things. I remember a hairdresser saying to me about combined shampoo and conditioner. She said to me, they're doing totally opposite things. Don't buy them. This is doing the same things. It's all sewing. And if you think about things like your embroidery and your quilting are actually very, very similar things. And the idea of being able to use embroidery to quilt, or embroidery with your patchwork, or with your dressmaking, or your home decor, Emmy, the possibilities are endless.
Absolutely.
And remember, this is Brother. This is Brother. This is not some obscure, I've never heard of this, middle aisle of the supermarket. This is a heritage brand. This is a brand that's known.
They're over 100 years old. They know what they're doing. They really do.
Tens of millions of sewing machines made for the domestic market alone. And that's not even thinking about the other technology, things like the electric typewriters, the printers, the scanning cuts. The technology is incredible.
Well, they're Japanese, aren't they? And the Japanese do technology right. They really do. Guess what? We've finished.
Amazing. And a lovely message. Jane from the Netherlands. How are you? Jane, it's lovely to hear from you. She says, morning. Wow, deja vu. I just thought the same. Lovely to see you both. What a fabulous show. This machine is definitely on my wish list. As you both know, I love Brother machines. Utterly delightful. And the thing is, Jane, too, this is £500 under Brother's price. Should be £299, £2,999. You are saving £500. That is absolutely gorgeous. How beautiful on denim.
And it's the professional finish.
Incredible.
You just wouldn't think this was done on a domestic machine.
It's so polished.
And I'm going to show you the back, because to me, the back is as important as the front.
Amazing.
So you end up with a little bit of, you know, threads and things where there's lots of fine detail. But that, to me, is as neat as the front.
Yeah, it's absolutely
incredible.
gorgeous. Yeah, if this was an unlined tote bag, for example, it would not matter at all. That is a really neat finish on the back. That is beautiful. Oh my goodness. Imagine if you just buy something like just a bog standard blue t-shirt or a white t-shirt. You want to make this for one of your grandchildren. Absolutely gorgeous. Totally customised. You could also put their name.
Yeah, well, actually, if
this.
you under these ones, this one
Yep.
here, this is a pillowcase that I made for my daughter, who's absolutely, even now, she's still obsessed with Rapunzel. I've just crocheted her a little dolly. But look, so this was a pillowcase for her bed, and I was able to put Rapunzel and then write her name, and with a little motif. Now, you can't buy those anywhere.
Can't buy those.
And if you did, you'd pay an absolute premium.
Yeah.
So,
Well, and also it'd be printed. This is embroidered. It's special. It's absolutely
lasts forever,
beautiful.
never cracks, never peels, never washes out.
Gorgeous. Karen from Hertfordshire's message. Thanks, Karen. She says, "Hi, Stuart. I have this machine. It's very easy to use. Could you tell me when embroidering on denim what needle to use?" Karen, that's such a good question.
It is.
Needle know-how.
Needle know-how. Now, you can use a denim needle. This I just use a standard needle on this piece of denim because it's not an overly thick piece of denim. This is just like heavyweight cotton.
Yeah, it's not a shirting weight, though. It's a...
Oh, yes,
you know
yeah, no,
it is
a decent weight, but it's not like, you know, when I think of denim needles, I think of the denim you're going to wear on your legs.
Farm overalls.
Yeah. Yeah. So this worked absolutely fine with a regular needle. But again, my tip is always test on a piece of scrap fabric. Because if you want to try and use the machine comes with standard needles.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, this is something that I wasn't expecting when I started embroidering. I thought everything would be different, and the threading, the bobbin, the needles, they're just regular sewing machine needles.
You can get embroidery needles, and I think we've got some on the show today. But the only difference is they've got a slightly bigger hole, so that if you're using the sort of
metallic thread would
threads
go through
and things,
well.
yes. Because what you've got to remember, I mean, this machine stitches at 850 stitches per minute. Wow. That is fast, right? And your threads are going through the machine really quickly. You need a good quality thread that's not just going to snap and fray, but also, you know, if you do find that your thread is snapping a lot, it might be that you'd be better off with an embroidery needle. Sure. But you get standard universal needles with the machine, and that's all I ever use really for embroidery. But test on some scrap fabric first.
There are so many more similarities than differences.
Yes.
It's so easy to make that transition and so fun. Like Wendy in Norfolk, she says, "Morning, lovely people. I love my brother embroidery machine. I've just made a lap quilt with embroidered panels. It was so easy to use. What a lovely combination."
Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Now, we talked a bit earlier about combining designs. Shall I show you how to navigate the machine?
That'd be amazing. Yes, please.
We won't necessarily stitch it out. You've seen it stitching, how beautiful it is. But let's just have a bit of a play and see how we work the machine, because it is so easy.
Just to let you know, by the way, Becky, we've had loads of lovely messages for you. Lots of people messaging in saying, "Hi, great to see you. We love you, Becky." And so we just don't want to interrupt the flow.
Oh,
but
bless
loads
you.
of love for you.
Oh, I feel loved.
You are lovely, Becky.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm back in my happy place.
Yeah, isn't it lovely? Yeah, we're very happy to have you.
Thank you. Now, so when you have it as the embroidery unit, this is the menu that you're going to see on the screen. Now, this is what I mean about intuitiveness, because behind each of these windows is something, a type of embroidery.
Yeah, the clues
like
in the picture.
Menu. Exactly.
Yeah.
I wonder where the Disney ones might be.
There you go.
There we go. You've got your monogramming, your fonts, your frames, and then your other designs are sort of up here. So if I want to show you how that consolidation button works as well. So I'm going to go back in the Disney because I know this works. And in here there are some Toy Story designs. Okay, and I can just select add. Oh, I've got to set it. There we go. And now I can move this with my finger. This is my canvas here. Now up here you can see some little squares. There is the large square and the second square are highlighted. These are the 2 frame sizes that we have, okay, with the machine. So you can see you can use smaller ones, but I know with this design I can actually do this on the smaller hoop if I wanted to. That's going to change quite quickly in a moment. Well, I've moved it up there, which has instantly told me I can only use the big hoop now. Now if I want to add in something else, I'm going to go back into the same menu.
See, I love that. If I want to add something, you click the button that says add. When we say these are intuitive, don't be thinking at home, oh, not intuitive like me, Stuart. Intuitive like everybody.
Yes.
Mickey Mouse is the Disney.
Yeah.
The big letter A are the letters. It's that easy.
And it just takes you back to the same menu.
Yeah.
I mean, I let my kids, when they were 7, I let them loose on my brother machines and they just kind of knew what they were doing. I was there to make sure, you know, they didn't injure themselves, but they really, really just got on with it. And there we go, there's a Jessie. So this was a design that I did a long time ago. I wanted to stitch out all of the different Toy Story characters, right? Now, this button only works, this consolidation button only works when you've added in lots of different designs. Okay, it doesn't work on just a design because it's already consolidated.
So the consolidation is where the machine will kind of group colours, and it will stitch all the black on all the 3 characters
as much as it can.
As much as it can.
Because it will always prioritise the final
some overlay, don't they? Like features on a face will go on last.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
But as much as possible. Is that efficiency?
Yes.
Lovely.
Now, I could save this if I wanted to. I can pop it in my pocket. Brother like to store things in their pocket. Now, I've got lots of options to change things around. I can move them. If I don't want to use my finger, I can move the designs like this. I can rotate them. Now, you can see there's not as many options with a Disney character.
No.
Because these are licensed images.
Yeah.
We want them to be as real as we possibly can. If I were
sometimes resizing can distort because the number of stitches doesn't change.
Yeah.
If you make something bigger, and so it keeps the integrity of the designs, doesn't it?
I've just added in a non-Disney design, this little duck down here. It was the first one that I clicked on. It's not the most obvious to see on the screen. I apologise. But you can see now, I can also now resize it. And you can resize 90 to 120%. I can mirror it if I want to. I can do all these different things, but I'm going to delete that one off because it's going to interfere with what I'm trying to show you.
Quick question for you. Yvonne says, can I use pre-wound bobbins or not?
With bobbin fill?
Yep.
Yes.
I
as
would
long
say,
as you trust the winding.
As long as they're brother pre-wound bobbins.
Oh, yes, yes.
Because I always say this, brother bobbins for brother machines.
You're a bobbin snob like me.
Well, it's not just that I'm a snob. Brother bobbins are slightly shallower than standard, other bobbins.
These take an 11.5mm bobbin, but I truly believe whatever brand machine you use the correct...
No such thing as a universal bobbin?
No, there is not. Absolutely not, because you can end up damaging your machine.
Yeah.
And then you've wasted...
But pre-wounds are fine. I use pre-wounds all the time in my embroidery machine. Derek's message says, happy birthday to you. Thank you very much. He says, I love my brother embroidery machines. My very first machine, years ago, this will take you back, was the Snoopy machine. I want a Snoopy machine. I loved Snoopy.
That's amazing.
I loved Snoopy.
I
love it, Derek. So obviously, been embroidering for years. I think once the bug bites, that's it. You're sold for it. Because there's so many ways. If you're a dedicated patchwork and quilter like I am, there's so many ways that embroidery can come into your art.
But even as a dressmaker, so I'm a dressmaker.
That's your thing.
And I didn't get into embroidery for a long, long time because I was like, it's just for making things pretty. Once I started playing around with it, I could have done embroidery on veils and offered, ring cushions, and I could have absolutely revolutionised.
Why wasn't I having all this fun years ago?
Back then.
The thing is, with a combi machine, you see, if you've ever thought, I'm not splashing out on an embroidery machine because I might only use that occasionally. With the combi machine, remember, you're getting the benefits of a sewing machine, an embroidery machine, an overlocker, because you've got the overcasting stitches and the side cutter foot, which combined make your function almost like an overlocker, and you can quilt your quilts on it, so it does everything. So actually what you're doing is you're spending less money on buying individual machines. You're getting one thing one lot of storage, one lot of maintenance.
Well, it's a bit like I use the sewing machine element far more than I use the embroidery.
Same.
And I think that's probably fairly standard.
Yeah.
But the same as you've got all these sewing stitches, but you're going to use straight stitch 99% of the time.
Well, that's true.
But you've still got the other stitches because they're handy to have for decorative stitching or for different, like you say, your overcasting stitches. So
but once you've got the embroidery machine, suddenly you think, oh, when you're dressmaking, you're doing a cuff where you might have used a little decorative wiggly stitch. Now you can stitch a braid, multicoloured braid around the cuff.
Absolutely, absolutely. Right, so I'm just going to show you this because I want to make sure we've got enough time to cover everything. So I'm going to press embroidery. Now, this is the consolidation button I wanted to show you. This is my favourite thing about this upgraded model, or one of my favourite things. If I don't press this and I press embroidery and have a look at the colours, can you see we've got to do grey, and then we've got to do white, and then there's blue, and then there's green. Basically, we're stitching Buzz first because he was the first one we put into our design. Okay, and then we're going to do Woody, and then we're going to do Jess. Right, if I go back to that screen and press this button, and I press embroidery, can you see now we've got grey, and now we've got 3 lots of white. So it's consolidated, so it's going to do the white on Buzz, the white on Woody, and then the white on Jessie. And it will not stop and ask you to press play between those steps. If it's consolidated those whites together, although you've got a 10-minute step, a 2-minute step, a 6-minute step, it will stitch them all in one go. You do not have to press anything. And I just think that's brilliant.
Yeah, brilliantly efficient. And remember, these could be 3 or 4 or 5 separate small, say, floral motifs that you can do in separate areas on fabric, stitch them all out, and then cut them out and use them on dressmaking, for example. And you've got them all combined.
Yes, exactly.
Now, tell us about Artspera.
Artspera. So, Artspera is a free app that Brother have created, and it's basically a database of loads and loads of designs. It works with your scan and cuts as well, so you're getting cutting designs in here as well. And it is completely free. There is an upgraded, there is a subscription option if you want to.
Just want to let you know, when you see the images on screen, that is Becky literally on her iPad next to me. It's exactly what she's doing here now.
Yeah.
These are amazing.
They're brilliant, aren't they? There are thousands and thousands and thousands of designs on here. This is just the home page. But yes, so you can subscribe if you want to. You absolutely don't have to. If you want to give it a try, I think there's a month's free trial, by all means. So some features, you'll notice some of them...
You can always have the free, can't you?
Oh, absolutely.
You can have free forever. And is it every week or every month, they put some free embroidery designs?
Oh, that's on the brother.eu website. There is a catalogue of 24 designs, and every month one drops off and they put a new one on. So you can go straight on there, download 24 designs, and then next month download another one, and you get another 12 every year. So absolutely brilliant.
You don't need and so you can do that on your mobile phone. If you've got a smartphone, you can just do that. You don't need a tablet.
No, the Artspera is an app, so it works on your tablets and your phones. But the .eu bit I was talking about was a website, so that can be on anything.
Just on a computer. And then you send it wirelessly to your machine, don't you?
Yes, you do.
So if you haven't got a tablet, don't worry, you don't need one. But if you have, then you can
just
really
gives you a bigger space, that's
well,
all.
I'll let you... This is how much I'm enjoying my embroidery. For my birthday, Charlie's got me an iPad. I've never had one before. And I had to get the pencil as well, because I'm going to be using that with the Artspera to design my own embroideries.
Yeah.
And you can do that too, if you want. If you don't, there's thousands of very clever people who've done amazing designs. You don't have to ever do your own if you don't want to.
No, but I'll show you what you can achieve really, really easily. I just wanted to show you you'll see some of the things have got a little blue crown on them. That means that that's a subscription item. I have the full subscription so I can access these things. You don't have to.
Do you have access to all areas?
I have access to all areas. I'm very important. I wish.
Quick question for you. Princess asks, do you have to take apart ready-made items to embroider them, like separate the front from the back? See, with a T-shirt?
It depends on the item that you're doing. I don't know
where you want to embroider.
So, yeah, exactly. So on the jacket, obviously, I didn't, because you can lie it out flat. Now, somewhere on here, it's quite an early design. It might not...
Something like that, you see, you can you can if it's like a pillowcase, you can separate that area off and embroider that. If you can pull the back, so you know it would be harder to get the embroidery down the other end. You might want to make it from scratch then.
Yes,
Things
exactly.
like napkins.
But it's just an undoing of a
bibs.
seam.
Yeah.
Now, this is a prime example. So this is, you get these magazines with free projects on them.
Yeah.
And this is one I've actually done. This is the embroidered jeans, okay? And this is what I love about the projects that are on here. They are I'm very much about accessibility.
Oh, that's lovely.
And how whatever your learning language, they speak it.
Great.
So we've got video, we've got images, we've got a visual of what you need, we've got a written list, and then step by step, the pictures are bigger than the text. That's my kind of how-to.
Yeah.
But you can see here what she's doing is she's unpicking the jeans. Now, if you're going to embroider,
Well, that's a
on
perfect
jeans,
time to ask Princess's question.
Exactly. Well, that's why I brought this one up.
Well
because
done.
if you're going to unpick jeans, little tip, unpick the outside seam, not the inside seam, because the inside seam is the run and fell seam. Twice as much
So
unpicking.
double, gotcha.
And it takes you through step by step, but then you can open the leg, you see, and it's very, very easy to then stitch it on, and then you just stitch the legs back up.
Brilliant.
But you can
This is great, isn't it, the way they do like fully worked projects? Because if you're brand new, actually going through a fully worked project is a great way to learn, and then just run with it.
Yeah.
Few questions to our answer.
Okay.
A quick question and answer series. Yvonne says, what weight of bobbin thread should I use?
For embroidery?
For embroidery.
So I just call it bobbin fill. If you
kind of an
search for
80
bobbin fill, I think we've
80
got
weight
some
or
on the
100
show.
weight?
Bobbin fill is like you get a roll with the machine, so you'll get to know what it is. I end up buying the big massive cones because I get through so much of it.
Debbie says, hi Stuart, what brand of threads do I have to use, please? Not a specific brand, but...
Make sure you use embroidery threads.
Quality.
Good quality embroidery
Good
threads.
quality embroidery.
Because then basically I'll show you what I mean.
And actually, just in terms of the thread, it's not so much that they won't stitch out beautifully. Cheaper thread might still stitch out beautifully, but it produces a lot of fluff, which can end up damaging your machine over quite a short period of time.
It'll probably snap more often,
Yeah,
which
there's
will
that.
affect the quality of your embroidery as well. And also, embroidery thread tends to have this sheen on it, which means that the machine will utilise the thread to create different textures on the embroidery. So it will create maybe animal fur or different satin stitches. There's a little tip if you want. I get fed up that my threads all unravel, so I use loom bands to...
What a brilliant tip. Love it.
If you want to see that, there you go.
That's my takeaway. Brilliant.
If you've learnt nothing else today.
Yeah. Beck says, morning all, I bought some plain white hankies and embroidered a little owl design for Mum for Christmas. A simple design, but it transformed them, and she keeps them for ages. That's really lovely, Bex. I love that idea.
Do you know what? At Christmas, I've got embroidered hand towels for the downstairs loo with Santas and snowmans, and everybody has a place setting with their name and a little Christmas emblem, and it's there for their Christmas dinner. And we've had those for years.
Now, just want to remind you about the amazing deal that we're doing on this brand new machine. This is our brand new launch today. You're getting a machine which literally does everything amazingly well. You've got your incredible sewing machine. We are going to be showing you the sewing features very shortly. You've got an amazing sewing machine. Your sewing machine has got a walking foot, a darning foot, a 1/4-inch patchwork foot. It's also got things like your zipper foot, buttonhole sewing foot, button foot, all the things you would expect, and so much more. You've also got a side cutter foot, which combined with either a zigzag or an over casting stitch will do the job of your overlocker. You've also then got the most incredible embroidery machine. Now look at the sizes of hoops that you can use in your brother. This is not a basic embroidery machine. This is super amazing. The huge, almost A4 sized. But when you think about combining designs, this is incredible. Now, even just as a sewing machine, your machine has got an 8-inch throat space. Oh, there you go. If I'm using it for quilting, what size is the throat space? Okay, so it's 8 inches. Your regular sewing machine is going to be about 6-inch throat space. So this is significantly more space than normal. I would quilt a queen-size quilt in this machine. Yeah. Remember, you've only got to get halfway. It is just incredible. What I find most incredible about this machine are all the things I wasn't expecting with it. I wasn't expecting there to be a side cutter foot attached or included, or a non-stick foot, or even a walking foot and a darning foot, to be fair. You're getting all of those included. It's absolutely amazing.
Should we turn it into a sewing machine?
Let's turn it into a sewing machine. How easy is that to do?
I'm aware we've only really scratched the surface of the Art Spirit app, but I could literally fill an entire show just on that. So let's talk about the machine, all right? Now, I'm going to do it live. So you're not seeing you can see how easy it is. Oh no, it is not my first time, it's all right. But even if it was your first time, it is very, very easy, all right? Now, and I'm doing it live so that you know I'm not just saying that. Now on the screen, it's really important. You know when you have a USB stick and and you're using a USB stick and you have to click eject to take it out safely. And we always obviously do that, don't we?
No.
We're supposed to though, aren't we?
Okay. I didn't even know that.
Did you? You absolutely need to do this step before you take your embroidery unit off.
Okay.
The main thing is storage, right? But I'll explain. On the main menu here, there's a button that says always press when removing embroidery unit. So I'm going to press that. It'll give me a little warning. And what it's done is it's moved the arm to the end, right? And what that means now is when you get your massive box with your sewing machine in there will be another box with a handle and some styrofoam, and it fits this unit perfectly. Do not throw it away, because this part here is the bit you do not want to get damaged. This is the bit that does all the hard work with the embroidery. So if you reset it, you can then store it back in there when you're not using it and you know it's not going to get damaged. Okay, it's a big tip. Now there's a little gap just under the side of the machine. There you go, you can see with my hand, and that fits in there. Now that's the button. There's a little lever, isn't there? There is a button the full size of that. You are not going to miss it. So you press that and you pull away. You should have turned the machine off. Whoops. There we are. I've done that. You pull that away, and that is now your unit ready to be stored. Okay, so I'll pop that over there. And so putting it on is literally doing that in reverse. You just slide in, click it into place. You don't have to worry about the handle. It just clicks into place, and that's it, isn't it? Exactly. You're on. Exactly. Now, there's a little door here. I don't know whether you'll be able to see then, but if not, there's basically a window here that fits the embroidery unit plug. I'm going to slide that closed because that stops lint and dust and things getting in there. Okay, it's going to protect my machine. Now I'm going to bring round the storage caddy. And now it's all going to feel very familiar. Yes. Because we take the accessory box off our sewing machine, don't we, all the time? But if you love storage, look at that. Look at that. And you've got even little slots for your bobbins to go in, because you get 4 bobbins with the machine as well. So that then slides on there. I'm going to turn the machine back on. The only other thing you need to do... Oh, we didn't even cover the laser, did we? No, the laser. The laser. Yes, what is plugged on the back of the machine, right, please? So before I move this foot, I can show you while it's in this stage. So this is part of the embroidery. So this is an intelligent foot. It's called a U+ foot. And what that means is when we're embroidering... Oh, it's not going to let me do it, is it? Because I've taken the unit off. Basically, when you're embroidering, there's a little button you press and it puts a laser point onto your fabric. So when you're like doing those quilting borders, for example, you can line up exactly where you're going to stitch. So it repeats all down the side of your quilt. And it's absolutely spot on. Yeah. So that's not your darning foot for when you're quilting. You get a separate free motion darning foot for quilting with. Yes. Yeah, but when you're embroidering, you use that one. This is your embroidery foot. There's your open toe hopper right darning foot. So that's your usual. So that's good for your free motion, your darning, like you say. And for me, it's everything that it's an open-toed darning foot. You always want open-toed, I think. Well, you can just see more. You can see more. It's so much better. Right, so I've undone the screw and I've taken the foot off, and now I'm putting the ankle on.
One thing while Becky's doing, I'm just going to mention, this machine, like the NV1100, has longer feed dogs and a longer zigzag foot, which means that the contact point between the foot and the fabric is greater, it's longer. It's wider. That's very good. It's very good. I think this is an innovation that needs to spread around other machines because it means more control when you're sewing. The feed dogs and the presser foot together are what are feeding the fabric through. So the more contact you've got, the greater control, the neater, the straighter, the more accurate. And when we're especially doing things like patchwork and quilting, top stitching, quilting, it's what we're striving for, isn't it? And if our machine can do something, it means we don't have to.
Exactly.
It's one less skill that I need, and I still get beautiful results.
Exactly.
Well done if you're checking out your baskets, by the way. You've just saved yourself £500 on the price that you would pay by going to Brother. And actually £100 off the price that you would normally pay here today. 5 split pays available if you want, under £500 to get the machine home. If you went straight to Brother, you'd pay £2,999. Now, on any given day here on Sewing Street, you would pay £2,599, but this is a launch, so we've taken an extra £100 off. Well done you if you've got yours. We have no idea if that's going to be a regular thing. I do know that regularly the price is going to be £2,599. I suppose from time to time we might knock that extra £100 off, we might not, we don't know. But today you're getting an extra £100 off, so go for it.
Absolutely.
Is this the stress test?
This is, yeah, just look at these. I mean, there's obviously fabrics that I don't have here, but...
Wool, tweed, felt, leather.
That's sofa fabric.
Amazing.
But
These are multiple layers. These are 4 layers of fabric.
Yeah, there's a bit of felt.
Organza.
And obviously, if you were doing a proper project, you'd change your needle in the right, you know, you would use the right things.
Do we really need to? I mean, you're going through there pretty well.
Again, test your fabrics, because especially for things like if you're doing some very thick fabrics or very fine fabrics, you don't want your needle to snap and you don't want to be laddering
absolutely
fabrics.
right. Is that Boselin in our form?
This is Boselin.
4 layers.
Yeah. If you're sewing a bag, you're going to be sewing 4 layers plus. You know.
Hello.
Hello.
I think I've just fallen in love all over again. Look at that. I mean, yeah, it's lovely bunting. Yeah, okay, good. That's amazing. Everything from, look, sofa fabric, thick faux leather. This is denim. We've got jacquard. We've got cotton fabric. We've got organza, felt. We've got wool. We've got in our form. And look, 4 layers.
And it would do more. It would definitely do more than 4 layers.
Straight through, no messing about. Absolutely incredible. This is what I said. I didn't intend to buy a combi machine. No. I was happy with my sewing machine, but Guy said, give it a try. It's now my absolute #1 sewing machine.
Yep.
It is fabulous.
Can I tell you about my other favourite thing?
Oh,
I love my knee lifts.
Yes.
And I don't know if you noticed, but I was just stitching there and I kept doing that with my leg. Because I was like, hang on a minute, I haven't put it in yet. You get a knee lift with this. Now, this is a hangover from an industrial machine. And this is there are a lot of elements from industrial machines that have been brought into this domestic machine, for example, the size of the throat,
which we love,
etc. Now, I might have to slide the machine forward slightly. I do apologise. But that just slots in a hole in the front. And when you're sat in a chair, now I can control the presser foot there. Now you get on the front as well, we've got obviously the presser foot button on the front, and we've got cutting your threads. So everything is there. What I love is that you can kind of use your hands. The hands are doing the important thing, which is the guiding of the fabric.
Well, applique and quilting in particular, you're constantly lifting and lowering your presser foot, and it's a game changer.
Yeah.
Well, I know if you've never experienced this before, it won't necessarily have any resonance for you right now, but as soon as you start using them, you wonder how you ever managed before.
Yeah, exactly.
Just amazing.
So it becomes second nature, doesn't it? Muscle memory. Like you're going. That's why I was going, Why? Oh, no, I haven't got one yet.
But like the scissor function, which you've also got, and I think a lot of you will know exactly what I'm talking about here, once you've had one of those, you never want a sewing machine that hasn't got one.
Oh, no. Because you lose your scissors all the time. I'm forever going, where did I put my scissors?
You just get into that bit of and
press the button.
And
exactly.
As soon as it's not there, you're tapping the and it's like, where's the button?
It's the same as the bobbin alarm when it tells you your bobbin's about to run out. And I'm there sewing and I'm going, well, why didn't you tell me an hour ago?
This machine, honestly, it's going to elevate everything you do. And I think especially once you start exploring the machine and go beyond what you've been doing so far, you can really grow
Absolutely.
in all areas. Embroidery, overlocking, quilting, sewing, dressmaking, patchwork and quilt. I mean, it just incredible. Side cutter foot, walking foot, darning foot. Do I get an extension table?
You don't with this one, because obviously with this,
you've got that.
You've got the embroidery.
And this is actually already a lot bigger.
This is a huge working space. But yeah, you get 16 feet with it.
16?
16.
Wowzer. Can we just see the slide again for a second, please, Jo? We've got a slide. It's way too much to read through, but all these feet, including, look, the side cutter, which is going to do the job of cutting the fabric edge off while you're overcasting, effectively doing the same job as an overlocker, but with 2 threads. Now, remember, you've got overcasting stitches that will work on woven fabrics, on stretch fabrics, on lycras, on dancewear, but also on home decor fabrics, on tweed, on wool. You've got your 1/4-inch piecing foot for patchwork, a walking foot, your adjustable zipper and piping foot, but also your regular zipper foot. Amazing. A walking foot, you've got your non-stick or Teflon foot, you've got your free motion quilting foot and your open-toed foot. You've got your button fitting, your blind stitch, your buttonhole. How many buttonholes do we get as standard? 10 buttonholes. And don't forget those decorative buttonholes. Look at these.
Now, these are quite big, but wouldn't they make amazing, like, you know, like for...
On home decor or on a pocket on a coat.
Pockets, or if you have like a sash band that you can feed through.
Yes.
Do you know what I mean?
I do. They're beautiful.
And there's, I think, 4 or 5 different sizes of those that you can do. That's on the embroidery unit.
It's incredible. It's incredible.
Now, I'm going to show you the sewing, how we work the sewing menu, because it's slightly different, obviously, to the other one. It looks different because it's sewing stitches.
Yeah, of course.
However, it's still very intuitive because, you know, oh, look, buttonholes. Probably under there.
Yeah.
We can do multi-directional stitching. We can sew forward and back, obviously.
Yep.
We can sew left and right as well.
Will you show us a bit of that?
Well, I will, but I'm going to show you in a really exciting way.
Cool.
I'm not just going to do any old thing.
I wouldn't expect you to.
No, we've got 291 stitches on
Wow,
here.
200?
291.
Wow.
And they're all here on this, you know, you can scroll through them very easily. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to select a stitch, right? And you can see down the side here that I have got a picture of what that looks like, all right? Now, I need to change my foot because I need I don't really because I'm doing it on a scrap of paper. However, fabric. I can't talk today. Right, now, watch this. Traditionally speaking, decorative stitches on a sewing machine can stitch up to about 7 mil wide. Yep. That's on a traditional sewing machine. This one, because it can sew left and right as well as backwards and forwards, it's got that, I can't remember what they call it, square feed drive system.
Yep.
So it will sew left and right as well as forward and back. We can do decorative stitches up to 39 millimetres
Stop
wide.
it. That's nearly 4 centimetres.
Yep.
So now I'm thinking I've got a 1.5-inch or a 2-inch border on a quilt.
And your sashing.
My sashing, my borders, I could combine these in a wider border because my sewing machine can now sew left and right and forwards and back with the feed dogs.
I also have
That's wild.
This is a stippling stitch that you can do. So if you maybe you're not confident with your free motion yet, and you don't necessarily want to hoop your quilt up. Maybe it's a quilt you made a long time ago and you can't really sort of hoop it up very easily.
Right.
Why not use something like this?
This is wild. This is wild. Look at that.
And if you're anything like me, I love a bit of free motion, but I'm not great at keeping it all uniform.
Consistent.
This has the illusion of in uniformity, but it's actually completely uniform because it's a repeating pattern.
Well, I'm sorry, but I could just sit watching that all day. That's amazing. 39 millimetres wide you're stitching. Regular sewing machine goes up to 7 mil. If you're lucky, you might find a machine that will do a 9 mil monogram.
Yes.
But it'll only be the monogram that it'll do 9 mil, and that's like the MD 1100.
And that's if you've got the right size foot.
Yeah, exactly. This does 39 millimetre wide stitches. That is off the charts. Off the charts.
And these are all built in. So this is a little flower motif that you can do. Now this has also got design your own stitch. Now the design your own stitch, I believe, is only 7 mils. I might not, I'm pretty certain it is. But you can design your own stitch.
And it's easy.
It is easy. I'm going to show you. So there's a...
Can we just have a look though for a second? I mean, I'm just going to show you that wiggle stitch. Look at the side. It's absolutely incredible. Look at the stippling.
If I put a roll of thread next to it for the scale.
Amazing. And then we've got a little bit of an overlap there, but starting to stitch out that flower. You can imagine doing that in a board. I think this is absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing.
So we've got all of these decorative stitches. Now, what was I going to show you? Design your own stitch. Now, here, there's a button with a little pencil. Design your own stitch. Now, when you get the machine, you open it up, you'll find you'll get a sheaf of papers that have these little grids on them.
Yeah.
And what you can do is plot your stitch out on these grids before you start. So you can kind of play around rather than...
So it could be like a pair of scissors, for example, couldn't it?
Absolutely.
A stitch that's a pair of scissors.
Absolutely. So if I wanted to stitch something out, so I'm going to press set to start, okay? And now this is me just doing it very, very quickly. I then want to set a point.
Do you see the pencil is drawing out? So you would plot this out on your squared paper that you get with the machine.
Yeah. So you can do whatever you like. So this is just me messing around.
Yeah.
But you can get...
It's almost like sort of plotting points on a graph, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
So if you think you could manage that on squared paper, you do that first and then you put it into your sewing machine, or you can just go for it like Becky is, and then your sewing machine will just stitch it. And that, whatever you plot, is one repeat. Am I right?
Yes.
And then it will repeat it.
Yeah, that's right.
So wild. I love it. And this is easy. This is easy. Maureen's got in touch. She says, happy birthday, Stuart. Thank you, my love. That's really kind. I transferred one of my grandson's drawings to my brother embroidery machine via the Artspira app. And you can do things like that. You can also, if you've got things like logos or, mottos, things like that, you can do that as well.
The other thing that I quite like about this is, for kids' uniforms.
Yes.
You could physically write their name. I mean, you can do it obviously with the monogrammings as well, but if you wanted to do something a bit more personalised, you can write their name or the grade they're in or whatever, and hey presto, you've got your... There you go. So obviously mine is not an overly well thought out stitch.
I think that's a really cool stitch, Becky. I think that's really...
Actually, it looks all right.
So you can see.
I'm going to copyright that one.
It is this stitch. I think that's really, really cool. It's actually
so
really...
it just repeats it and repeats it.
It almost looks like Sanskrit. It's beautiful.
And what you can then do as well, so once you've finished designing your design...
Great, I love it.
It's brilliant, isn't it? I mean, you're never going to get bored ever with this machine. And we haven't even actually sewn anything. We've just played around.
The sewing left, right, diagonally, that's out of sight as well.
Oh, yeah.
Like if you want to do something like sew a box box. If you're a bag maker, for example, you're sewing a handle on and you want to sew a box with a cross and through, you don't have to turn anything.
No.
You can put your bag handle under and you can sew that box and that X through the middle using the left,
elbow
right.
patches. You don't have to undo your sleeve because you don't have to turn it. You can just slide it onto the sleeve arm and stitch.
Absolutely. It's amazing technology.
It
really
is.
But it's so easy to use and so accessible.
Yeah.
I'm such a technophobe, Becky, and you think, how do I ever get around using these machines? It's because they've never been easier to use.
And the customer helpline, I'm going to say it again, it's normally written on the machine, but I don't know where. But, well, actually, to be fair, there's a QR code. You scan that and it will take you to where you can download your Artspira app, all these other things, and the support line is there.
Yeah.
And you can contact them and they've either got a web page or you can ring them up and talk to them. And it's a UK-based helpline.
Brilliant.
And trust me, I have put them through their paces.
Yes.
They are amazing.
Yeah,
absolutely amazing. The other thing I wanted to just say about designing your own stitch, if you've done a bit, what you can actually do is then press this button down here and you can say, oh, I think I'll add a bit of this in now. Oh, and I think I'll maybe have a bit of that.
So you can combine stitches that are already on the machine.
Yes.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Again, limitless possibilities, limitless possibilities. Now, I just need to give you a little bit of a stock warning here because I have got 7 machines left. When everyone's checked out their baskets, I've got 7 machines left. Now, this is our entire stock that we've got on today's show. It's the launch. This is your opportunity to get it. I think it's fair to say that by the end of the morning, I could have sold out completely. Okay, I don't want you to miss out on saving £500. I definitely don't want you to miss out on saving an extra £100 by buying it today. But I am down to my last 7 machines when everyone has checked out. So have a think. It's 0% interest if you want to choose the split pay option. It's £2,499, but spread over 5 months if you choose that option. 0% interest, £499.80 today gets this machine home. You've got 50 Disney designs, 55 Disney designs already loaded, but access to hundreds more. If you want to and go onto the Artspira app, you can get them. And I mean, there are tens of thousands of embroidery designs out there, not just on the Brother Artspira, but there are all kinds of applique in the hoop. Oh my goodness, I'm obsessed. Absolutely. If you've got AccuQuilt dies, things like the train or the cat or the dog or the stars or the animal, they actually come with embroidery files that you can download to embroider the appliques in the hoop.
Do you know what I saw on one of the socials the other day that I just thought, oh my God, I've never even thought of that. So what you were talking about, like the applique patches, so you can make like sew-on badges, like you used to get in the Scouts, and that kind of thing. Those sorts of patches that, you know, just either adhere on or stitch on. Now, they hadn't embroidered these patches themselves, but somebody had embroidered them for them because they bought these patches. They had a sofa that the cat had scratched up the side. They bought a whole load of floral patches.
Oh, lovely.
And they covered the arm of this chair in these patches. And I'll tell you what, they loved it so much, they decided to cover other bits of the sofa. But they haven't got to replace their sofa.
No,
they haven't got to live with a damaged sofa, and actually they've improved it. And that's the kind of thing you can do when you've got this sort of machine. You can embroider. I mean, I don't know how much you paid for those patches, but it's also a bit of a business in a box, as long as you're not selling the Disney ones.
Designs, yeah.
And actually, I don't know whether I can just flip back to, I want to show you the side cutter foot, but something that I think is really important to show you on the Artspira app, if you're able to see it.
Well done checking out your baskets, by the way. You've just got yourself an amazing, well, all machines in one. Amazing.
If we can't see it, it doesn't matter. Sorry, I've done a curveball. I'll show you that in a minute. I'll show you the side cutter. I want to show you the side cutter. Now, this is the side cutter foot. It's got a little alert sign on it because there's a blade in this foot. There is a blade in there and it's very sharp. And as the needle goes up and down, you can see that the blade echoes it. Okay, so as you're sewing, that blade is going up and down. What we're going to do is run the fabric through, and this blade is going to cut the fabric as we're overcasting it, thus acting like an overlocker. Now, it's a lot slower than an overlocker machine, and it's also going to, it's not necessarily going to tackle as many different fabrics, or, you know, I do a lot of work with stretch, and I use my overlocker to construct the seams, etc. It's not going to do everything that an overlocker will do. Don't think that you're never going to have an overlocker if that's what you want. However, it will bridge that gap, and you can easily spend, even at the lowest, I mean, I think my brother overlocker was about £300, and that wasn't an all singing, all dancing. If you want one of these air threaders,
right, exactly.
Oh, that's like over 1,000.
Well, the thing is, if the thought of threading an overlocker is the thing that puts you off having one, well, do overlocking on your sewing machine with your brother's side cutter foot, your regular threading for your machine, your regular bobbin. I would construct an overlock separately anyway.
Yes, yes.
So, you know, I think they're amazing.
I think and that's what I mean. It absolutely brilliant. Bridges that gap until you maybe are ready for an overlocker. Or you haven't got the storage for an overlocker or the budget for an overlocker.
Let's get it on. Let's have a go. Brilliant.
Will absolutely bridge that gap. Right, so it clips on in the same way as all the other machines, other feet.
Yep.
I'm just going to move the thread out of the way. Make sure that the robot arm is over the, I don't know if that's probably not the technical term, but that's what I call it.
Kind of goes on the needle clamp.
Yeah, that goes on the needle arm. Now, the key with this, I'm going to use the same little bit of fabric, is you just want to snip into the fabric where you're going to be doing your stitching. You just want to snip maybe a couple of centimetres, just under an inch, just to start it off, okay? Now, to get my overcasting stitches, I'm going to go into the first menu, which is sort of your utility stitches. Now, obviously on here, you've got your zigzags and everything else, and there's your traditional overcasting stitches. However, I'm going to scroll past, and can you see, you've got your patchworking stitches there. These ones that have S against them are your side cutter stitches. So these are the ones you want to be using with your side cutter foot. Okay, so I'm going to select just an overcasting stitch. And what I'm going to do is just slot the fabric underneath there and just pull where I've made that little snip, just pull it out to the side. And this is where my knee lift comes in handy, because I can now lower my presser foot without needing to move my hands, okay? And now I can stitch, and what it's going to do, so that's the top speed. Oh, come on. Hang on, I got a bit stuck there. Let's try it. That's better. So it's cutting the fabric as it goes. Ignore that first ½ inch of stitching. It's cutting away the fabric like an overlocker would. And the reason why this is good is and how it's sort of better than just traditional overcasting is as it's overcasting, as it's snipping, it's cutting, it means that it's wrapping the raw edge of the fabric. So you're going to get fewer of those frayed edges. When you're just overcasting, you will always get the odd frayed edge. So
actually, they do a beautiful job. I've been hugely impressed with the side cutter foot.
It's a fabulous foot. Fabulous.
And the other thing as well is if you have happened to got, say, an FS250 as well at home, that foot will fit your FS250 as well. So you can swap it between the machines. So, for example, you might have this machine embroidering, you might be doing some sewing or dressmaking on your FS250. So even though this is a sewing machine, if you have got your brother FS250, I'd hang on to it and use them both together. That finish is amazing.
Isn't that fabulous?
It is terrific.
And
I'm
if
just
you
going
are
to hold it up very slightly.
If you are using that foot on a different machine, you haven't got side cutter stitches, don't worry, you can just use a traditional overcasting foot. It's just this machine comes preloaded with some side cutter stitches.
I think that is a really good finish.
Yeah.
I'm like, who needs an overlocker? I mean, if you want one, get one, of course, you know. I do have an overlocker, but because it's easier, I tend to use my sewing machine. I put my side cutter foot on and I use it. I don't have to get out of my seat. I don't have to get a different machine out. It's lovely when one machine will literally do it all.
Absolutely, and you don't have the stress of it suddenly unraveling and all the rest of it. Right, are we back on? Have
Yeah,
got
we
the
are.
app now? Excellent. There's just something really small that I thought would be really useful to see. So I've gone into embroidery designs, and you can see all the different headings. Now I'm going to go into animals. It's the top one, and I'm going to...
Oh, I love the cat. I love the cat.
Right, so
I do too. I've got a big collection of them. Oh, sorry.
It's all right.
Oh, look at all the cats.
Look at all the cats. But basically, you can select animals, right? So this is all of the different stitches. I mean, it's just thinking about it. There's loads and loads and loads, thousands and thousands in this menu, right? Now, some of them have got the subscription little crowns. Some of them haven't. How do you know they're going to fit your hoops on your machine? If you go to filter in the top corner, all right, now you can see membership type, embroidery frame, thread colour number. So you can even pick ones that have maybe only got 5 colours in them. You've only got 5 rolls of thread.
Yeah.
So pick ones that have just got 5 colours.
Well, let's say you make and sell, and you want to know that you can use this embroidery. You can use the display commercial
use only. And this is why I wanted to show you, because if you do think, actually, do you know what? I could make a living using this machine.
You absolutely could.
Here we are, membership, look, Artspira Disney free. So if I'm just using the free app, I can select the free. Now I'm only going to see the free designs.
Oh, cute. I love the Explorer cat and kitten.
Oh, there,
That's
yes.
fab.
They came out Father's Day last year. They were new ones.
Really
so they
cute.
give you new ones all the time. If I go back into there, so
Grumpy
embroidery
Bear.
frame.
Grumpy Bear. Did you see the face on it?
Here I can go into frame size, and I can select 16 by 26, because you can see there's all these different frame sizes. So now I know everything that I get shown will work on my machine. Okay? And then again, like you say, if you want to do it as a business, you can press display commercial use only, filter, and now I know that I can use any of these designs that are here from these. This is just the animal section.
Yeah.
That I can use any of these, copyright free. I can make and sell to my heart's content without any worries.
And remember, this is just on the Artspira app, but there are hundreds of thousands of embroidery designs out there that you can get for free, or that you can get for a few pence or a few pounds. All you need to check is that the language is correct in terms of communicating with your brother machine.
You want a PES file. That's what you're looking for, PES.
And embroidery designers pretty much always do PES, don't they?
Well, what you tend to do, so the various different sites that create your own thing, and you can buy from them. And I've bought some from there before, and generally speaking, they'll send you the same design in all the different formats, and you just use the one that works with your machine. So, but I mean, you've got over 300 designs, non-Disney designs in this machine anyway.
And
plus
55?
full editing, 55 Disney designs, all of those quilting borders, and you can create your own by adding in and taking away and downloading from USB. You are never, ever going to run out of things to embroider.
Absolutely incredible, incredible machine. Not like shampoo and conditioner doing opposite things. This sort of perfect unity of doing everything that complements every aspect, sewing anything from foam and tweed and voile and organza, denim, you name it, upholstery weight fabrics. Loved the embroidery on denim. So many possibilities. You've got 2 huge hoops, but you've also got the capabilities of an incredible sewing machine that can sew in all directions with the feed dogs. Wild. Absolutely wild. You've got all those alphabets. You've got all of those buttonholes. I need to let you know now, I have 2 machines that are not in baskets. 2 machines. If everybody who's got it in their basket now checks out, I've got 2 left. Someone's going to miss out today, I feel sure of it. It doesn't need to be you. If you check out your basket, use the split pay if you want. It's just an option you tick as you're checking out, and you'll get it home in 5 to 7 days. Get exploring. See what this machine can do for you. It literally does it all. Walking foot provided, darning foot, it's in the box. Everything you need. It's just Wonderful. Becky, it's been an amazing hour and a half.
It's been so much fun. I've loved it.
And thank you for showing us just a toe in the water.
We've scratched the surface. We really have.
Yeah, but already I can't wait to get back to my studio and start sewing in all directions.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much, Becky. It's been a
you.
treat. Right, don't forget you can explore the Art Spirit app for free. Just download it from your app store and have a look. All right, we're going to go to a break. Check out your baskets during the break, won't you? And when we come back, I'll be joined by the fabulous Lynn Goldsworthy with a gorgeous William Morris quilt.
When you hear the term half-square triangle, or HST, it refers to a simple way to create two identical triangle shapes from a fabric square. Start with two squares of fabric, any size, and place one on top of the other, aligning the raw edges. Using a ruler and a fabric pen, mark a diagonal line from corner to corner. Then mark a second line 1/4 inch on either side of the diagonal. Pin the fabric together to keep it secure, then sew along the two outer lines that you marked. Now carefully cut along the first diagonal line you drew. Press the seams flat using the heat from an iron. Use washi tape to align your ruler and trim away any excess fabric. And there you have it. Your half-square triangle is ready to use.
Are you ready for a creative journey? Stay right where you are, because from 1 p.m. to 9 p.m, Hobbymaker is here to inspire the crafter in you. Join us for an exciting lineup of crafting demonstrations, exclusive deals and expert tips that will spark your imagination. Whether you're a seasoned pro or just starting out, there's something for everyone. And you're in safe and crafty hands as we work with the biggest brands the crafting industry has to offer. So grab your favourite drink, get cosy and don't miss a moment of fun. Stay tuned and make sure you keep it right here and let Hobbymaker fuel your passion for creativity. See you at 1 p.m.
Now we're ready to sew a seam. It's really important when you sew a seam on a garment that you backstitch at both the beginning and the end. In that way your seam will stay strong and you don't have to spend time tying fiddly knots or stitching ends in. This is how you do it. Line up on your seam allowance. We're going to go forwards and then we're going to reverse a little. Carry on to the end of your seam. Don't forget to reverse at the end as well. There's your first seam sewn.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to sewingstreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
Nesting seams is a really good way of getting perfectly matching seams. We use them a lot in patchwork, but they're also really good for dressmaking as well. So I've sewn these two separate pieces of fabric together and I want to join them. So what you do for nesting seams is press the seam allowances over to one side. So with this one, I'm going to press them over to the left. So you could do that from the wrong side. I also like to give it a little press from the right side, just gives it a neat finish. Now, with the other seam, I'm going to press this one over to the other side. So the seams are pressed over to that way, and then I'll give it a little press from the right side. Then you take the two seams, and because I want them to sit exactly one on top of the other, if you take the top fabric and pull it very gently, it stops. It stops just there, and that's the nesting of the seam. Because the seam allowance is higher this side on this one, and higher on this side, it makes the seam nest. So all you have to do now is pin, then sew them together.
Hey, welcome back, everybody. Lynn Goldsworthy is
Hi.
in the house.
Back again for this.
Love it. Ah,
I know.
this is stunning.
And huge.
Just to give you a sense of perspective, look. It's big. Now, this quilt is hung on its side.
Yes.
Because most of it would have been on the floor otherwise. It is 80 inches by 96. So normally we'd have it 80 by 90, but you can imagine it would have been down on the floor. This is a beautiful bed quilt.
I know, and it's massive. It's so big, but I think it's a quick make, believe it or not. Despite its size, it's actually probably one of the easiest quilts I've ever looked at making. I didn't make this, but I did make a sample block, and it's very quick and easy.
Quick. And also, it is an amazing showcase quilt for showing off beautiful William Morris fabrics.
Yeah, and the way they've done the blocks, they've
Very
done it so
clever.
that you don't cut into these pieces too much, so you get great big chunks of the design rather than having choppy sections of it.
Yeah.
So you really get to see the prints properly.
Yeah, it doesn't distort them, does it?
No,
It's
no.
actually very cleverly done.
Exactly. It's not lots of little pieces. It's just mainly 2 big triangles for each block and then that pieced section in the middle, which is
Very
actually
clever.
incredibly quick and easy to piece.
Yeah, yes, it's not the construction that I thought. I thought it would be lots of strips sewn together,
no,
but that would have really chopped up the prints.
Yeah, no, it's quite quick and easy. Per
really
block,
clever.
it is quick and easy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, the quilt is called Crossroads. Bang, 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 bang. Have I taken you back? It is called Crossroads. And let's dive in. Let's dive in.
I feel like there should be music when you open a new kit.
Ba-da, ba-da, bum,
But not
bum.
Crossroads music.
Not that music. Oh my
Issue
goodness.
and everything.
Oh, it's a big old gorgeous. That
Like your
is-
birthday, isn't it?
It really is a
Yeah,
birthday
yeah.
present to me or to you. Oh, goodness me, look at this. Now that is a stunning bundle of fabrics. This is all from the Emery Walker's House collection.
Oh, okay.
From William Morris, yeah. So Emery Walker was a contemporary of William Morris. I believe they worked together. You can visit Emery Walker's house. It's amazing. You can do a virtual tour of Emery
Lovely.
Walker's house as well.
You know so many things, Stuart.
Fun things.
Lots
fun
of
things.
things.
These are such beautiful, and they are big cuts of fabric.
They're a very, very generous half metre.
Oh, are they?
Yes, they are more than a half metre. Or I think in my kit, certainly, the minimum was half a metre and some were more.
That is one of my favourite fabrics.
Same.
The
Love
beauty
it.
of life.
Love it.
Ah, absolutely gorgeous. I'm not going to open them all out to their full width because it's taking too long because there's so much fabric. Look, absolutely glorious. The best part of this quilt is it shows off every individual beautiful fabric to its full advantage. You're not slicing and dicing the fabric till it becomes unrecognisable. The construction method is actually very, very clever, and it shows off the fabrics beautifully. I'm going to have to start a second row because there's so much gorgeous fabric. That is absolutely stunning. Now, let's talk about the price while I finish off setting out the fabric. This is a big quilt. It's 80 inches by 96 inches, okay? However, because of the pattern, I actually think this would be a lovely quilt to walking foot quilt. Following those diagonal piecing lines and echoing them outwards.
That's what I would do if I was
Would
quilting
you do the
this.
same?
The only other thing I would say is with a quilt this big, normally I like to persuade people to quilt their own quilts, but I would say with a quilt this big, I would say go ahead and get it done by somebody else if you want. Get it done by a long arm.
Yeah,
because
give it
it
long
is
arms.
somebody might be put off making it because it's so enormous and difficult to quilt. So this could be a contender for long arming.
Yeah, you could.
I'd do it on my domestic machine, but I
Yeah.
think if you felt intimidated by the size, that's always a good option for finishing a quilt.
Yeah,
that's
totally agree.
That's going to be a struggle through your machine.
Yeah, totally agree with you. Totally agree. You could, of course, as well, make this smaller. So, for example, if you did 5 blocks by 3, that would make a very nice lap quilt. 5 blocks by 4 would make a great twin. You could do 5 by 5 and have a square, or 4 by 4. Now, of course, the other, because you've got 5 by, is it 5 by 5?
5 by 6.
5 by 6, 30 blocks. You could actually make 2 smaller quilts out of the fabric.
Yes, you could. You could even shrink the size of the block, because these blocks are 16 inches. You could have a smaller version. You'd need to do a little bit of quilt maths, but you could have a smaller version and have 12-inch blocks.
But then I'm even thinking like you could do 3 by 5.
Totally.
Yeah.
You totally could.
So that would be up to here.
Yeah.
That quilt, and that would still be 80 inches deep.
Yeah.
But it would be 3 blocks wide.
So 3 times 46.
48.
3 times 16.
Yeah, 48 inches.
Gosh, that was quick.
48 by 80, and you'd get 2 quilts.
Yeah, yeah,
Let's
great
do the
idea.
crash. Should be £229.99. We're going to take it under £200. £199.99 for 2 William Morris quilts.
Yes, or one very, very big one.
Right.
Yeah.
£199.99. Oh, Hannah. Hannah's just said it's your birthday weekend, Stuart. Does that mean we're going to do something extra?
Oh, it's your birthday weekend, and I brought
Who
you a
knew?
present with me. So we're going to take this moment for me to give Stuart his birthday present.
Oh, are you?
Yes.
Oh,
Happy birthday,
a present for me
Stuart.
and a present
Yes.
for you. £179.99. £179.99.
Oh, wow, it's gone down again.
Now it's your birthday too.
Wow, it's everybody's
Oh,
birthday.
can I open this now?
Yes, you can.
Oh, wow. Oh, stop. Look. Handy little Stu. Oh, look, it's a bobblehead.
Of you.
But it's me.
Yeah, it's Stuart Hillard as a little Funko Pop.
Oh, Lynn, that is absolutely brilliant. Do you remember a few weeks ago?
That's what the inspiration was.
Ben did a slide, the handy little Stu, every sewing room needs one, and you made one. Oh, Lynn. Oh, that's so lovely. Oh, nobody wants to see a grown man cry. Oh, that is amazing. Absolutely brilliant. My head is about that same size in proportion to my body as well.
It is. They made it in proportion. I sent you
Amazing.
photos, yeah.
Absolutely amazing. Well, I get a handy little Stew. You get an extra crash on the price. Thank you so much.
Happy birthday.
Oh, wow, I love him. I love him. And you also, look, get this incredible quilt pattern, kit, fabric, 2 quilts if you want. 2 quilts and cushions if you want. 1 amazing big quilt if you want. Half the stock is gone or in baskets. It's absolutely amazing. And what a showcase of the fabric. And actually, I thought the fabric was going to get sliced up into little bits. It's not like that at all. You really preserve the patterns. You really preserve all this beautiful fabric and show it off to glorious effect. Very, very clever. Love it.
Yeah, I do too. What a great quilt that would be to have on your bed.
Yeah.
And it's big. It's big
It
enough to go
is.
on your bed. Most of my quilts are not that big, but that would really go properly on a bed, cover it properly.
It really would. It
Yeah.
really would. And I agree with you about definitely get it long-armed if you want to get it long-armed. But just because of the construction, I think it would look really nice quilted with straight lines, using your walking foot, and then you're literally going from one side of the quilt to the other. So even though it's a big quilt, you've only got to position it on your table, so right across. You're not trying to constantly turn.
It would definitely be doable on a domestic machine, and you could easily follow these diagonals and then follow them at the same distances apart. It would be quite straightforward to quilt, and I think it would work really well with a sort of crosshatch of diagonal lines, which is one of my favourite quilting patterns.
For everyone.
Yes, totally.
And of course, with modern quilt battings as well, you can quilt them 8, 10 inches apart. So actually, you don't need to do a lot of quilting if you don't want to make your quilt beautiful, functional, and last a lifetime.
Yes, because if you quilt it densely, I love dense quilting, but it does make the quilt a bit stiffer, whereas if you quilt it with lines a long way apart, it makes it much sort of softer and more cuddly, doesn't it? Yeah.
Thinking exactly the same thing. Just look at all this beautiful fabric you get in your kit. You do, of course, get your full pattern as well. You get your full construction method. Lots of you still with this in your basket. Do remember to check out. It's not yours till you do. And remember also, you might well buy this quilt kit and win £250 worth of quilting goodies to go with it. Mickey from Ceredigian's message to say, happy birthday, Stuart. This is a fabulous offer, and I'm so looking forward to giving it a go. Thank you. Love the crafting Cockney. Love that.
Cockney and Ceredigian.
Love that. Love that.
Great.
Brilliant stuff. Yeah. Thank you so much for the birthday wishes as well, Mickey. That's really fun. Gorgeous. Love, love, love that. Could you show us a little bit of how to make the quilt, please, Lynn?
Yes, and I will say that it is probably, if I was going to make the whole quilt, which I still might, it's probably the simplest quilt I've ever made. I made one block and it's incredibly simple. So this would be amazing for a beginner. I think, or, you know, somebody more advanced could just make it really quickly.
Sure.
The one thing you have to watch out for, which I would say the one thing I kind of would concentrate on if you were making this, is that a lot of these fabrics are directional, and what that means is they've got a sort of up and a down. Let me find you an example of that. So, for example, this one, you can see here, I'll lay it out on the table, that you've got birds here. So you want, in the finished quilt, you want these birds to go upright. So either you want to follow the exact layout of the quilt that you've got here, or create your own layout, but make sure that the diagonals go the right way. So you'll have some cut on the diagonal top left to bottom right and some cut on the opposite diagonal. So that's the kind of one thing you have to concentrate on when you're making this.
The only thing I think, Lynn, I don't mean to be contradictory. I only think that, like, if it's going to hang on a wall, I agree.
Yes.
But once it's on the bed, if they're upright when I walk in the room, they're upside down when I get in bed.
That's
and
true,
do you know
actually.
what I mean?
That's true.
The quilt will change direction.
No, you're right, actually.
So I never beat myself up if I don't get it right.
Even if you made it square, then it kind of has no direction.
Right, yeah.
So then you wouldn't really need to worry. You're right. The pattern,
but I know what you're saying.
The pattern takes you through left and right. And
Yeah.
I was kind of trying to work out why that would be, first of all, because when you cut a square and a half on the diagonal, there isn't a left and right, but it's because that some of the prints are directional. But you're right. It's not the end of the world if you've got birds lying on their side.
No.
They'll survive.
Because we've hung the quilt side on.
Yes.
So everything that was the right way up now isn't.
No,
and I
you're
still
right.
look the quilt.
So we need to look at it kind of like this. But that's one thing I was going to say. The other thing I was going to say was what you could do is, obviously you can follow this layout exactly if that's what you want to do, but I kind of quite like doing my own layouts of quilts. So when you're cutting all of the little bits and pieces, you'll have some extra little square pieces left over. And what you could do is just take a square or a couple of squares of each fabric and then lay them out on a kitchen table or on the floor or wherever, and just make your own layout, really. And then you could mark on those which direction these blocks have to go in on each piece, and that would be the kind of guide you would have to making the whole quilt. And what I tend to do when I do a layout like that, when I'm working out a layout and I want to keep track of block A1, block A2, block A3, is I take a photo of it so that I can keep coming back to the photo to work out exactly what goes where. Or you can also label them with little stickers stuck on with pins or whatever.
I'm with you though on that. I'll lay it out, take a picture, and then I look at my photo to check if I've got the
Same. It's such an easy way to refer back to it. But I don't think you can go wrong with this. I think however you laid the blocks out, they're all going to work together. So I don't think you can go wrong. But it's just if you like playing with layout. I always quite like to do my own layout.
Yeah, me too.
With something like this. But let me show you. I've got a block that I've made already. So let me show you, first of all, how that goes. So basically what you've got is, let me get it the right way up. This is one big triangle. This down here is one big Triangle, and then in the middle you've got these. Oh, that's the wrong hand. You've you've got these squares.
I do love that you're now wearing a quilt block.
I know. Now I'm going to have. I'm going to be covered in threads now. We're wearing a dark blue jumper. That was not good. Right. So let's wear this. So you've got these squares coming down the diagonal here, and that's all there is to this block. That's how simple it is. So let me show you what you do to get started. So I'm going to pick this gorgeous Bluebirds fabric, and we have to cut a width of fabric strip. So that is from one selvage to the other, and you've got them folded like this. And actually, you could just lay it on your cutting mat, folded like that, and make this cut. You can just go for it. Yeah, you don't need to pre-press anything because it's quite well folded. So I've got to do 14 7/8. And I know lots of people hate doing 7/8. So here's what I do, is I do 15. So I'm literally going to count this on the board. 3, 6, 9, 12, 15. So that would be 15 inches. And then I'm just going to bring it back 1/8. So one little notch on your ruler, and that takes you to 14 7/8. So that's the easiest way to do that. And then you cut this piece off, and this piece here is completely spare. So from every single print,
Ooh.
I know, and I always think it's nice to work out what you've got spare, because then you
Can I
start
be your
thinking.
friend?
Yes, you can if you're really, really nice to me.
Yeah,
It hasn't been the case so far today.
Oh, chuck it this way. I'll look after it
Okay,
for you.
you look after it for me.
Oh!
So just so you know, I always like to know what you get left over. You get at least one of every single print of those. So that's
Very
another
nice.
project right there. Then you want to cut this piece that you've already cut into two 14 7/8 of an inch squares. So I would fold it in half because I just think it's easier cutting a shorter distance. So fold it raw edge to raw edge. You're going to take that selvage off first. If you're a selvage lover, you want them to take a little bit more than just the selvage, because I know there are people who like
I've
to take...
just been making bags with selvages.
There are a
I'm
lot of people who
obsessed.
love selvages. And this is, I mean, look how beautiful, the beautiful selvage you'd get here. I don't keep selvages. Let me just move that. No, let me get a bit more centered here so you can see what I'm doing.
Oh, quick bit of housekeeping. Remember, when something's in your shopping basket, it isn't yours yet until you've checked out. So you need to actually go through the checkout process to make it yours. I know we've had a customer who's messaged and said, well, I think I've bought it. You haven't yet. It's still in your basket. If you go to checkout, you'll see it's still there. If you check out your basket, and you'll be fine. Thank you. Sorry, Lynn.
No, that's okay. So back to where we were. I'm going to take the selvage off. Then I want to cut two 14 7/8 inch squares. So I'm going to do exactly the same as I did last time, which is to count 15. I mean, if I was good at maths, I could do this in reverse, taking away from 24, but I can't. So I'm going to count 15. 3, 6, 9, 12, 15. Line my ruler up against the 15-inch section, and then just go back one notch. So I'm just going back 1/8 of an inch, and that's what I've got there. I've got my two squares. Now, you then want to cut these in half on the diagonal, and this is the point where if you want to keep the whole thing... Gosh, I must have cut that wrong. That's not quite a square. Anyway, imagine I've cut it right. 3, 6, 9, 12, 14. Cut it slightly small. Don't worry about that. We'll just make it a square, and we will pretend that didn't happen.
Don't do this at home.
Don't do this at home. When you're at home, measure twice, cut once. Don't do what Lynn did and do her maths all wrong. So let's just take this down so it is actually a square. Okay, so now what you're going to do is you're going to cut this in half on the diagonal, and this is the point where you'll want to take care that you've got the square facing the right way, if that's something that's going to concern you. If it's not going to concern you, then don't worry too much, but you need to cut these. So I'll just pick one of them, cut it in half on the diagonal, and so I'm going to go corner to corner, lay that out on the mat, and cut that in half like that.
Oh, interesting. I love watching how other people do things.
I like watching how other people do things. I just think it's
totally differently.
Well, you would have gone with a longer ruler.
Long ruler.
Yes.
You've got a short ruler, so.
Well, I've got a short, and also on my sewing table at home, I don't have an enormous amount of cutting space, so
Very
I do a lot
practical.
more sort of folding. And so as you can see, that's where we're going here. We've basically got these two pieces, and we need to make the strip down the middle.
And now all of the birds are in the right direction.
Now the birds are in the right direction, exactly. And if you've got one going that way and one going that way within your pattern design, then you'll cut them each in different ways. Now I'm going to have to slightly cheat and go back to the square I cut for another print, because as you may have noticed, I cut this one to the wrong size, so I can't actually use this one in my demonstration. But I have a square here, and I will cut that in half, and then I will be making effectively the same square as I made before, which I showed you at the beginning, but these pieces are actually the right size. So that's what I'm going to be making.
Okay.
Sadly, I'm not making with that lovely bird print, but that's my fault for not taking the time to count properly. Right.
Well, you know, we all do it, and it's just
I know.
Make one block with your stash first before you cut into your...
I know, that is really good advice, particularly on something like this, where you've got the fabric to cut 2 squares from each print.
Yeah.
So it's good to get in your head exactly what you're doing, but it's so easy to make a cutting mistake.
Is. You've got leftover fabric, but not enough to cut
another
a
square. But if I'd done that at home and I'd cut the square too small, I would literally just patchwork on some extra fabric. Yes. And in the finished quilt, it's patchwork.
Patchwork.
It never really matters. Those are the kind of things, they're annoying when they happen. You just have to find a way around it.
Yeah, you do.
And not get too upset about it, because I always think it's only patchwork.
I'm never going to be the person on the internet at 2 a.m. trying to buy a fat eighth of fabric from, you know, Venezuela, because it's the only place that's still stocking it.
No, I know.
I'll just put a substitute.
Exactly, there's always a substitute.
Or sew 2 bits of fabric together.
And yes, and patchwork was always lots of old people's old dresses anyway, so it wasn't supposed to be the perfect matchy thing. And actually a quilt like that, I like that it has that feel.
Yes, it does.
That it's not a perfect matchy, it doesn't come, you know, like my quilt before, the Dresden one, is oranges and blues, whereas this is, it's lots of different prints, as if you'd sort of pulled them out of your dressmaking leftovers drawer.
Well, it's got a lovely kind of gorgeous, cosy, warm, rich feel to it, hasn't it? Well done if you checked out your baskets, by the way. You've made 2 massive savings on this quilt pattern. Remember, you've made an extra saving just because it's birthday weekend. You've also been entered into a prize draw to win £250 worth of amazing sewing goodies, including a lamp. Get some lighting.
Oh, I don't have a decent lamp, I have to say. When I sometimes see on here, and you've got these amazing lamps, I think I'll invest.
So you've got 2 triangles.
So I've got 2 triangles, and we then cut from the remainder, and I'm going to have to do this from the remainder of the blue fabric, but it's not the piece I showed you that's spare, it's the piece that's from the 14 and 7/8 inch strip. And let me check I've got this the right way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Okay, so that's the right length. And you're going to cut 4. So what I'm doing is I'm folding it in half and in half. So I've got, it'll be 2 strips there and 2 strips there. You're going to cut 4 2 and 7/8 strips. So again, we're going to do exactly the same thing, which is to go to measure 3 inches on your ruler or on your cutting mat, and then you'll go back 1/8 of an inch.
It's a really good tip, I like that.
Yes, because I just think a lot of people, and when I first started quilting, the whole 5/8, 7/8 thing, I just thought, no, that's too complicated, I can't do that. I can do 3, I can do 2.5.
Yep.
But if you just go back 1, then it's easy to remember what you're doing.
So go to the nearest whole inch and then just shuffle back a tiny bit.
That's what I do, yes, exactly, exactly.
Oversubscribed on this quilt kit now. Need to check out your baskets, otherwise you will miss out. It's not yours till you do. Sue says we could all do with a handy little stew in our sewing room.
Exactly.
Oh, I'd get annoying after a while.
Yes, that's true.
Once I got hungry, if you didn't feed me...
Oh, do you get a bit grumpy when you're hungry?
Unbearable, I get hangry.
Really?
Well, I try not to, but Charlie occasionally will look at me and say, are you hungry? I'm like, oh, sorry.
Oh, and it's because you've been misbehaving.
Been a bit miserable.
Charlie has to manage you a little bit.
Just a little bit.
He's good, isn't he?
Yes, he is. He's very patient.
Is he?
Charlie is very easygoing.
Oh, I like
has a lovely sense of humour as well, which I think easygoing and a lovely sense of humour. It's like, yes,
those are
just marry me already.
Qualities,
yeah,
exactly. Sense of humour is a big one.
Everything.
For sure, yeah.
Everything.
Yeah, but easygoing.
If you can laugh about stuff, you've kind of got it made, haven't you?
Absolutely, yeah, totally agree with that. So back to me. Enough about you. So carrying on, we're going to cut these strips into 2 and 7/8 inch squares. So I've put the strips this way on the board so I can carry on cutting like that. And we do exactly the same as before. So 3 inches and then go back a notch. So that'll get you 4 squares, 8 squares, and we need 14 in total. You'd think it would be 16, but actually you'll see why it's only 14. But if you cut 16, that's fine. You know, you've got some spares. So we've got... And then what I was saying before about making your own little layout, you see, you've got these pieces left over. So if you wanted to make your own little layout, you could just kind of use these.
Ooh.
Do you know what I mean? Like to do like a little mini...
Some little cushions?
Yeah, yes, or just to do your own layout.
Oh, yeah.
That's just, you know, that's a way to do it and to look at it and to see it.
What you mean.
Do you see what's using these almost as sort of dummy big patches?
Yeah.
Because actually doing a layout with really big squares, sometimes you don't have the space. It's a workout. And have you got a big sitting room floor? Have you got a super king bed? You know, to do.
Got a ballroom.
Have you got? Yes, exactly.
I mean, not everyone does.
I mean, I obviously have a number of ballrooms, but in my small 4-bed estate house. Right, carrying on to wherever I had got to, goodness knows where that is. We are now going to cut these bits here. So for these, dead easy to cut these because you just have to cut a 2.5-inch strip, or for the whole quilt, a number of 2.5-inch strips. So those are, to me, that's like an easy thing to cut.
Sure.
Because we cut those all the time for binding and for all sorts of 2-inch piecing. So again, I would have this folded so that I've got 2 lots of fabric together. So I'm cutting through 8 layers. But if you're not crazy about cutting through that many layers, just do it one section at a time. You don't have to do it all at once. But I do think if you can work towards cutting more at once, you can speed up your quilting, can't you?
You can.
But don't put stress on yourself to do it. But it's just if you're wanting to sort of, you know, take yourself from GCSE to A level. Do you know what I mean? Like one of the skills is cutting through 8 layers. Yeah. But make sure your blade is sharp. Oh my gosh. Mine does not sound as sharp as it needs to be. I think it didn't quite go through. So there we have those. And these you are going to cut into 8 2.5-inch squares per block. So again, I'll fold those so that I can cut them all at once. So I'll be cutting again through, I've lost track of how many layers I'm cutting.
8 layers.
I think it's 8 layers, so I'll be cutting them 8 at a go. So 2.5 inches, lots of 2.5-inch squares. And this is one of those things, once you've made your test block, you'll be able to cut lots of these strips and cut them all in one go in a sort of what I think of as sort of factory work, you know, where you start to go into kind of automatic mode and you cut lots and lots for more than one block at a time. So these are going to be the little cream squares that go down the centre of the quilt block. And alongside these, pretending that I had cut them from the blue fabric, these are actually the green fabric ones I had from before, because remember, I've got to make the green block because I messed up my cutting. So then you've got these 2 7/8-inch squares, and we're going to cut these in half on the diagonal, because you can see that from this block here, let me just show you, you will put these triangles down this piece here, so they'll be on either side of these squares, and that'll make that centre section. And it does say in the pattern to kind of be concerned about getting those the right way up, but I honestly think those are so small.
I agree.
I wouldn't worry about that at all.
I wouldn't.
I mean, the big ones, maybe, but not those little small ones. You would never see. But, you know, it depends on how much of a perfectionist you are.
Yeah.
You could take note of that. I would probably not worry about taking note of that. Right, so I need 7 of these.
Stock is dwindling. Do check out your baskets, please. Way more people now putting the quilt kit into their basket, which means those of you that have had it lingering there for a while, you may end up missing out. You could make 2 smaller quilts out of this kit if you prefer. You could do one version that was maybe 4 blocks by 5. That would be lovely. Then you've got enough fabric to make 10 more blocks. Or you might say, well, I'll make that quilt and then I'll use the other fabric to make a different quilt pattern. I have to follow the pattern.
I totally agree. I mean, if you think you've got, I can't remember how many prints it is, must be 15 of these. There's a lot you can do with that.
Really
Those
is.
are decent sized pieces that you've got left over.
Yeah,
so there's a lot you can do with those.
Yeah.
Which I like when you finish something and then
They're
you
not
think,
scraps,
well,
are they? You could buy fabric like that.
they're not scraps. You could do exactly. They're kind of, I don't know if they're long quarters or whatever, but they're a decent size.
Yeah.
But you could make cushions to go with it, or like a bed runner or something like that. I mean, you can make something decent with that.
Yeah, you could.
So I've got my set of 2 7/8-inch squares. Not that easy to say, honestly. and you cut those in half on the diagonal. And what I'll show you is I'll show you how we're going to piece these, and then it'll probably make sense to you what we're doing. So we're going to lay those out. Let's just make a bit of space in a diagonal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7. Oh, don't quite fit, but you get the idea. And then the triangles will go down the side. So you'll see that the first square has just one triangle. Every other square until the last has 2 triangles, and that's how we'll lay them out. So again, once you've got your head around what it is you're putting where, you can go into, you know, that kind of factory mode where you chain piece these pieces. But I just, the first one I did, because it's all, I would always make a test block. I don't know about you, Stuart, but I always make a test block because you
genuinely do.
Because you have assumptions in your head, and then you get to make the block and you realise I had misunderstood actually what I was doing, and I need to rethink that.
Even my own instructions.
Totally. Even when I've got a block and I think I know what I'm doing.
Yeah.
And sometimes I forget whether it's 2 inches or 4 inches, and I'll make things at the wrong size. Yeah. So I just think it's worth it for the first one, and then once you've done the first one, you can honestly go into kind of super speed piecing.
Factory mode.
Go into factory mode, and then this.
Would I have to wear a hairnet?
You have to wear a hairnet, you have to wear protective shoes, and you have to wear a hazmat suit.
I went on a tour, you know, like Coleman's Mustard.
I do know
when
Coleman's
I taught
Mustard.
in Norfolk,
yes.
Coleman's used to do quite a lot of educational support.
Yeah.
And they did a science pack on materials. And I went to the factory, and we had to go on we went on a factory tour, which was fascinating. And everyone had to wear like a hairnet and things like that. And I had to wear what they called, no word of a lie, a muzzle. A muzzle to stop me biting. No, it wasn't for that. Because I got a beard. Oh. And it was like a neck curtain balaclava. Oh, no. Then I had a hairnet and a hat and to protect the mustard from me.
From your beard hair,
from
basically.
my beard hair.
Oh, my gosh.
Falling in the mustard.
Do you have photos of yourself like that? Could you dig them out? Could you share them on here next time I'm on? Please, please.
Nope.
If you can get a photo like that, I'll give you that small piece of fabric here, okay?
No.
That piece there?
I'll think about it.
Okay, good. Right, now I'm going to try to do a 1/4 inch foot all by myself, and I probably can. So I go 0.6. That's it, simple as that, and I'm done. Okay, brilliant. And we don't need a particularly short seam here. So we literally are going to be sewing that same thing all the way down the side here. So this is where you're back into lovely chain piecing. So once you get started, you can just relax into it and do the same after the same after the same all the way down here.
But I've got to say, Lynn, I wouldn't, especially not my first block, try and chain piece. I would do one patch together, place it back where it came from, then pick up the next one and sew it and place it back.
I think you're right, actually.
My brain wouldn't compute that.
No, and I do think, I don't know if you find this, but anything where you've got half square triangles, whether you've got like single ones like this or a block, oh my gosh, they always end up in the wrong direction.
I'd sew the
wrong
seam. Yeah.
Yes. That's actually a good point. For the first block, do it piece by piece. No, I think that is a good point, because they could go on.
And then you get the muscle memory, don't you? You know which
side. You know what you're doing. You know that it goes upside down this way and with that triangle pointing that way. So I'm sort of on a roll now, so I'm going to keep going, but I think your advice is actually better to do it piece by piece.
Tea break! Everybody out!
I have no idea what's
You're
going on now.
You're in factory mode. I'm going on tea break.
Oh, I see. Oh, okay. I didn't get that. I thought
Keep up, Lynn Goldsworthy.
Honestly, I'm so busy here sitting in my... I've gone into, like, mentally factory mode, where actually my brain doesn't do anything useful. It just is in sort of neutral, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm just off to put my muzzle on.
I'm just... I'm gliding along the motorway in the middle lane, if you know what I mean. Going at 60, holding the traffic up.
That's you, is it?
But always, no. I'm get very grumpy with people who do that. My son went on a school trip to Waitrose, and there was a guy gave them a sort of general chit-chat and a talk, and they said, any questions, anybody? And Tom's friend Nathaniel said, yeah, I've got a question. And the guy goes, sure, what is it? And he goes, 3 times 9.
Love it.
I know, so funny.
3 times 9.
Right, so we've changed.
26, obviously.
Oh, of course, that math like that is simple. My son was a little bit more of a dweeb and wanted to know what the profit margins were and was very disappointed that the guy who gave the tour did not know the profit margins.
Now there's an entrepreneur.
There's an
Sounds
entrepreneur.
like little Charlie.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Talking about profit margins age 7.
Definitely. Well, Charlie learned about profit and loss when he was about 7.
Did he?
He ran an illegal tuck shop in his primary school.
Did he? That's
His dad used to take him to a
amazing.
wholesaler and he used to buy sweets. And then Charlie would be there like...
Oh my gosh,
Sort of-
holding open his
sort of curly
jacket. Oh
whirly.
my gosh, so he's a real entrepreneur.
Well, but then he ate all the profits.
Oh, Charlie.
He ate all the profits and then learned.
Yeah, learn the hard way. Don't
Yeah.
consume your own product.
Exactly.
Which, you know, drug dealers, a lot of them go down that way. I understand. It's not a world I'm familiar with, but I understand. Well, you know, that's a consumer your own product, isn't it? Yeah.
Totally. Diana's messaged in. She says, "Hi, Stuart. I just want to send you lots of lovely happy birthday wishes for a wonderful day tomorrow. Lynn is a great demonstrator." She really is.
Thank you.
Really
Thank you. Now, I'm pressing these open just so that I can make sure, just thumb pressing them open, just so that I can make sure that I've kind of done these in the right way. And actually, probably following Stuart's advice would have been a good way to do it. Well, I have no idea what that piece is doing. I have literally no idea what's going on. Oh, yes, OK, that has worked. That has worked. You're right, you lose... Oh, gosh. You can't see this. Oh, yes, you can see it now. There's a cake over there. I don't know if Stuart... You have to make a birthday wish.
As you cut.
Yes. And while you're making the wish, you have to sing When You Wish Upon a Star.
There's that lovely video of the Queen, isn't there, where she says, I might just stick it in like that. She's cutting a cake. She says, I might just stick it in like that. There's a woman in the back that says, oh, yes, that works beautifully.
But she'd never cut a cake in her life. That had always been a job delegated to
Left
others.
it. I'll just leave that for someone else to finish now. I'm gonna make a wish now.
Yes, and while singing When You Wish Upon a Star.
Oh. Oh no, licensing.
Oh, of course,
Licensing,
you're right. We'll get
sorry.
sued by Disney. That's assuming that your rendition is
We actually would.
What flavour cake is it?
It's mine, Lynn. That's what kind of cake it is. It's mine.
It's yours and you're not sharing.
What kind of cake is it? It is...
It's like white chocolate and raspberry.
Oh, look. It's white chocolate Madeira cake.
Oh, who bought that for you?
The channel.
Oh, that's
Channel.
so nice.
Now, Hannah's seen me eat before, which is why she's brought me some napkins.
She's brought you an industrial clean-up
Yeah.
roll.
Yeah.
It will have to wrap around you like a turban.
Well, you say that.
Oh, you could wrap it around you like a muzzle.
Just tear a hole.
Yes, and pop the cake in the hole.
Oh, definitely. Sorry.
Meanwhile, back in the
Watch the
factory,
mic.
I'm
Yes.
nearly there. In fact, I might need your pressing skills.
Would you... Oh, yeah, sorry.
Oh, I can press. Stuart, could you tell me...
What?
I just wanted to ask you a question, but I couldn't think of one. I wanted to ask you a question as you took a mouthful of cake.
Would you like some?
Not while I'm trying to talk at the same time, but maybe a piece to take home
Let me cut you a piece.
would be lovely. Thank you.
I'll cut you a very small piece.
Oh. Diet piece.
Go on, you were going to ask me something.
No, I didn't have a question. I wasn't
Oh.
quick enough to think of a question. What I wanted to do was ask you a question as you'd filled your mouth with cake, so that you would be caught out. But I didn't manage it in time. So, right. So I'm laying these pieces out, and you can see how easy that is. That we've nearly got to the point where we've got that centre strip. We'll probably. Is that my piece? That is actually quite a small piece. Disappointingly small.
Lovely message. Happy birthday, Stuart, says Gail and Kent. You two are hilarious together.
So we need to trim off, what do you call these bits?
Dog ears.
Dog ears. We need to trim off the dog ears. I can never remember if it's dog ears or rabbit ears for some reason.
Rabbit ears are cute.
Yeah, I know, but I don't know why.
Lynn has a question.
Oh, hello,
morning,
Lynn.
Stuart and Lynn. Would there be enough fabric left over to make 2 cushions?
Oh, easily. There'd be enough fabric left over to make 6 cushions, I would imagine. I mean, there really is.
Would you just throw me that piece of fabric?
Yeah,
that
of
is
course.
Your leftovers.
That's the leftovers. So you've got 15 of those.
Got 15.
Yeah.
I knew I'd get it in the end. That, you get 15 of those left over. That would be enough to make a cushion.
Oh my gosh, easily. I think you could, there's lots of options for what you could do with that. What would you do?
You know what I would do, Lynn?
What would you do, Stu?
Buy this kit.
Yep.
Buy yourself 3.5 to 4 metres of cream or ivory or vanilla or seeded natural cotton.
Yes.
And you could actually make a quilt similar, smaller scale blocks using this and your calico or something through the centre or stars or something like that. You could actually make another quilt, another double bed quilt.
You totally could make... I mean, I don't... Could you make another double bed quilt?
With 15
Well, with
of these,
15, actually.
With 15 of those, plus...
How wide is that? How deep is it? Is it what? 8
It's got to
inches?
be at least 6.5 inches
Yeah,
wide.
so that's...
Plus 3.5 or 4 metres of cream fabric.
Yeah.
Because if that's not a 1/4 metre, that's about 1/6 of a metre. And if you've got 15 of them, did you say?
Yeah, 15, yeah.
Well, that's nearly 4 metres of fabric.
Oh, that's loads of fabric, yes, mixed with a... Yeah.
It's such a big kit. We shouldn't be taking that much money off. But we have. Well, Hannah did. It's nothing to do with me.
That's a lot of money off.
$179.99. There is a lot of value in this kit. There is a lot of value.
Move my cake.
Way more in baskets than we've got. Well done if you just checked out, by the way. Brilliant. You've got yourself a gorgeous quilt kit, or 2, or 3. Brilliant.
So we need to press all of these little pieces.
Oh, I can move and help.
Oh, thank you. That would be great.
Towards the triangles?
I always do. If you do the whole lot towards the triangles, then they're always going to nest. So that makes it incredibly easy.
Good to know.
Yes. So really, you're making lots of little... Yes, if you do a couple, and I can get started on joining them together.
Will do.
Brilliant, thank you. So, yes, Stuart's right. You just need to work out... Gosh, you know what?
Say that again. Stuart's right.
I did make the mistake of saying that. I have no idea how to do this, Stuart. Oh, there it is. There it is. I couldn't work out my layout at all there. So we've got the layout here, where once you've got started, you can see how it goes.
Yep.
That it'll follow down like that. And you can just sew the first 2 together. And those seams nest beautifully in the middle there because they've both been pressed towards the darker fabric. So you can do that throughout. And as usual, 1/4 inch seam. Once again, if you want to, you can chain piece these so that you can, particularly once you've made your first block, so you've got the first 2 going together, then we'll have the second 2 going together, and you've got 8. So you've only got 4 seams to start with, and then you'll be sewing those into longer strips together. Now, I need to have a look at what I was doing because I will... Have we got one more piece, Stuart? Have you dropped a piece on the floor or hidden a piece?
Nope.
We seem to have lost one. There should be 2 with just 1 triangle on them, and I think we've lost one. Let me have a look. So we've got... We can always make another one if we need to. So we've got that at the beginning. Then we'll go down to that one. Like that. Oh. It's okay. And then we'll do another pair of those. And then on the bottom, we should have one more. It's probably in here somewhere. Lost amongst the... I don't know where that piece went.
It's like a case for Hercule Poirot.
It is, isn't it? It's absolutely vanished.
The case of the missing patchwork block. We're literally in a locked room. No one else came in or out, and it was on live television. Oh, can you imagine? I've actually started writing a cosy crime novel.
No, you have not.
Yes.
That's amazing.
Yes.
So, can we know the names of any of the characters?
There's
That's
one
not
called
sewing,
Lynn.
is it?
Lynn Silversworthy. All characters are completely fictitious.
Bear no resemblance to people living or dead.
That's right. There's a curly-haired character called Henna.
Oh, okay. I see where you're going with this.
First victim. I'm joking. I'm joking. Yeah. But here's the question, folks. Would you buy a cosy crime novel written by me?
Everybody would. We know it would be fantastic. Now, here's what I've noticed about my pattern writing style versus Stuart's. I've told you this before, Stuart. When I write a pattern, it's like a military commando. It's like, do this, then do this, then do that. When Stuart writes a pattern, it's like you sitting down with, you know, Mrs. Doubtfire? You Phryginia Doubtfire, dear. It's like, oh, gather round, children, and today we're going to make a quilt inspired by the hills of Scotland. Cut a couple of squares. Well done, now have a cup of tea.
Absolutely,
sit down, feet
dear.
up.
Absolutely, dear. I love the accent. No, it's true. We were laughing about it the other day.
We were.
weren't
I
we?
love the way you write your patterns. It's literally the polar opposite to me. They're so chatty and friendly, and I love the rewards. When you've done a little bit of sewing, you get a reward of a cup of tea or a gin and tonic, or go out for a little walk. Or that's so nice.
I do literally put in patterns. Right, make yourself a cup of tea.
You do.
You've done really well. I'm proud of you.
Look how much you've done now. You're nearly halfway. Go out for a game of bingo.
Doreen from County Londonderry. Hey, Doreen. She says, happy birthday, Stuart.
Aw.
21 again.
Aw.
I'm considering making it into 2 quilts for my daughters and using the surplus as a border. Brilliant
that's
idea.
a great idea.
Really
I love that idea. So you could have a pieced border. That would be gorgeous.
Totally good. And then you'd end up with 2 actually quite big quilts.
You still would when you had that extra border, 100%.
Clever idea, that, Doreen. I like it. I do need to let you know I have got 4 kits left.
Wow.
And that's it. Sold out, gone for good. Remember, we can't repeat these quilt kits. We only have them in once and then they're gone. Happy birthday, lovely Stuart. You two just made me giggle. I've been educated, entertained and amused this morning. Thank you. Susan.
That's so nice.
Thank you. We'll actually use your email. If any of us get into trouble, we'll use your email to justify our actions. No, the thing is, I always like to say, look, I think sewing should be fun, relaxed, enjoyable. And if we can do that, you can do that at home.
Absolutely. And for certain, when things go wrong, don't get stressed out because it is only patchwork. Even if your quilt's a bit lumpy bumpy, once it's on a sofa or on a bed, nobody notices those things.
Oh, I mean, my first quilt was so badly put together, it was like a piece of conceptual art. Okay, but it did not stop me using it, loving it, cuddling under it for years and years and years until it fell apart because it was very, very badly made. But I loved it. It doesn't
I know,
matter.
you can't beat a homemade quilt. And frankly, for me, the sort of imperfections are what make them so lovely. You can go to a big, department store and buy a sort of factory-made quilt, but it doesn't have that, the love that's gone into a quilt that you've made yourself. Exactly.
Last 2 kits, and then it's gone. Last 2.
Right, so we're going to press this. Now, yes, but I will just say, with something like this, what you do not want to do is hold it at one end and press all the way along. You almost want to go seam by seam because you've got so much bias going on in there that you can stretch squares into diamonds, which I have done on many an occasion.
Doesn't matter which way they go particularly.
It doesn't matter which way they go at all. It's just to avoid that, the temptation to sort of iron it really and steam. And then once those squares are diamonds, you're done. There's no getting them back to squares again.
I'm kind of literally just placing the iron.
Exactly.
A little bit of pressure.
Pressing, not ironing.
Absolutely.
And then we can piece them into these sort of background triangles. Not really.
It's a gentle hand, isn't it?
It is when anything where you've got bias edges, you have to sew carefully. You have to let the machine pull the fabric through. Don't try and feed it through yourself. And then when you press them, you really have to try and hold them in place and not stretch them out of shape because it's so easy to stretch them out of shape.
Right, I hope I've done an okay job.
Well done, Stuart. I would give him a solid B+ for that. B+, well done.
B?
Yeah, B+.
I've got a B+ in my life.
Well, this is a red letter day for you then. Congratulations.
Katie says, yes to the book. Needs to be a hidden quilt cushion to solve the crime. Love that.
Yes, that's a great idea.
Love that.
because the hidden quilt cushion was made out of the leftovers, so nobody expected that, because unless you're a quilter, you wouldn't know that you could.
Say that again, Lynn. I need
So
to write this
complicated, I
down.
don't think I can remember it.
I'll play the tape back.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. You see, I do love the idea of piecing together the quilt, the clues.
Yes.
Whilst making a quilt.
Exactly.
We love that idea.
I love that idea. I think you should star in the book, though. I think every one of your series of crime novels should have, what would you call yourself?
Oh, I won't be. Well, I probably will be in it.
Yeah, I love that. I won't be. Well, actually, I probably
probably will.
I shan't be the starring role.
No, but I think whenever you write anything, there's a bit of you. I mean, like you said in my patterns, when I write my patterns, there's quite a lot of me.
Yes, you can hear your voice totally. You really can. Now, I seem to have lost my pins. Do you have any handy? If not, we'll pretend to pin.
Do I be honest with you, Lynn?
Don't worry, we'll pretend to
don't.
pin. Okay, what I'm going to say is, I've got some over here.
Welcome to Sewing Street, the home of pins.
Just a jiffy. I've got some in those bits I did
Just a
before.
minute.
So I would pin this, and the reason I'm not a pinner, but the reason I would pin this is because you've got all these bits of bias fabric next to each other, and again,
Is that a little dog ear hanging over at the end?
yes,
We want that.
we want that. You're absolutely right, because when you've got these sort of triangle pointy bits, the way to line them up is to imagine that your 1/4 inch seam will go exactly between where those two meet. Once you start making these kind of things, you get used to doing that. Once you start making anything with triangles, that sort of becomes second nature to line those up. But actually, for the rest of this seam, you're not worried about matching anything, because it's just going to go down the side of the big triangle. So
Great.
nothing to match up.
Match top and bottom, and that's it.
Exactly,
Pin in the
match
middle,
top.
yeah.
Exactly. And then just don't let the machine feed it through, because you've got all this bias, and what you don't want to do is stretch the fabric out.
Oh, Steph, Inspector Guterman.
Oh, Inspector
Steph,
Guterman.
genius.
I wonder what your
Inspector Guterman.
Yes,
and there could be a rather shifty monk called Brother Bobbin. And there could be no, I need to think it through.
Okay.
Yeah. Elna Needle.
I was thinking Elna something. I was thinking the
I was trying to
detective
think
could
Elna.
be Elna, but then I couldn't think of a pun.
Yeah.
It feels like it's almost like picking drag names where you need to think of something punny into the mix, don't you? Do you know what I mean? Like a funny name.
Very similar. Very similar.
Right, so I'm
This
just...
book's going to practically write itself. That quilt
Absolutely
kilt
is.
has sold out. Well done if you got it. Absolute
Fantastic.
fab.
Well, let me tell you, if you have bought it, I think you will enjoy making it, because it is a straightforward make. Each block, luckily each block is the same, so once you've done one, you know what you're doing, but each block is quite simple to do.
Brilliant.
Do you want me to keep making this block, or do you want to...
We can finish the seam, Lynn.
I can finish the seam.
Yeah, I'm not going to...
I mean, I've got
I'm
two
not going to
seams.
cut you off mid-seam, although that would be fabulous in the book, wouldn't it? She was halfway
Yes.
through the seam.
Yes.
Left half sewn.
Could be stabbed with the rotary cutter in the kitchen with Mr. Mustard.
Love it.
So I've done half of this,
Yep.
but I don't know if you've got things to do, and I'm going to add the other half maybe while you're
Yeah, amazing.
working through that. Yeah,
Great.
okay, well, I will do that.
You will have to do your own pressing.
Okay. I'll get handy little Stu to do it.
I just wanted to mention a couple of backing bundles. This is rather beautiful. Now, this is really lovely. This is almost like a wood effect. It's Dan Morris. I think that would be, I mean, not just for this quilt, all sorts of quilts that this would work. This is an extra wide fabric. Now, this actually is enough to back a king-size quilt for $77.99. It's 100% cotton. It's 108 inches wide, or 274 centimetres. That is a lot of fabric, and it's rather gorgeous too. So I've got hiccups. Beautiful. I've only got a couple of those, single figures of those left. So what one which is rather nice. This is pretty. Can I just show this one? I think it's really pretty. And I think this would be a really, really pretty backing for the Crossroads quilt. Ding, 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 ding. Extra wide again, 3 metres, $79.99. The inspector's best friend is called Janome. She's married to a singer. Too much. Well done, Steph. Love it. Also, I've got Lewis and Irene. Is it this one here? Yeah, this is gorgeous. Extra wide again. Oh, $69.99. Well, you always get a real lot of value from Lewis and Irene. 108 inches wide by 3 metres. Again, big enough to back a king-sized quilt for under £70. Smashing. Smashing. We've got some other backing bundles. We've got some solid backing bundles. Have a look on the website. Lynn, this has been just a gorgeous hour.
It
I'm going to come
has
over to
been
join
a lovely
you,
hour.
just to see the final reveal.
Yes, I'm just going to press these across.
Oh, it'll be like that, won't it, in the book, the final reveal?
Yes, you can have, yes. Oh,
I should gather everyone in the quilt shop.
yes, that's a great idea. And each chapter could be a different block, and then it goes together to make a block of the month sampler at the end.
Oh, so there's a quilt pattern too.
Well, there could
Love
be.
it.
There could be.
I tell you, I think this book is pretty
got
much
potential,
written. I think it's
yes.
pretty much written.
You could have quilt patterns, you could have recipes, you could have
Gorgeous.
stories.
A recipe for murder.
Oh, yes. There we go, beautifully pressed and finished, and there we go. I
Brilliant.
tell you what, stand here and you can wear it. It's your turn. Now, into the camera, do follow the squares, top, left to bottom, right with your finger. See, isn't that difficult?
Oh, it is difficult.
difficult, isn't
It is
it?
difficult. Sorry, I'm distorting Lynn's block horribly, but that's how easy it is. Lynn, you're a scream, you're
That
an
has been a
expert,
lot
and
of
you're a
fun.
very, very generous guest. Thank you
It's
so
lovely
much.
to be
Oh,
here with you again, and have a lovely birthday
Thank you so
tomorrow.
much for my bobblehead.
You're welcome.
Everybody needs a little stew.
Everybody needs a handy little stew.
Just a gorgeous hour, thank you, and a gorgeous morning. Thank you for sharing my birthday
Lovely
with
to
me.
be here with you. I
Been really
really
fun.
enjoyed it.
When are you back?
I think 7th of March, but I don't know if you're on that day or not. So if we could put a request in for you to be on, that would be the best.
I'll check my diary.
You check your diary.
All right, we're going to go to a break now. When we come back, we have got beautiful Stylecraft yarn. Do you want to make yourself one of these gorgeous scarves? I'll be honest, most of them have sold out. Well done for getting ahead. But I do have 2 rather delicious options to share with you. Some amazing knitting needle sets and some rather lovely fabric as well. See you after this.
Slip stitch is a hand sewing technique that's brilliant for closing turning gaps if you're leaving them in the bottom of a bag, but also sewing one piece of fabric to another, and I'm going to show you how to do that. So I've got a piece of fabric here that I've sewn together, and then I've left a gap for the turning gap. So you can close this by machine, but I think if you do it by hand you get a neater finish. So to do this, thread a sharps needle with some sewing thread and bring your needle out just a little bit along the seam. It makes it a bit secure. Leave an end on the right side, and you can just hold that down with your thumb. That stops it coming undone. And then work 2 or 3 small stitches on top of each other just to secure the thread. You can cut that off later. Now thread your needle under the fold of the fabric and out the other side. Then on this side, if you hold the 2 pieces of fabric together so the folded edges are level, push your needle just under the fold so you can see it's not coming into the front or back, just have the fold, and then into the fabric on the other side. Now take a vertical stitch going from one piece of fabric to the other and bring it out, and then back under the fold of the fabric so that all you're getting on the right side are these little vertical stitches. So this is why slip stitch is also known as ladder stitch, because you've got the long stitches that go under the fold that are the uprights of the ladder, and then you've got these vertical stitches that go from one to the other that are the rungs of the ladder. So all you need to do is continue working in this way all the way along. If you then pull that thread, that closes the gap, And to finish, again, just work a few small stitches, 2 or 3, on top of each other, just to secure the end of the thread. And that's how to work slip stitch.
Are you ready for a creative journey? Stay right where you are, because from 1 p.m. to 9 p.m, Hobbymaker is here to inspire the crafter in you. Join us for an exciting lineup of crafting demonstrations, exclusive deals and expert tips that will spark your imagination. Whether you're a seasoned pro or just starting out, there's something for everyone. And you're in safe and crafty hands as we work with the biggest brands the crafting industry has to offer. So grab your favourite drink, get cosy and don't miss a moment of fun. Stay tuned and make sure you keep it right here and let Hobbymaker fuel your passion for creativity. See you at 1 p.m.
So this is the really long needles that you use for your blankets and your big jumpers.
Your big blankets.
Some pattern pieces will tell you to place it on the fold. It always tells you on your pattern how many pieces to cut out and where to put them. So you need to find the fold of your fabric. This is how to do it. First of all, make sure your fabric is folded carefully in half. Along your folded edge, place your pattern piece right on it. Make sure you pin it carefully at each end. And then you can add some extra pins in the middle to keep it secure. And that's how you place your pattern piece on the fold.
Hi there. Oh, thank you for staying with me for the final hour of my birthday weekend. It's been so much fun. I've really enjoyed spending the weekend with you. Now, don't forget, we've got a shop to win. Every single thing you buy today, either from the shows or from the website, gets you another entry into a prize draw to win £250 worth of crafting sewing goodness. Good luck with that. Someone's going to win it today. Someone has already won yesterday's. Now, talking about winning, this gorgeous shawl is so beautiful, so easy to make and satisfying and beautiful. You can also make a pair of fingerless mitts with the yarn. You get the pattern included. Now, I did start with 7 brand new colourways today. 5 of them have sold out. Well done if you managed to get yours. We will, of course, endeavour to do these again. We max out the quantities. Honestly, I know this sounds easy for me to say, but we get quantities like 3 times, 5 times the normal quantities that we would get for a show. Please don't think that we got 4 of these and 6 of those. We get hundreds and hundreds. It's a lot of yarn, but we do have lots of sellouts, I'm afraid. Anyway, look, I'm going to start with this one, which is called Sunset Beach. This is absolutely glorious colourway. You get 200 grams, 100 grams in each ball. This yarn is called Knit Me, Crochet Me, and it's a double knit. Now, the reason why the yarn is called Knit Me, Crochet Me is because of the way it's been spun, the colours, basically. So, you know, I do sock yarns, which are self-patterning, and they, when you knit them, you get like little lines and little blocks and things like that. They knit beautifully, they crochet badly. Most of them, yeah, they don't look nice. These have been designed to look gorgeous when you knit with them and when you crochet with them, because they're quite long runs of colour. So if you're working back and forth, awesome. If you're working round and round, lovely. If you're working up and down in crochet, again, they work. So that's why the name. The pattern is knitting, but they also crochet beautifully. Now, this Sunset Beach knits up like this, which I think is absolutely dreamy. It's almost like a hand-dyed look, isn't it? Do need to let you know, I have only got, I don't even have double figures. left of this one. Wow, okay, we've just jumped to 6 left. It's gorgeous, isn't it? Absolutely beautiful. 5 left. You do get the pattern included. It's such an easy pattern to work as well. And you can't get the pattern on its own. You can't even buy the pattern on its own. I've been asked for the pattern number, and it doesn't exist because you get it with purchase, okay? That has now sold out. That has sold out. I'm also going to show you this dreamy combination. This one is called Twilight. And this is this absolutely gorgeous... Oh, is this one sold out? Yeah, that's sold out as well. Gorgeous combination of purples and pinks. Put my knitting needles away then. No, I'll show you how to knit it. Of course I will. I'll pop those out the way, though. Now, look, as I say, I'm sorry that we've sold out, but we did get huge quantities. We try our best, but I'm also thrilled that you love the shawl and the yarn as well, because I picked these yarns to do the show today. I think they're absolutely beautiful. They are really lovely and so soft and bouncy. Oh, there's one Twilight. There's one Twilight that's just popped back in. It's just gone. It's just gone. Right, okay. Right, we'll pop that to one side. Now, let's talk needles. Okay, now some of our knitting needle sets have sold out as well, but I'm going to grab this one over. Has this one been on before? This isn't the same. Is this the same one as my one? Okay. Yes, lovely. It's gorgeous. Absolutely beautiful set of yarn. The price, I'm just going to say, the price is fantastic. Now, I know £89.99, is a fair, but actually, I bought a set of interchangeable needles about 10 years ago, and it was about £120. So actually, £89.99, that sounds like a very, very good price. Now, what you're getting here is a set of 11 different sizes of interchangeable needles. Now, they go from 3.5, which is your smallest, and they go 3.5, 4, 4.5, 5, 5.5, 6. So we're in kind of DK, Aran, Chunky. So we've got 5, 5.5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 and 12. So we go through everything from DK right up to super chunky, everything in between. And also those different sizes mean that if you need a slightly larger or a slightly smaller needle to achieve the correct tension for your knitting project, you have got this selection to choose from. Now, let me show you how they work. So interchangeable needles work on a cable. So rather than just having straight pins in your hands, you have your work on a cable. And this cable screws in to the bottom of the interchangeable needles. So you can knit flat. So this, I mean, I always knit on what we call circular needles. Now, sometimes I think that term is misleading because I think it implies that we're knitting round and round like a sock or a tube, which, of course, you can with a circular needle. You absolutely can knit a circle, a sweater in the round. I've just finished a tank top that was knitted in the round. Brilliant. You can knit socks, even on a cable like this, using what we call magic loop. However, you can also knit flat. So this was knitted flat. And this is where a long interchangeable needle really comes into its own, because you'd struggle to find straight pins that you could get all of that scrunched up on a needle. Whereas with your cable, you actually have a whole variety. Let me show you this. You have a gorgeous little pocket. Yeah, you've got your pocket. And that has, look, all these cables. So you've got short cables, you've got long cables, you've also got cable connectors. So if you want to connect two of the long ones and make a really, really long cable to do something like a big sweater or a really long shawl, then you absolutely can. You also get these stoppers. So when you, say for example, you've finished your knitting, or say you've done the back of a sweater and you need to leave some stitches on a needle, okay, well, yeah, you can use those stitch holders that look like massive nappy pins if you want to. But you can also just take the needles off and quickly screw these on at either end. Or say, for example, you're travelling, you're going on holiday, you're putting your knitting into your suitcase, but you don't want to leave your pins on the end. You take them off, screw those on, and then your knitting can't slide off the end. So clever, so clever. It also means that, like when you're changing up or down a needle size, you don't have to knit from one needle to another. You can just change the tip. You just change the tip. It's brilliant. Now let me show you how you change the tip. So on your needle, you have a little hole just here. Okay, just a little hole just there. Okay. You see it? It's there. And you have this little pin. I might have to put my glasses on, actually. Give me a second. There we go. So you put that pin on like that, yeah? So you get this included. You stick that through. And that acts as a little lever to unscrew. So that helps you to unscrew it. And it also, when you screw them on, obviously you want to tighten them up because you don't want this to start loosening. So all you do is you put the pin through and then you use this as a lever. It would be very difficult to try and tighten it up here. So you just put this on and then you can tighten. And that has tightened plenty. That will not unscrew now without that pin putting back in. It's a very, very easy system to use. Very easy. And if you ever lose these, just a thick sewing needle will do exactly the same job. All right? They are superb. I always knit on these circulars. It's also how I have massively improved my knitting speed as well, because with short needles it allows you, when you hold them, you can hold them very comfortably and flick your yarn. Dee from Suffolk's message to say, morning Stuart, I bought these needles and they are such great quality. I think they're gorgeous. Happy birthday. Thank you, Dee. Thank you, Dee. They are absolutely beautiful. These are Knit Pro. My very, very first set of interchangeable needles that I bought were Knit Pro. As I say, it was about 10 years ago. They were about £120 for a similar sort of pack. Hi Stuart, I'm knitting a shawl as we speak with Knit Pro circular needles. Easy pattern. And even though I'm not a fast knitter, the scarf grows quickly. Linda, it does. And it's very satisfying too. You knit your shawl actually, although it's a DK yarn, you knit on 5mm needles. So normally we would use this for an Aran weight yarn. So what you get there is a gorgeous, springy, squishy scarf that's light and soft to wear. Absolutely beautiful. Now, let me just show you around the pack, because it doesn't stop there. I'll show you. I'm just going to undo. You've got these little toggles at the side. Okay. I'm just going to loosen these off. And this is all faux leather and faux suede as well. So when it's flattened out, you've got your pocket here, and this is where you're going to keep all of your cables. You get loads, your stoppers, your connectors, your little pin for tightening, and also your cord connectors. So they all go in there and securely fasten. You've also got all of your needles here held securely. You've also got a pen for marking off charts. That's a thing of beauty in itself, a wooden pen. Down this end, you've got, this is all magnetised. or metal under here. So you've got a magnet strip, and you've also got 3 rectangular magnets. So what you can do here is you can put a knitting chart, maybe for cable, maybe for colour work, and as you're working your rows, you can move the magnet down to highlight where you're working from. There you can see it in action. You can use the 3 little magnets at the bottom to hold the pattern in place. Now, when you put it together, you can stand it up in various different ways. You can put the pocket right underneath like so, and you can fasten here. So you create this triangular easel style, like so. So there are the sizes, and I'll just go through them again while we're here. You've got your gorgeous pen, you've got 3.54, 4.55, 5.5, 6, 7, 10, 9, 10 and 12. 13 centimetres long. That's the sort of length I like to work with for my needles, okay? So there you would have your chart on the back and you've got your needles on the front. But equally, if you prefer, you can set it up the other way round so that you've got this attached here. It's still attached in the same way, but rather than having your pocket underneath, you can have it out at the front so that you can access your pocket and your chart and your needle, like so. Really is a beautiful set, and it's the kind of set that will last you a lifetime. And I think the thing is with knitting, it's really a low gadget, low machinery sort of hobby, isn't it? You don't need much to knit. You need needles, a sewing up. But I think this is where, as we perhaps get into it, we appreciate the difference between a cheap and cheerful pair of needles and something that's amazing quality, because they feel different. They knit differently. They feel different in your hands. I find these needles so comfortable. I also really love the wood. The yarn moves along the needles absolutely beautifully. And I don't find any difference whether I'm working with a cotton yarn, whether I'm working with a wool, a blend, an acrylic. They all seem to work absolutely beautifully on these needles, and they are just kind of silky smooth, gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. So that's one set. Now I have another set. We haven't brought this set to air before, so this is a new set. This is called the Regal Interchangeable Set. Hello, hello. I love the sound of Regal. Love the colour. So this is in this kind of gorgeous burgundy faux leather with faux suede. I mean, the thing itself is just utterly beautiful, isn't it? Let's be honest. It's gorgeous. Katie, the shawl pattern isn't available on its own because it's a pattern that goes with purchase. You can't, not just from us, from anybody, you can't buy the pattern on its own, I'm afraid. So sorry. Right, so this set, I've just opened that up so you can see. Absolutely delicious set of needles. Now, these are 10 centimetres. You've got 11 sizes. These are the same size needles as my previous set, but these are shorter, okay? Some people prefer a shorter needle. They find they knit quicker on shorter needles. They're also really good if you are going to be working on things like socks, for example. Short needles are fabulous for that. But, of course, you could knit the shawl using these. 3.5, 4, 4.5, 5, 5.5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 and 12. And, you know, the fabulous thing about these are that rather than having to schlep around with a massive pair of heavy 12mm needles, if these were full length 12mm wooden knitting needles, they would be quite a weight. You've only got the important bit, the tip and the first few inches. The rest of it is going to be a cable, okay? So it doesn't matter what size needles you're working on, the whole project is going to remain light. You're not going to be weighed down by big, heavy needles, yeah? Hi, Stuart. Loving the show. Love Knit Pro needles. They are a game changer. From Audrey in Chorley, Lancashire. They really are. They really are different. This is from Hells. Ah, hey, Hells. Happy birthday, Stuart. Thank you, love. I always use circular needles. It means you never drop or lose the second needle down the chair. It's such a good point, Hells. It's such a good point. Yeah, it is. They are fab. And like I say, I always knitted on straight pins. And I thought, can I change? And I'm talking about 40 years of knitting on straight pins. They are a round profile, by the way, not square or triangular. They're a round profile. Hi, Stuart. Are they square needles or round? They are round, Sue. If you're thinking, what? You can get square needles and you can get triangular needles. They are newer, kind of. I've tried both. I haven't particularly got on with them. I think they might look square because of the lines on the wood, because these are beautifully, like they kind of layer thin pieces of wood and then cut the needles from them. Happy birthday, Stuart. Love, Tracy, Jasmine, Beth and Kirsty in Goole. Hey! Goole, that's where my studio is. Fab Needles, thank you, love. Thank you. Teaching my granddaughter Alice to knit and crochet and sew. We love watching you and your ideas, hints and tips. It's her 9th birthday today from Jill. Ah, well, Alice, happy birthday from me and everybody at Sewing Street. Super proud of you for all of your creative endeavours. Sending a lovely message out to Richard. He says, happy birthday, have an amazing day. Thanks for keeping me distracted today. Oh my goodness, while I get over having a stroke on Thursday. Richard, I am so sorry. Oh my goodness, that is... Whew. Very, very happy that we're able to provide a bit of distraction. Even if it's just background noise, we're happy to provide it, Richard. And get well soon. Get well soon. I know those physios will push you and... My best friend, Sally, is a stroke specialist nurse. And she has a hard side and a tough side and a soft side. But everything she does comes out of love. So, yeah, I hope you'll have a Sally to look after you. All right, these are gorgeous, gorgeous needles. The difference between these and the previous set I showed you is the length of the needles. It's personal preference. These are 4 inches in length or 10 centimetres. But I would have no issues at all. These are lovely. And like I say, some people find the shorter ones knit faster. Yeah, just reading some messages. Steph, still a relative novice to knitting. Would you recommend shorter regular needles or round needles for beginners, circular needles? Do you know, I wish I'd started on these in the first place. They're no more difficult to knit on than straight needles. Have I got time to quickly cast on? All right, let me grab a bit of yarn and I'll show you. So I've got a bit of yarn. So this is what I had left over after I'd knitted my shawl. If you're going to knit the mittens, by the way, knit the mittens first, because you can stop the shawl anywhere. Yeah. So, and you don't know how much yarn you'll need to make the mittens. Right. So I'm just going to make a slip knot. Pop that onto my needle. And I'm just going to do a knitted cast on. So I'm using the slightly longer, I think these are 5 inches, aren't they? So I'm going to do a knitted cast on, and I'm going to cast on 5 stitches. So when I cast on, I'm actually not just going through the stitch, through a single loop. I'm actually going through both. So rather than just through one, I go through both parts of the stitch. You get a firmer cast on. Whoops, I've done it wrong. There we go, that's better. So then knit the stitch and pop it on the needle. Take your needle out, got 4 stitches, 1 more then, whoops. Right, so I start with 5 stitches. Okay, 5 stitches on the needle. The first thing that I'm going to do is to cast off 2 of them. So I'm going to knit 2 stitches, pass the first over the second. Knit another stitch, cast the first over the second, and then I'm going to knit to the end. So first row done, I've got 3 stitches on the needle. Then all you do, let go of the needle, transfer the needle from the right hand to the left, and now I've got my working needle back in my right hand. Okay, so that's all you do to use circular needles flat. So cast on 5 stitches. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Okay, first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to cast off 2 stitches. So knit 2, first over the second, knit another stitch, first over the second, cast off 2 stitches, and then I'm going to knit to the end. I've now got 6 stitches on my needle. So I knit to the end, and then I transfer the empty needle from the left hand to the right hand. And that's all you've got to do to work on circular needles flat. Obviously, if you're working in the round, what you do, obviously you need more stitches, but you just keep knitting round and round. And actually, if you only knit your stitches, you will get stocking stitch, not garter stitch. It's quite amazing. And that's it. And that's it. They're absolutely beautiful to work on. So I'm going to cast on. And I have this where I tension my yarn by putting it over my little finger and then around my index. So this is my position. So just like this. All right? Oops. So let's cast on 5 stitches. Oh, I keep splitting that yarn. Let's go again. Right. 1, 2, 3. Whoops. It's knitting standing up. 4. Oh, the colours coming in. And 5. There we go. And then I'm going to knit 2 stitches, first over the second, first over the second, and that casting on and then casting off makes that little picot edge along the shawl. It's very neat, it's very cute. And you can see here that because I've got short needles, I'm not having to let go of the needle to wrap my yarn around. I can just flick it. I can just flick, flick, flick. And it's much quicker and much easier. And you can see here now, I'm starting to get the lower point of my shawl. If I grab my shawl and just show you, here's my lower point where I cast on. Here's my first row, here's my second, here's my third, here's my fourth. And this little bit here is where I cast on 5, cast off 2, and then knit to the end. Cast on 5, cast off 2, and knit to the end. And you're just working back and forth. And those colours just magically appear. You can see how if you were crocheting with these long lengths of colour, you would get these gorgeous rounds or partial rounds, even on something like a granny square. Absolutely beautiful. Great, isn't it? If you want to get yourself a set of beautiful interchangeable needles, by the way, grab your chance today. They are absolutely lovely. This set here is the Regal set, the Regal interchangeable. You get 11 different sizes of needle, 3.5, 4, 4.5, 5, 5.5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 and 12. And the sizes are printed on the sides as well, so you'll always have a reference for what size they are. You get your magnetic strip for charts and for holding on your charts. You get your pocket that's filled with cables and stoppers and stitch markers as well. And then you've also got your suedette ties and your toggles. The whole thing is just absolutely beautifully put together. Really lovely. So you can access your pocket, and if you don't need to access your pocket, just tuck that underneath, and you've got this gorgeous, stable tripod. And, you know, whether you like to knit on the train or you like to knit in the caravan or at home, just having that next to you, you could have the chart next to you, displaying your cable or your colour work, and just you're not having to hold something. You can move that magnet down as you work. Just really, really beautiful. And the most important thing is you've got those gorgeous needles. Lots of different lengths of cable. I can actually let you know the lengths of those cables. So you get 6 cables to make needle lengths of 24 inches, 32 inches, 40 inches. Now you get 2 of each. So you can combine the 24 and the 24 to make a 48. You've also got a 32. You could do a 32 and a 24 to make a 56. 2 32s to make a 64. 100 centimetre, 40 inch and a 40 inch to make 80. Or you could do the 40 plus, say, a 32. I mean, it's just gorgeously interchangeable and very, very adaptable. Very adaptable. You also get your end caps, your cable keys, that's the little wire for tightening. You get your cable connectors, stitch markers, and of course your magnets as well. And the price is amazing. As I say, 10 years ago, it was like £120 for a set of knit, and that was Knit Pro. So very, very good price. Very good price. Just lovely to have beautiful things. So, Karen, I hope I've answered your question. I've just noticed you asked how many cables in one set of needles. You get 6 cables, 2 short, 2 medium, 2 long, but they are connectable as well. You can connect 2 cables together to make longer and longer cables. Brilliant, brilliant stuff. Right, let's talk about Sierra Nevada. So this quilt launched yesterday. It's a brand new quilt pattern from me. It's called Sierra Nevada. Now, we don't have any kits available. They completely sold out yesterday. Now, we can't refresh the kit at the moment because basically, I have maxed out the company and probably our suppliers as well. So it will be about when we can get all the colours, because the one thing that I'm not going to do, and I'm going to say it now, is I'm not going to kit this with substitutions. I want you to have the colours that I used. Now, that might mean it takes a few weeks before we can replenish the kit, but as soon as we can, I will let you know and we'll have it. However, we have got the pattern available, and if you'd like to get a hold of a copy of the pattern, you absolutely can. Now, just because I could do that quilt in lots of different colour combinations. I think that would be amazing, done all in one colour, all shades of blue, or all shades of reds and pinks and purples would be amazing. I think it would be gorgeous with black, silver grey, and dual colours. Amazing. You could do it with batiks, you could do it with small scale prints, you could do it with Seth Apter and solids. Mixing those together would be amazing. You could do some K-facet prints in there with some solids and some blenders. So if you want to get the pattern, let me show you how it goes. So you've got the quilt on the front, £9.99 for the pattern. Everything there. You get the, there's the full quilt on the front. It's actually 53 inches wide by 71, I think, inches in depth. And the quilt is really made in rows, okay? So you've got what I call the Desert Fortress row. This, I thought, was reminiscent of the top of a fortress, yeah? So you do your Desert Fortress rows, and you actually make them in pairs. 1 pair, 2 pair, 3 pair. So 6 pairs in total, 3 pairs in total, 6 rows, okay? Then you do the NASCAR squares, and there are squares and rectangles that are joined together into rows. And I give you tips and ways to make sure that everything comes out a size that will all go together beautifully, because I know we all vary a little bit with our piecing. You do your NASCAR. Then you do your Desert Blooms blocks. Now, please don't think that any of this is difficult piecing. This is beginner level. I know it doesn't look it, but that is about the design process, not about the making, okay? I work all that out for you, so you can just enjoy making a quilt with strips, squares, rectangles, and half-square triangles. That's it. No paper piecing, no Y-seams, no templates, okay? This is easy and achievable. And then last of all, you make the Adobe block or row, which I named after the traditional building material that's used in a lot of New Mexico and Sierra Nevada, and this is just a lovely now wouldn't that make a beautiful table runner just on its own? I could make that in so many colour combinations. I could make that in Tilda, and that would look amazing. Imagine that in Tilda or in graduated shades of one colour, pretty interspersed with Liberty and soft pastels. So many things you could do. So you work in rows, and everything's set out step by step. I hold your hand, as Lynn was saying earlier on. It is like I'm talking to you. I say things like, let me find, we are almost ready to pop the bubbly and throw a quilt shower. So close to the finish, just one more row to go. Have a little break and regroup your fabrics. I think I suggest we go for a drink at the end of it. No, I don't. Well, we could. And also lots of tips throughout as well to make sure that you're successful. And then, look, I've done this too. I've given you 2 colouring sheets for the quilt. So you can photocopy this, enlarge it, colour it in with pencils or coloured crayons, felt tips, whatever you like. Try your own colour scheme. Give it to the kids to colour in. Do it for a bit of mindfulness. Or do it to boost your colour confidence, because I think one of the things that holds us all back from experimenting with colour is we don't want to cut into our stash of fabrics that cost us a lot of money and make a mistake that we're not happy with. Well, if you colour in a sheet that you photocopied and you don't like it, I mean, it's still been a fun exercise, right? But it didn't really cost anything. Sheet of paper, bit of time. You know, and I think that can really build your colour confidence. And of course, on the back as well, some inspiring pictures of different elements. So you can see the way I've used colour. But this is a serving suggestion. Because what you're going to use is you're going to use 1.5 metres of a light background. I used vanilla. And 1.5 metres of a dark background. I used navy. Okay? Now, those two, it could be light silver and black. It could be, you know, cream and chocolate brown. It could be vanilla and navy, all right? So 1.5 metres of each. And then I've used 13 half metres of a variety of solids. Now, because all of those fabrics are the same quantity, you can use them however you want to. So your centre band, your Adobe band, I featured the vanilla, the light gold, the dark gold, the biscuit, the chocolate, the dark terracotta, the light terracotta, and the navy. Where's the green? Where's the duck egg blue? You know, where's the dark moss green? I didn't put it in there. You can, because you've got 0.5 metre of each of those 13 fabrics. For example, if you kit this yourself and you follow my advice, you can do that. So much fun putting this together. You'll love it. And I have factored in a bit of what I like to call fudge factor. Now, I don't normally talk about fudging blocks. You know, I'm somebody who sort of bangs on about accuracy and this kind of thing. And I still want you to. It's still important that you're cutting carefully and piecing carefully. However, what you need to do is you need to make sure that your rows come out the right length. So, for example, on the Desert Fortress row, it ends with green. Now, I teach you to strip piece that, okay? Now, what I also say is when you measure your strip, if it's a little bit longer than it's supposed to be, trim a slither off either end to get it back to the right length, okay? You're not going to notice if you've cut a little slither off. You can't do that if it's a star block. You'd be trimming off the points. But this, if you trim a little back, you won't even notice. If it's shorter than it should be, you can take the end green bits off, sew a longer bit on, and trim that until it's the right size. Again, you won't even notice. This, the Desert Blooms blocks, there are strips of sashing in between the blocks to get them to the right length. If you need to cut those strips a little wider to make your row long enough, there you go, now it fits. Will you ever know? No, you won't. If you need to cut your strips a little narrower to make it a little, then don't trim the edges off. Make these a little smaller. Will you ever notice? Of course not. So there are these easy ways with this quilt to make it successful for everyone. And it's basic level piecing. I know you're going to have great fun with that. And we will get kits back in as soon as we can. But like I say, I'm not going to compromise on the colours that I've selected. I'll wait until all of those colours are in stock. And that could be in a fortnight. I'm back in on the 12th and the 13th. No, the 11th and 12th of February. If there's any way that we can rekit it by then, and that will be about the fabric availability, we will. If we can't, I'll tell you. Is that fair? But, you know, like I say, you could do this in so many different colourways. I'll just show you the bottom as well so you can see. The idea, I was inspired actually by like Navajo weavings, like rugs and things like that, and also pottery and woven baskets and things like that. Some of these elements, in fact, any of these elements would work in quilts and cushions. Can you imagine making cushions? Could you imagine these rows here would look amazing done vertically with the this and the same colour flipped the other way on either side, and then a strip of patterned fabric, like a Kaffe fabric, in between, then another vertical row, and then Kaffe, and then that would look stunning. So actually, I reckon you've probably got 4 or 5 different projects in one pattern. I didn't have time to put them all in, but as I was writing this pattern, I was thinking, oh my goodness, I'll use this for this, I'll do that with that, you know, and as you're making it, I'm sure you'll think of ways that you could use the pattern in other ways too. I hope so anyway. I hope so. Right, that's that. Now, shall we talk about Tilda? Let's talk Tilda. So this launched yesterday. It's the brand new Tilda collection. It's called Sunday Brunch, and it launched on Saturday. I'm really glad that we've still got some for Sunday. Now, Dan, thank you so much. I'm going to show you a few projects in a second. Your price is crashing. You're actually saving a whole metre. Now, there aren't many times when you buy 10 metres of fabric and only have to pay for 9 of them. You might get a fat quarter thrown in, but a whole metre, fabulous, just over 17. Just over 17. Beautiful little project. That matches me. Gorgeous, that, isn't it? This is a free pattern, by the way, on the Tilda website. If you go to Tilda's World. This, gorgeous. Also a free pattern on Tilda's World. Really lovely. And there's a quilt like that too. And then I'll just show you this. This is quite a big quilt, but I will show it you as best I can. If you want to see it hung up properly, if you look at yesterday's show, you will see. But look at that. Isn't that stunning? Absolutely gorgeous. And look at the packing. Isn't that dreamy? Now, if you're loving these fabrics and you want some, I must just tell you that the only way to get all of them is in this mega bundle. Okay, I'll show you what you're getting. This is the jade colourway. Now, remember, you get 1/2 metre of everything, okay? So we've got the gorgeous pictorial. That is completely sold out on its own. You can't buy that any other way. Just stunning florals in these beautiful jade, apple green, aquamarine. There's a little touch of pink there, a little touch of golden yellow here and there. I just think that is absolutely beautiful. So you've got your jade. You've also got your blue. There's 4 different colourways. You get them all, 1/2 metre of each. You've got your blue pictorial. You've got this wonderful floral here. You've got your self-coloured little ditzy rosebuds. Even the selvage is gorgeous, isn't it? With little dresses. And then you've got your tan. That is a beautiful colourway. So there's your teal. There's your blue. Okay. Halfway through. We've got the pink ginger, or ginger pink, I should say. This is gorgeous, like a soft bubblegum pink. You've got your pictorial, your ladies who brunch. I think they've had 1 or 2 drinks, possibly. Lovely time in the sun. Gorgeous. Love, love, love this one so much. I love that ginger background. And then those beautiful florals. Okay, so that's your ginger pink. I was very tempted actually to make my quilt out of this, but I ended up using the teal and this last one I'm going to show you, which is the sour yellow. Got that floral, citrus, yuzu. I never know. I don't think that's Tilda's word, is it? Sour yellow. It sounds like the kind of thing we'd say. Sour yellow. There's your floral. But this is reminiscent of Chic Escape. There was a gorgeous golden yellow and grey colourway in that. And I just fell in love with that. It's absolutely stunning, isn't it? So there's your yellow and grey. There's your ginger pink. Super yummy. You've got your blue mixed with that gorgeous tan as well, of course. There we go. There's the blue and the tan. Really lovely. And then last of all, I think my favourite's got to be the teal. But of course, you can use all of these fabrics together. And that certainly is what has been done in that main quilt I showed you with the pagodas and the birds and the trees. Gorgeous, isn't it? Last few chances on this bundle. Now remember, we can't remake this bundle. When it's gone, it's gone. We can't remake it because all of these, the pictorial prints, these have all sold out individually. Some of these other prints we've got available by the 1/2 metre. We've still got them in, which means at this moment we could bundle them, but we can't do the full bundle of 20. These are your last chances, okay? Also, though, don't forget that as they are available by the 1/2 metre, if there's one that you think, gosh, that would make the most beautiful summer dress, gorgeous, then have a look on the website because we'll cut to order. And you could make yourself that shirt. I mean, I'd love a shirt in that. Or the blue, especially that. I would love a shirt in that. Gorgeous. Right, is there anything else for us to look at, do you think? Oh, we've got some of the Seth Apter fabrics on their own. Fine, okay. Yes. Right, so let me move these out of the way and we're going to have a little look at Seth Apter. Now, this launched this morning. We've had a few of these fabrics in quilt kits, but this is the first time that we've had them on air, the first day we've had them on air. Now, some of them have sold out. So as we go, the Mega Bundle has sold out as well, but let's see. We know there was some checking out issues earlier, weren't there? So let's see. Do you want to just go in the order I've got them? Fine. All right. Do you need codes? Brilliant. Okay. Very, very limited, this one now. I've got 1/2 metre left. All right. That's that one. Next one. Gorgeous sort of wide stripe, this one. Okay. I've got 6 metres of that left. This would be great for a border for a quilt. So get about 1.5 to 2 metres. That's going to be brilliant to border a quilt. Of course, you could use it in blocks as well and for piecing. Very, very versatile fabric, this, depending on how you cut it, be it strips or squares or triangles. It's got a fabulously sort of urban look to it, hasn't it, this range? Very New York, very smart. These are all digitally printed, by the way, so the colours are amazing. 2.5 metres of this one left. Again, that would be a really cool border fabric. Or sashing. Great for blocks, of course, but also I could see that with the linear sort of style really working. Next up, this one's sold out. This one's sold out. Oh, we've got some left. Ace. Ace. I'm glad. We've got a bit of this left. We've got a bit of this left. Right. This is one of my hero prints from the collection. I just think that is fabulous. Now, you could imagine, couldn't you, using that as your binding. Can you imagine that as your binding on a quilt? You can sort of see that, can't you? Or as sashings, as borders, but also cut into blocks. It's going to look stunning. Lots in baskets. Lots in baskets. 1/2 metre of this one left. Words have gone. Words fail me. This one. Right, we've got some of this left. Good. Absolutely beautiful. That is like, you know, a piece of art on fabric to me. That is absolutely stunning. Really beautiful. £8.99 metre. Remember, this is cut to order. So if you want 2.5 metres for a border, for a quilt, or you want it for dressmaking, just order 5 units. You'll get 2.5 metres in a continuous piece. Next one. Any stock of this one left? Okay, we've got some of this. Again, this is one of my hero prints. All the colours. And very helpfully, this is flipped so that it's not, it does have a direction, of course, but it's going to look good from either side. Next one. I've got 6 metres left. This is a brilliant fabric for larger blocks, borders. Yum. Next one of my favourites. This is just such a beautiful colourway, I think. Have a look on the website. What I think is lovely is it's so great to have a range of fabrics which is non-floral, non-traditional, but still, I mean, if you've seen any of the quilts that we've made or have been sent to us made out of these fabrics, they are smart, they are gorgeous, they are not grungy. Do you know what I mean? They're not kind of, ooh, they just have a different look, perhaps a more arty look, a more modern look. This one, again, great border print, this. Great border. This is my favourite out of the whole collection. I just absolutely adore that. Over half of that's gone. Look within. And then the last one, I just think a great dressmaking fabric, this. just because it kind of looks like tweed. It's yummy. Gorgeous. Right, let's do the menu for tomorrow. Don't forget, anything you buy today, shop to win, £250 worth of prizes. Right, tomorrow kicks off at 8 a.m. with Liberty Fabrics. We love our Liberty. At 9 o'clock, it's Art Gallery Fabrics, Ink Perfect Fabric Collection, and Harmony Duo Bag with one of my favourites, Sandy Milichit Masaki. At 10 o'clock, it's Sewing Room Tools. And then at 11 o'clock, Sandy is back with the William Morris Starry Step Multi-Quilt. At 12 o'clock, it's Yarn Lane Dewy Jumbo with Julie Crowther. A wonderful, wonderful day. Now, we launched a most amazing machine today. I can't call it a sewing machine because it is a sewing machine. It's also an embroidery machine. You've also got the capabilities of an overlocker because you've got a side cutter foot and overcasting stitches. It's also amazing for quilting your quilts. It's everything in one package. If you went to the Brother website, you would pay £500 more than our price today. We've actually dropped our price by another £100 because it's launched. This is a brilliant day to go for this amazing machine, but my numbers are very, very limited. This might be your only chance to get this machine before we have to restock. Right, I'm going to toodle-do. I've got birthday cake to eat. Thank you for sharing this weekend with me, and thank you for all the wonderful birthday wishes. Love you all, and take care. I will see you on the 11th of Feb.
Let's talk about quilt blocks. Quilt blocks are like building blocks. They come in all sorts of patterns and sizes and are pieced together to create a larger quilt top. In sewing, a quilt block is a single section of a quilt design, often made up of smaller shapes like squares, triangles or